If you like the story, you can support the author on Patreon. Link is in the description.
Chapter 1, System Activated. A sound rang out on the sports field of a certain middle school. Asahi watched the students returning in small groups and felt that at this moment, he was truly a physical education teacher, not one of the patients as described by his colleagues in the major subjects. Yes, just like in TV dramas, Asahi, as a physical education teacher, was often teased by his colleagues as being sick. This led to him not having many classes to teach throughout the semester, giving him plenty of free time, which he used to become skilled in various areas like cooking, gaming, reading novels, and music, among other things. All right, students, that's it for this class. Remember to exercise regularly. Goodbye, everyone. Goodbye, teacher. Once the students had left, Asahi took out his phone and noticed an unread message. Mr. Asahi, here's the thing, we haven't covered the English exam paper for class 4. Can I borrow your 4th period class? Oh great, someone's asking to borrow a class again. It's fine to lend it to you, but the problem is, you folks never return the favor. Asahi's face darkened. However, he didn't refuse the English teacher. After all, even if he declined, they would still go ahead with it, and the principal supported it too. Asking himself symbolically, he had already given them enough face. All right, Mr. Lee. After sending the message, Asahi let out a carefree laugh. It wasn't that he wasn't feeling well, but it was the challenging living environment these kids were in. Well, since there's nothing else to do, I might as well go home and watch some anime. I still haven't finished watching the grand finale of Naruto. Asahi had been working for over a year and still didn't have a girlfriend. As for why his family wasn't pressuring him, it was because he had a protagonist's template. Orphaned at a young age with no parents, he had inherited a substantial inheritance that would support him comfortably for the rest of his life. As for becoming a physical education teacher, it was mainly because it aligned with his major, and secondly, he enjoyed teaching. It was purely a personal interest. However, after he started the job, he realized he was a bit too naive. He used to think that what he read online was all fake. Driving his beloved car back home, Asahi couldn't wait to open one of the construction worker manga he had been following for years, Naruto, and eagerly began to read. Wow, Kaguya is something else. How could she fall for Naruto's seduction technique? And, Kakashi is really handsome. He quickly finished watching the remaining episodes of the anime. After finishing, he felt a sense of emptiness in his heart, but that was okay. Over the years, he had grown accustomed to this feeling. Casually commenting on the characters in the anime, Asahi didn't notice that the clock on the wall suddenly stopped ticking. Tick-tock. The old TV screen suddenly displayed the kind of static that was common in the 1980s. What the heck? What's going on? I spent a fortune on this TV. It can't be a fake, can it? Seeing the TV behaving this way, Asahi walked over to it in annoyance. He wanted to rewatch some scenes for nostalgia. But just one tap on the TV caused it to return to clarity, revealing a screen that was no longer showing Naruto. The entire screen was a deep black, with a few large and striking characters in the middle. Do you want to travel through the worlds and become a master of all saints? Asahi was furious. He realized that his system had definitely been hacked, and they were playing this low-level prank. What, do they think they're in a horror movie? I'm trying to find the meaning of life here, and you're not even professional in your plagiarism. Seriously, who the heck would be so unethical? Why hack me? I don't have anything worth stealing. If you have the guts, go hack a bank. Perhaps because Asahi took too long to react, the font on the TV screen enlarged once, accompanied by a buzzing sound that startled Asahi, who was standing right next to the TV. Hey, I mean, are you trying to pick a fight with me? I guess. So, what's the deal? Do you have the guts to come find me through the internet cable? Asahi rolled his eyes and said disdainfully. But as soon as he finished speaking, Asahi felt a sudden dizziness in his head. Oh my god! With just a casual remark, Asahi lost consciousness completely. When he woke up again, the sky had darkened, not because it was night, but because it was raining. Thick clouds had covered the sun. Asahi was awakened by the rain, and he got up from the ground. He was already soaked to the bone. Asahi stood there, drenched by the rain, and looked around cautiously. He realized that he was no longer in his familiar living room but in the middle of a vast forest. What's going on? Why am I here? Ding, system activated. Just as Asahi was still in shock, a clear sound echoed in his mind. Startled, Asahi, who was already on edge, heard someone speaking. He immediately scanned his surroundings and asked vigilantly, Who? Who's speaking? Come out, and let me tell you, I've already seen you. Ding, host, there's no need to panic. I am the clan heritage system, exclusively for the host. The host can communicate with me by silently thinking of what they want to say. Asahi furrowed his brow. Was he hallucinating, or was this a dream? Nevertheless, he silently thought, you say you're a system? Exclusively for me. Ding, that's correct. I am the clan heritage system, exclusive to the host. Hearing this, Asahi's brow furrowed even deeper. So, what's my current situation? Have I traveled to another world? Ding, according to the host's understanding, you have indeed crossed over to another world. What's your origin, and what's your purpose? Asahi asked in confusion. Ding, I was created by the previous clan leader of the Tajuna clan, responsible for selecting worthy individuals to become the new clan leader and re-establishing the Tajuna clan's dominance in the multiverse. Wow, that sounds pretty prestigious. Asahi was surprised. So, you're saying I'm the chosen one? Ding, that's correct. So, what do you want me to do? Asahi asked. Ding, travel through various realms, recruit talented disciples, and restore the reputation of the Tajuna clan. So, I'm still going to be a teacher, hey? Asahi thought carefully. He didn't actually mind the fact that he had crossed over. After all, he had been alone in his previous world, so the location of his existence didn't matter much. What mattered was whether he could live life on his own terms, and it seemed promising. If you want me to travel through various realms and recruit disciples, can you provide me with any assistance? Don't tell me I have to do everything on my own, and you're only responsible for telling me about it. Chapter 2, Shinobi World. Asahi didn't ask why he was chosen, nor did he inquire about the possibility of going back or any conspiracy theories. He had had enough of his previously mundane life, and now the idea of traveling through different realms, witnessing diverse landscapes, and fulfilling his dream of teaching students seemed appealing. This kind of life didn't seem so bad. As for conspiracy theories, was there anything for him to be deceived about? In any case, he wouldn't lose anything by knowing less. Ding, according to the previous clan leader's orders, I will assign you some tasks that can enhance the clan's prestige or your own strength. Upon completion, I will immediately provide rewards to help you advance your training. So, what if I want to go to the next world? Will you help me cross over? Asahi asked. Ding, my task is to assist you in growing. To cross over to other worlds, you will need to achieve a certain level of strength on your own and then break through the world barriers with your own insight. Ah, I see. Asahi furrowed his brow tightly, but then relaxed it. Yes, it was too early to consider these things now. The most important thing was to figure out where he was. System, where am I in this world? Ding, according to the clan leader's orders and in the spirit of fairness and voluntariness, please confirm if you want to join the Tajuna clan and become the new clan leader. Once confirmed, this system will be fully open to the host. Damn it. So, I can still refuse, hey? But the thing is, you've already brought me to this world. What's the use of being resolute? It's better to accept it. Asahi's mind was suddenly overwhelmed with confusion, and he rolled his eyes. Of course, I choose to join. Ding, host confirmed joining the Tajuna clan and becoming the second clan leader. The clan heritage system is now bound, task template activated, reward template activated, and the clan template activated. Wait a minute. The second clan leader. Asahi was shocked, completely ignoring the talk of templates and activation. Hadn't countless eras passed already? How was it that he was only the second clan leader now? Ding, that's correct. Host is the second clan leader. According to my core database, the first clan leader did not choose a disciple to inherit the position of clan leader. Therefore, you are the second clan leader. Wow, there's something wrong with this former clan leader. They didn't choose a successor, went to great lengths to create a system, and after countless eras, they picked me as the clan leader. Is it because of my good luck, or is it because the previous clan leader had some unique ideas? Ding, would you like to view information about this world? Faced with such a system, Asahi could only do one thing. View. He thought it would be best to ask fewer questions for now. First, he needed to understand the system, and as for the history of the Tajuna clan, he could learn about it later. Analyzing the laws of this world, comparing with the database. Analysis complete. This world is the Shinobi world, where they practice Chakra. The Shinobi world, practicing Chakra? Is this the world of Naruto? That was Asahi's initial reaction. World analysis complete. Dispensing initial rewards. Would you like to claim them? Yes, claim. Reward distribution in progress. Tajuna clan spiritual techniques, spiritual method infusion complete, Chakra system comprehension infusion complete, world language infusion complete, the path to the future, 1 Sage of 6 Paths experience card has been formed. The host can experience it for 5 minutes at any time, gaining insight into the future path. Boom! Like a thunderclap in his mind, Asahi felt a flood of information rushing into his head. As if he had been awakened, knowledge that he had never come into contact with before was now imprinted in his mind as if by instinct. He sat down directly on the ground, activated the spiritual method, and felt his own self. Spirit, body, nature. Asahi sensed 3 completely different energies. These 3 energies intertwined and gradually merged into a new, gentle yet dominant energy. Under the guidance of the spiritual method, this energy was slowly absorbed into his body and stored in his energy storage. At this moment, Asahi gave off a transcendent and ethereal vibe, as if he had descended from the heavens. What he didn't know at this point was that this kind of energy was known as Chakra in this world, and very few humans could practice it. Because this world had another name, the world of Naruto. However, Asahi couldn't be certain of that just yet. At this moment, Asahi could clearly sense that he was becoming stronger, albeit at a slow pace. He could clearly feel it. It could only be said that his starting point was much higher than others. Asahi, immersed in his training, completely forgot that the outside world was not safe and was lost in his own world. Time passed slowly, and suddenly. Boom! Bang! Bang! A series of intense explosions echoed in the distance, jolting Asahi out of his training. Asahi, now awake, felt his soaked body, with his workout outfit clinging tightly to his skin, but he paid it no mind. He was drawn to a distant, towering blaze, sensing powerful chakra fluctuations there. 3 of the fluctuations seemed evenly matched, while one was significantly stronger than the others. At this point, Asahi had no intention of joining the commotion, because he knew he couldn't contend with any of the chakra fluctuations, according to the system's provided rankings. Judging by the prices set by the system, even the weakest among the 4 individuals there had reached the early stages of Jonin, while Asahi hadn't even achieved Chunin status. In this situation, should he risk going there as cannon fodder? Unfortunately, just when Asahi was about to turn and leave, his unreliable system assigned him a task. Detecting the aura of a powerful battle. Task 1, experience the world of strong individuals up close. Reward, mastery of the dragon flame art. Asahi was feeling quite panicked because he chose to accept this task. As someone well versed in gaming, he understood that chain tasks usually came with generous rewards, especially for the more challenging ones. After all, the dragon flame art sounded extremely prestigious. However, with the knowledge that he had a Sage of 6 Paths experience card, Asahi had some assurance, there might not be danger involved, though it would still be a bit painful to use the card. Determined, Asahi lowered his footsteps and quickly moved in the direction of the 4 imposing chakra sources. As he got closer to the center of the battle, the roaring noises grew louder, causing Asahi to slow down his pace. Although he reduced his pace, he could vaguely see 4 figures continuously clashing, occasionally releasing ninjutsu. However, their faces were too far away to be discerned. As the distance closed in, Asahi still hadn't received any task completion notification. Did he have to enter the battlefield? Asahi felt that his system lacked a human touch, completely disregarding his feelings. Getting too close was genuinely terrifying. Chapter 3, Sanin vs Hanzo. However, who could blame Asahi for relying on the system as his means of survival now? Despite being filled with complaints, Asahi obediently made his way towards the battlefield. As Asahi drew nearer, he slowly discerned the faces of the 4 combatants. Their faces were extremely familiar, and Asahi found himself filled with excitement. Why? Because the tumultuous battle involved none other than the renowned Sanin from Naruto's Hidden Leaf Village and Hanzo, the half-god. Considering the ages of the Sanin and the current circumstances, Asahi was certain that this was their defining battle. This meant that Asahi had plenty of time to plan and shape his own development. Wasn't that something worth getting excited about? From the moment Asahi arrived, the four combatants in the midst of their battle had already noticed him. However, due to Hanzo's arrogance, he paid no attention to Asahi. As for Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and Tsunade, they were too engrossed in their intense battle to spare any thoughts for him. So, Asahi found himself in a cleverly balanced situation, watching the drama unfold safely. Ding, Task 1 of the chained mission is complete. Reward: Mastery of the Dragon Flame Art has been granted. Chain Task 2 has not yet been initiated. The system's voice echoed in Asahi's mind, and suddenly, a wealth of information about the Dragon Flame Art's techniques appeared in his mind. Asahi didn't have the peace of mind to experiment right now because the fierce battle was ongoing. Just then, on the battlefield, Tsunade suddenly accelerated and charged towards Hanzo, her foot poised to strike. Heavenly Foot of Pain. Unfortunately, Hanzo's reaction was lightning fast. He shot out rapidly, avoiding Tsunade's attack entirely, and her Heavenly Foot of Pain struck the earth instead. Instantly, the once smooth ground cracked open, as if it had experienced an earthquake. Asahi watched in astonishment. He used to watch such scenes on TV without feeling much, but now, experiencing it firsthand, he realized the terror of it all. Hanzo's effortless evasion didn't surprise the Sanin. After all, this was the man known as a half-god. After Tsunade's attack, Orochimaru swiftly followed, bursting forth from behind her. Hidden Shadow. Many snakes. Countless venomous snakes suddenly emerged from Orochimaru's sleeves and, shrouded in chakra, rapidly extended their bodies to launch an attack on Hanzo in the distance. Hanzo, who had just landed, found himself unable to evade in time. He resorted to swinging the scythe he held in his hands, attempting to fend off the approaching snake swarm. Although he effortlessly thwarted Orochimaru's assault, he left himself vulnerable, and Jiraiya seized the opportunity. Jiraiya swiftly formed hand seals. Although a light drizzle still fell from the sky, the temperature in the air rapidly rose. Fire Release, Great Fireball Technique. A massive fireball, exuding unimaginable power, surged toward Hanzo. The moisture in the air evaporated rapidly, creating a veil of steam that obscured visibility. Hey! Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Orochimaru all panted heavily. The prolonged intense battle had left them exhausted. Did it hit? Tsunade stared intently at the dissipating steam in the distance, her voice unwavering. It hit, but don't get your hopes up too high. Hanzo isn't that easy to take down. Jiraiya's expression remained solemn as he watched Hanzo. Orochimaru's lips curled into a mischievous smile. It seems our luck isn't that great. We've run into Hanzo right after arriving. Yeah, you're right. As Jiraiya's words fell, the water vapor in the distance began to disperse. Jiraiya, Tsunade, Orochimaru, and the observing Asahi all involuntarily narrowed their pupils. A colossal figure gradually emerged, resembling a small building. As the mist dissipated, they got a clear view of this massive creature. It was a gigantic salamander, and Hanzo stood atop its head, looking down at Jiraiya and the others. You're quite impressive, working together as a trio and managing to exchange blows with me. It's no wonder you're apprentices of Hiruzen Sarutobi. I acknowledge your skills. From today onwards, I grant you the title of the Sanin of Konoha. Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Orochimaru exchanged a glance. Despite the humiliation of being given a nickname by their opponent, this wasn't the time to dwell on it. These three lifelong comrades shared an unspoken understanding, not requiring any communication to grasp each other's intentions. They rapidly formed seals: boar, dog, rooster, monkey, sheep. Ninjutsu, Summoning Technique. Boom! 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 With three soft explosions, three clouds of smoke appeared on the battlefield. As the smoke dissipated, massive toads, snakes, and slugs emerged, with each of the Sanin positioned on one of them. Asahi felt that this moment deserved a thrilling soundtrack. It was just too epic. However, no matter how excited Asahi was, Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Orochimaru were extremely tense, their minds on high alert. Earth Release, Mud Tsunami. Orochimaru made the first move, attempting to seize the initiative. Unfortunately, at the moment Orochimaru attacked, the salamander leaped, carrying Hanzo safely out of harm's way. Orochimaru's attack missed, and the multitude of snakes beneath his feet coiled and swam toward the salamander. Water Release, Water Dragon Bullet Technique. Hanzo unleashed a Water Dragon Bullet, which roared towards Orochimaru. Orochimaru, however, didn't even spare it a glance. Indeed, the Sanin's coordination was flawless. Fire Release, Fire Dragon Flame Bullet. Jiraiya released his ninjutsu, directly blocking Hanzo's Water Dragon Bullet. Tsunade, unwilling to be left out, had her slug twist its body and charge toward the salamander. She also spewed a corrosive liquid at it, but the salamander easily evaded. Water Release, Thousand Flying Water Needles of Death. Ninjutsu, Yin Seal, Release. Tsunade instantly released the Yin Seal, causing a surge of chakra to burst forth. With adept medical ninjutsu to support her, Tsunade defiantly withstood Hanzo's ninjutsu. She emerged unscathed or healed instantly, even when she was injured. In the blink of an eye, the four combatants had clashed multiple times. Meanwhile, Orochimaru and Tsunade had closed in on Hanzo. Hidden Shadow Snake Hands. Superhuman Strength Fist. Orochimaru and Tsunade simultaneously launched their attacks at Hanzo. Despite the incoming assault, Hanzo remained unruffled. Iaido Slash. Swish. A streak of sword light flashed by, sending Tsunade and Orochimaru flying backward. Tsunade, thanks to the Yin Seal, recovered quickly from her injuries, although she had still been hurt. Orochimaru, on the other hand, bore a gruesome, bleeding wound that made for a pitiful sight. Seeing his teammates injured and their attacks in vain, Jiraiya swiftly formed hand seals and, in coordination with the toad beneath him, unleashed ninjutsu to relieve the pressure on Tsunade and Orochimaru. The toad spewed a thick, adhesive substance from its mouth, and Jiraiya executed Fire Release Ninjutsu. Fire Release, Toad Oil Flame Bullet. This fire release was even more spectacular than the previous one, thanks to the cooperation with the toad beneath him. Hanzo, who had been about to capitalize on his advantage, felt the sudden rise in temperature and promptly halted his steps. He swiftly formed hand seals. Water Release, Great Waterfall Technique. Boom! Water and fire clashed in mid-air, producing a deafening roar and thick steam. After releasing their ninjutsu, Jiraiya rushed forward to catch Tsunade and Orochimaru, who had been sent flying. "How are you both?" Jiraiya asked with concern. "We're fine, just not in top shape. Chakra reserves are running low," Orochimaru replied, coughing up blood. "Don't worry, I'll patch you up." Tsunade, while speaking, began using her medical ninjutsu to aid Orochimaru's recovery. "You guys are worthy opponents. Now, I'm going all out." As the mist cleared, Hanzo's voice resonated clearly in the ears of the Sanin. Despite being acknowledged by the demigod recognized by the shinobi world, the Sanin couldn't find much joy in the situation, they could only muster a bitter smile. They knew that when the demigod went all out, things would get terrifying, and they wanted no part of that. "Do you know why I wear this mask? It's because nobody can withstand the poison of my salamander, not even myself. Now, be cautious." With that, a massive cloud of poisonous mist spewed from Hanzo's body. Tsunade's face turned grim. "Hold your breath and use chakra to counteract it." At this point, Asahi was simply a spectator. "You guys handle your business, I'll just be here watching." "Why fire off a map cannon for no reason?" Just as Asahi was making fun of the situation, the system's voice chimed in again. "Ding, bonus task 2, rescue the Leaf Village Sanin. Reward, Ninjutsu Infinite Space. Will you accept?" T/N, don't ask me. Even I don't know what the hell of this reward technique. End chapter. Chapter 4, Sage of Six Path Asahi. Sure enough, I knew this task wouldn't be so simple. The moment he heard the system's voice, Asahi had this thought in his mind. Can he participate in the battle between the Sanin and Hanzo? Bang! 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 After 3 clear sounds, 3 clouds of smoke scattered. Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Orochimaru's summoned creatures, their summoning time had ended, and they had returned to their respective summoning realms. Watching this situation from the sidelines, Asahi couldn't help but feel a sense of urgency. Seeing the 3 of them stumbling in the poison mist, Asahi, who was a bit further away and still unaffected by the poison mist, knew he couldn't wait any longer. System, accept the task, and use the Sage of Six Paths experience card at the same time. Ding, the host has accepted the task, and the Sage of Six Paths experience card has been successfully used. The moment the system's voice sounded, an immense chakra suddenly erupted from Asahi's body. At the same time, Asahi's clothes, which had been soaked by the rain, were instantly dried in this moment. A supreme pressure swept over the area, and the four people who were in the midst of battle suddenly felt an indescribable sense of oppression. Looking in the direction of the pressure, they discovered that it was the unremarkable wandering ninja who had sneaked in earlier. Behind Asahi, 9 truth-seeking balls quickly appeared, and Asahi himself seemed to float in the air as if defying gravity. The natural chakra that should have been invisible was now condensed around Asahi like a tangible substance. This surprised Jiraiya, who had experienced sage jutsu. He knew how terrifying natural energy could be, and even a slight misstep could lead to death. But the man in front of him seemed to be bathing in a spring of natural energy. "Be careful, I underestimated this guy earlier." Jiraiya spoke in a low voice to Tsunade and Orochimaru beside him. "Well, not only did we run into Hanzo earlier, but now there's another strange powerful guy. It seems our luck is running out." "Sheesh." Tsunade's voice held a tinge of regret, but there wasn't much fear. As a ninja, she had long prepared herself for the moment she might die on the battlefield. As for the idea that Asahi was helping them, Tsunade had long passed the stage of naivety. Why would a powerful stranger help them just because of some misplaced sense of justice? But was she really just in her ways? "Don't worry, Tsunade. I won't let anything happen to you until I'm dead." Upon hearing Tsunade's words, Jiraiya turned to her with a big smile, brimming with confidence. Tsunade felt a touch of warmth in her heart at his words. However, immediately after, "Right, Orochimaru." "Well," Jiraiya successfully dug a hole for himself there. "Idiot." Tsunade muttered under her breath, but her voice was too low for anyone to hear except Asahi. As for Orochimaru, he remained silent, but the resolve in his eyes was evident to anyone who looked. Feeling the surging chakra within him, Asahi felt himself rising to the occasion. The Sanin, the semi-god, apologies, but Asahi couldn't care less. With a wave of his hand, chakra erupted, forcefully neutralizing Hanzo's poison. "That's enough. Stop it. I'll vouch for these 3 young ones." Asahi's words easily reached the ears of the 4, leaving the Sanin momentarily baffled. "Do you know him?" Jiraiya and Tsunade both turned to Orochimaru, given that he had been suspiciously quiet, making him the prime suspect. Orochimaru glanced at the two with indifference. "Imbeciles. You." Unlike Sanin, who was still in a playful mood, Hanzo felt a cold sweat on his forehead the moment he sensed Asahi's outburst. When Asahi forcibly neutralized his poison, his guard shot up. No one had ever managed to neutralize his poison, especially not in such a brute manner. Indeed, Asahi spoke up and vouched for the newly named Leaf Sanin he had just witnessed. However, while Hanzo wanted to retreat in his heart, he forcibly suppressed his fear to maintain his status as a demigod and to preserve the Hidden Rain village. He questioned, "I don't know who you are. What kind of ninja are you? Why are you meddling in the affairs of the Hidden Rain village?" Hearing Hanzo's inquiry, the Sanin also looked at Asahi curiously, wondering about this question. Shaking his head, Asahi spoke, "I'm not a ninja from a village. I am the current head of the Tajuna clan. You can think of me as a wandering ninja." Wandering ninja? At this moment, whether it was Hanzo or the Sanin, they were all filled with question marks and felt deeply insulted. Not in terms of strength, but in terms of intelligence. You, with your strength, calling yourself a wandering ninja? Are you referring to those mediocre Chunin-level ninjas? Regardless of the mental processes of the 4, Asahi continued speaking. "As for why I spared them, I feel they have a connection with me, and their talents are quite good. We should give young people more opportunities, right?" Asahi's nonchalant tone reached the ears of the 4, leaving them with a strange feeling. Since when had the Leaf Sanin become junior ninja in need of guidance from their seniors? This feeling had not occurred to them since their promotion to Jounin. Hanzo now found himself in a dilemma. If he agreed, he would lose any remaining prestige he had in the ninja world, and the Hidden Rain village would inevitably become a target once again. Who would respect someone who had escaped at the mere words of another, even if that person was undeniably strong but unheard of in the ninja world? As for refusing, he couldn't bring himself to entertain that idea. Asahi was strong at this moment, and not confronting him face to face made it impossible for Hanzo to understand the depth of his power. Asahi also sensed Hanzo's dilemma and, being well versed in the politics of the ninja world, understood that Hanzo couldn't make a decision based on his words alone. He decided to offer Hanzo a way out and test his newly acquired reward. How about this? I intervened without reason, and if you can withstand one of my attacks, I'll leave, and my interference will cease. Of course, if you can't handle it, then there's no need for me to say more, right? Upon hearing this, Hanzo's spirit was immediately lifted. A way out was all he needed. As for the outcome, he wasn't concerned. After all, he didn't want the lives of the Sanins, and they couldn't afford to provoke the leaders of the other ninja villages. Fighting the Sanin was simply a way to display his strength and deter those who had designs on the Hidden Rain village. So, winning or losing didn't matter to Hanzo. Very well, I appreciate your understanding of my predicament. I, Hanzo of the Salamander, hereby swear that if I cannot withstand your attack, I will immediately withdraw, without a word. Furthermore, in the future, anyone under the banner of the Hidden Rain village will show you the utmost respect. Seeing that his objective was achieved, Asahi let out a hearty laugh. Good, are you ready? I'm going to make my move. Hanzo's expression turned serious. Please, enlighten me. Fire release, Soaring Dragon Flame Art. Chapter 5, Hanzo retreated. The air in the sky rapidly heated up, and the rain falling from the sky mysteriously came to a halt. A dragon-shaped flame emerged in the sky, but unlike the usual red flames of fire release, the dragon-shaped flames conjured by the Soaring Dragon Flame Art were purple. It gave off a mysterious and untouchable sensation. In the moment when Asahi made his move, Hanzo quickly formed hand seals, unleashing a multitude of jutsu. Water release, Great Waterfall Technique. Water release, Water Dragon Bullet Technique. Water release, Great Shark Bullet Technique. 3 jutsu transformed into torrents and rushed towards the Soaring Dragon Flame. Water and fire created a stark contrast. Water release jutsu flowed like a waterfall, while Asahi's fire release resembled an ancient dragon charging into the waterfall. The strong contrast made it seem as if Asahi would be defeated in the next moment. However, would reality be that simple? Of course not. Throughout history, water has always been the natural enemy of fire, but if the quality of fire was exceptionally high, it could reverse the roles and control water. Was the Soaring Dragon Flame technique high level? Certainly. To be blunt, the level of the Soaring Dragon Flame was akin to the Amaterasu flames of the Mangekyo Sharingan. Coupled with Asahi's power at the level of the 6 paths, the quality of the Soaring Dragon Flame was incredibly intimidating. So, in the moment of collision, Hanzo's jutsu evaporated instantly. Meanwhile, the Soaring Dragon Flame technique, with undiminished might, charged toward Hanzo. It was so fast that Hanzo couldn't even dodge. In his dire situation, the ninja world's demigod had no choice but to close his eyes and await the arrival of death. But several seconds passed, and all he felt was a slight warmth in front of him. He opened his eyes to find a purple blaze in front of him. Hanzo couldn't help but be amazed by Asahi's strength. Such a powerful jutsu, yet he could keep his chakra concealed and wield it with such finesse. On the sidelines, the 3 Sanins were also left dumbfounded. They knew Asahi was strong, but they had no idea he was this powerful. Who is Hanzo? He's one of the strongest figures in the ninja world, yet he has absolutely no resistance against Asahi. The 3 Sanins secretly swallowed their saliva. Where did this powerhouse come from, and why did we have no information about him before? Asahi slowly dissipated his chakra, and the inverted fire dragon in front of Hanzo gradually faded away. Rain began to fall from the sky again. Asahi didn't kill Hanzo, primarily because Hanzo's presence was necessary for the stability of the ninja world in the future. If he killed Hanzo and unforeseen events occurred, it wouldn't be conducive to Asahi's plans. Secondly, Asahi had never killed anyone before, and he wasn't mentally prepared for it. That was the most crucial factor. Hanzo, you've lost, Asahi said, and then he quietly observed Hanzo. Hanzo respectfully bowed to Asahi. Thank you for sparing my life, sir. I am Hanzo of the Salamander. I will keep my word. When I return, I will issue orders to the Hidden Rain village to treat you with the utmost respect if they ever encounter you in the future. With that, Hanzo didn't say more and turned to leave. Ding! The mission is completed, and the ninjutsu infinite space technique has been distributed. As Hanzo walked further away, Asahi withdrew his gaze. He didn't pay attention to the 3 of them, who had almost depleted their chakra. He still had some time left on his experience card, and he wanted to use it for reflection. Closing his eyes, Asahi silently felt his own body. The 3 leaf Sanins, seeing that Asahi wasn't speaking, didn't dare to rush him and patiently waited. 2 minutes later, Asahi opened his eyes, and the indomitable aura on him dissipated. He looked like an ordinary person who had just finished practicing. His clothes, which had dried earlier, were instantly soaked again. Of course, the Leaf Sanin didn't think this way, they had just witnessed Asahi's strength moments ago. Asahi, who had opened his eyes, felt extremely relaxed. In just a few minutes, he had a clear view of his future path. There wouldn't be any bottlenecks on his path to cultivation. He believed that with systematic training over the next few years, he could become as strong as a cage-level ninja and roam freely in the ninja world. Leaf Sanin? That's a good name, Asahi praised, looking at the disheveled Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Orochimaru. The three of them just smiled bitterly. Sir, you're joking, we're just defeated in battle. Well, you three are some of the rare talents in the entire ninja world. If you didn't already have a teacher, I'd consider recruiting you into the Tajuna clan. Asahi waved his hand dismissively, showing no concern. Was it embarrassing to lose to Hanzo? Not at all. These three individuals were all under 20 years old, and when they teamed up, they forced Hanzo to go all out. That was already quite astonishing. Hearing Asahi's words, the three of them didn't know what to say for a moment. However, true to their status as the legitimate successors of Konoha and the future fifth Hokage, Tsunade directly extended an invitation, saying, "We regret that we can't join the Tajuna clan. Sir, since you don't belong to any ninja village, would you be interested in coming to our Leaf village?" Asahi rubbed his chin. Konoha, hey? The largest ninja village in the ninja world. If I have the time in the future, I'll come for a visit, but joining is another matter. I'm used to being free-spirited. Even if they make me the Hokage, I won't take the job. It's too troublesome. Hearing Asahi's response, Tsunade and the others weren't surprised at all. If he had accepted without hesitation, they would have been suspicious. Well, that's a shame. If you ever come to Leaf, please do let us show our hospitality. The three of them expressed their regret. Don't worry, if I ever visit Konoha in the future, I'll look you up. When that time comes, don't try to brush me off, Asahi joked. Seeing Asahi so easygoing, the three ninjas' initial nervousness eased. Don't worry. As long as we're in Konoha, we'll definitely show you the unique features of the village, Jiraiya said with a hearty laugh. However, Asahi could detect a hint of lecherousness in his tone. Unique features of Konoha? Like gambling and other vices? Asahi had some mischievous thoughts but wisely kept them to himself. He didn't want to risk tarnishing his image in front of these powerful individuals. Well, I'm looking forward to it. Alright, I won't keep you any longer. I imagine you're quite busy with the upcoming Ninja World War. Go on ahead. Asahi waved his hand and didn't say much more. He knew it was best not to linger around this strong ninja for too long. The Sanin naturally didn't refuse. They had their own missions to complete and return to the village. Besides, being around Asahi felt somewhat intimidating. We'll take our leave then. Thank you, sir, for saving our lives. If you ever need anything in the future, please feel free to ask. With a bow, the three of them rushed westward, seemingly heading back to Konoha. Asahi didn't watch them leave. Instead, he turned his gaze eastward, as if there was something important there. Chapter 6, Yahiko, Nagato, Konan. Rumble. A thunderous roar resounded through the forest, causing three small figures to shiver intensely. Yahiko, maybe we should forget about it. We were so far away just now, and by the time we got there, that person might have already left, said the only girl among the three, with blue hair. Yahiko, the boy leading the group, didn't even turn his head and responded firmly, "No, we can't. We've finally encountered a powerful ninja. You all saw the earth-shattering power just now. Besides, we've come this far, how can we easily give up? Right, Nagato?" Nagato, the boy with vibrant red hair, strangely covering his eyes, simply replied with a nod, There was no need to elaborate on who these three children were. Yes, they were the future founders of the Akatsuki. However, due to the appearance of Asahi, their destinies seemed to have taken a different turn. Konan watched the two of them with resignation, sighed, and said, "All right, then. But we need to hurry, otherwise, we really won't catch up." "Haha, I knew you'd support us, Konan. Don't worry, once we learn ninjutsu, we'll bring brightness to this country." Yahiko laughed heartily, his sunny disposition even outshining the drizzly rain of the hidden rain village. Konan and Nagato watched him quietly as if drawing boundless warmth from his positive and optimistic attitude. After all, this upbeat mindset was the Yahiko they knew, wasn't it? Asahi had naturally already noticed the presence of the three youngsters. Or rather, it was when Asahi was using the Sage of Six Paths experience card that he discovered the three youngsters weren't too far from here. Of course, as the effect of the experience card faded, he lost track of their location. However, this didn't stop Asahi from being conflicted at this moment. He knew that the three youngsters would definitely come this way, it was the path of fate, not easily altered. So, he was in a dilemma about whether to take them as disciples or leave them to Madara. After all, Nagato was originally intended for Madara, and Madara hadn't died yet. Moreover, even if Madara did die, Black Zetsu was not to be underestimated. As an ancient and cunning figure in the ninja world, there was almost nothing he wouldn't do to achieve his goals. Thinking that he might attract the attention of Black Zetsu, Asahi couldn't help but shudder. In his state of indecision, Asahi silently pondered the consequences of various choices. If Black Zetsu were to focus on him right now, would he be killed outright or simply ignored? Asahi was currently very conflicted, but his inner turmoil wouldn't change the imminent reality. Because of Asahi's lack of movement, the three youngsters, who weren't far away to begin with, quickly arrived at this location. Upon seeing the scene of devastation around them, the three youngsters were stunned, their mouths hanging open. Although they had witnessed various spectacular scenes earlier, it wasn't until they saw the actual battlefield that they realized the power of ninjutsu. The uneven and charred terrain, the still burning trees, everything indicated how devastating the battle had been. Were all ninjas this terrifying? The three youngsters marveled inwardly and then gazed intently at Asahi, who stood in the midst of the battlefield, dressed in attire not befitting the scene. At the very moment when the three youngsters appeared, a notification rang out, "Ding! Suitable apprentices detected. Long-term mission activated, apprentice recruitment. Seeking disciples with talent of at least B rank or higher. Rewards will be given to the host based on the disciple's aptitude." With that, Asahi didn't need to be conflicted anymore. It was said that wealth and danger often went hand in hand. The whole ninja world didn't have many individuals with talents surpassing those of the three youngsters, so the choice was rather obvious. As for Madara and Black Zetsu, they probably wouldn't bother Asahi because of this. The main reason was Asahi's current weakness, he simply wasn't worth their attention. "Kids, don't you know that the battlefield is a very dangerous place? It's not a good habit to be so reckless," Asahi said, feigning indifference to the three youngsters. Gulp. The three youngsters were so scared that they collectively swallowed hard. Even though they had made up their minds, facing a ninja directly was still frightening. Feeling their trembling legs, Yahiko bit his lip forcefully and shouted, "Sir, are you a ninja?" As soon as Yahiko spoke, Konan and Nagato hurriedly pulled him back, afraid of angering Asahi. Seeing the small actions of the three youngsters, Asahi suddenly felt mischievous. "Hey, kids, don't you know about manners? Before asking someone a question, you should use polite language, and maybe add a please." With Konan and Nagato pulling him back in Asahi's words, Yahiko realized his own impetuousness and quickly apologized. "I'm sorry, I was too impulsive. May I ask, are you a ninja?" Asahi nodded in apparent satisfaction and replied, "Yes, I am a ninja." "What's the matter?" Hearing Asahi confirm that he was indeed a ninja, the three youngsters were overjoyed. They happily ran up to him and bowed, saying, "That's fantastic, ninja sir. We hope to learn ninjutsu from you." Asahi's forehead twitched a few times. This time, he wasn't pretending, he genuinely felt quite speechless. When Asahi used to watch the anime, he didn't find anything wrong with it. But now that he was experiencing it firsthand, he suddenly felt like complaining about the three youngsters. "Come on, kids, do you even know who I am? You're saying you want to learn ninjutsu from me? I'm genuinely curious, how did you manage to stay so innocent in such turbulent times? Hey, kids, do you even know who I am? What if I'm a bad person?" Asahi raised his head and said, "We don't know who you are, sir, but this is our only chance to learn ninjutsu, so I earnestly request you to teach us. If you don't intend to teach us, please let my two companions go, and I'll accept whatever punishment you see fit." Yahiko. Yahiko's resolute words made Konan and Nagato behind him feel distressed. As Asahi looked at the innocent three youngsters, he suddenly felt sorrow for their past. He had seen many children before, all of them retaining their innocence, but that was usually due to the protection of a loving family. However, these three had grown up amidst constant conflict, without any support. The fact that they still held on to their innocence was truly remarkable. For a moment, Asahi felt a surge of pity for them. System, can you help me check the talents of these three? Ding, identifying individuals based on the host's cognition. Identification complete. Talent assessment in progress. Talent assessment complete. Konan, talent level A, leaning towards paper creation. Yahiko, talent level B, leaning towards water element techniques. Nagato, talent level S, leaning towards 5-element techniques. Hearing their talents, Asahi decided to go with his gut feeling. After all, these three kids had been through a lot. As for Black Zetsu, what did he matter? Sooner or later, his days were numbered. Chapter 7, Testing. Yahiko looked at Asahi with unease, his expression somewhat peculiar. Nervously, he asked, Ninja, sir, may I ask if you are willing to take us as your disciples? Hearing Yahiko's voice, Asahi snapped back to reality. He chuckled lightly, Kid, you should know there's no such thing as a free lunch in this world. If you want to gain something, you must be prepared to give something in return. The eyes of the three youngsters sparkled with determination. They were well aware that there was no free lunch, and even if there were, they'd likely end up getting beaten for it. As orphans, they understood this reality all too well, so they weren't afraid to make sacrifices. As long as they could learn ninjutsu, they were willing to endure whatever it took. Don't worry, we are prepared for this. As long as you teach us ninjutsu, we are willing to repay you, even if it means risking our lives. Yahiko declared loudly, while Nanako and Nagato stood behind him, slightly bashful but equally determined. Asahi smiled and shook his head, what use would I have for your lives? Let me think. I can't just give you ninjutsu for free. With that, Asahi stroked his chin, contemplating what kind of test he should give these three younglings to be accepted as his apprentices. Gurgle. Suddenly, the three kids' stomachs let out a loud rumble. Asahi was taken aback for a moment, but then he burst into laughter. This made the previously nervous trio turn beet red with embarrassment. Asahi reached into his pocket and found 2 pieces of candy. He had brought them along just in case because they had physical education class before the transmigration, and he was worried about children experiencing low blood sugar. It was a precaution in case of any unforeseen circumstances. Otherwise, Asahi probably wouldn't have had a single piece of candy on him. Despite the continuous rain, the candies remained dry inside their sealed packaging. He took out the 2 candies and looked at the familiar characters on them. Asahi couldn't help but sigh inwardly. However, Asahi didn't pay too much attention to it. He believed that if things went smoothly, he would definitely have a chance to return home in the future. Here. Asahi casually tossed the candies in his hand to Konan, startling her as she hurriedly caught them. To her surprise, she found 2 candies inside. Although many of the characters on them were different from the ones she recognized, due to the differences between Chinese and Japanese, she could still identify the character for candy, which was similar in both languages. It was a word her mother had taught her when she was young. I have 2 candies left on me. Let's give them both to the girl. You 2 boys don't need to eat, Asahi said. That's perfect. I'm a bit hungry myself. How about I give you a task for becoming my apprentices? Go east for 3 miles, there's a small river. Catch a few fish for our dinner. If you can do that, I'll agree to take you as my disciples. After handing the candies to Konan, Asahi spoke to the 3 youngsters. He had scanned the river with his divine sense before and had confirmed the presence of many fish in it. As for this simple task, it was just a formality. Don't worry, we will definitely complete the task. Yahiko declared loudly. He didn't mind that only Konan had received candy. Konan, like a comrade to him and Nagato, would receive candy from him even if he had received it initially. Nagato remained silent, clearly sharing Yahiko's sentiment. As Konan received the candies, she looked at them with hesitation. First, she felt embarrassed because she was the only one who received candy. Second, she didn't know how to open them. The candies Asahi gave her were sealed in plastic, which was different from the oil paper wrapped candies she was familiar with in this world. Upon hearing Yahiko's assurance, Asahi nodded in satisfaction. Then he noticed Konan's predicament. He paused for a moment, understanding her dilemma. She didn't want to keep it all to herself, didn't know how to open it, and wanted to share with her companions. Asahi walked over to Konan, crouched down, and tore open one of the candies. He then held it up to her lips, offering it to her. "Open your mouth," Asahi said with a warm smile. Konan, looking somewhat bewildered, gazed at this older brother with deep and mysterious eyes and obediently opened her mouth. Asahi directly placed the candy in Konan's mouth, causing her to exclaim in surprise. Konan's face turned red. She felt the warmth of being cared for, a feeling she hadn't experienced in a long time. Moreover, the candy tasted incredibly sweet, even sweeter than the ones her mother used to give her when she was a child. After finishing this act of kindness, Asahi stood up and clapped his hands. "Let's get going, the journey is quite a distance." "All right." Yahiko shouted excitedly and rushed out without any restraint, with Nagato quickly following him. Only Konan took a moment to carefully pick up the candy bag that Asahi had thrown on the ground earlier. She wiped off the dirt stains, treasured it, and placed it in her pocket. Afterward, she briskly caught up with Yahiko and Nagato, but her smile was even brighter than usual. Asahi had noticed Konan's actions, but he didn't stop her. That candy wrapper was probably a precious memento for her. Watching the three youngsters run ahead, a smile appeared on Asahi's face. This feeling was rather nice. As they walked briskly, the benefits of their training quickly became evident. Although the three youngsters had been wandering around since childhood, their stamina ran out surprisingly fast due to their enthusiastic sprint. On the other hand, Asahi continued to effortlessly keep pace with the three of them, showing no signs of exhaustion. Of course, it was thanks to the assistance of the system. If it were anyone else, after such training, they wouldn't be in such good shape. The three young ones, whose stamina had been significantly drained due to their efforts, began to slow down. Asahi continued to stroll leisurely beside them. In just a short 3-mile journey, it took the four of them a little over 10 minutes to arrive. "Hehe, we finally made it. Nagato, Konan, let's hurry down and catch some fish," Yahiko exclaimed with an optimistic attitude, his voice filled with cheerfulness. Perhaps Yahiko's positive and cheerful attitude was infectious, as the continuous rain had finally stopped, and the sky was gradually clearing up. "Yeah. Sure thing." Nagato and Konan readily agreed, and then Yahiko rolled up his pants and jumped straight into the river. However, the river turned out to be deeper than expected, causing Nagato and Konan to scream in shock. But Yahiko quickly resurfaced, spat out some water, and shouted to the two of them, "Konan, Nagato, don't come in. The water is a bit deep. Stay by the riverbank and help me catch the fish." Relieved to see that Yahiko was unharmed, Konan and Nagato obediently waited by the riverbank as instructed. Yahiko dived back into the water. After about 30 seconds, he surfaced to catch his breath and then continued his task. Almost every time he resurfaced, Yahiko had managed to catch a fish, bringing smiles to Konan and Nagato on the shore. Even Asahi couldn't help but smile. Despite having the lowest talent among them, Yahiko was proving to be quite skilled at catching fish. Chapter 8, Student Introduction. Perhaps due to the abundant resources in the world of the Hokage, Yahiko quickly caught several fish, more than enough to feed all four of them. However, Yahiko was still a bit concerned and wanted to catch a few more. Asahi promptly intervened, saying, "That's enough, kids. Catching more would be wasteful." Hearing this, Yahiko finally came ashore, his excitement apparent. As soon as he reached the shore, he couldn't help but ask, "So, have we completed the mission?" In response to their eager anticipation, Asahi smiled and nodded, saying, "Yes, you have." Yahoo! Excitement filled the voices of the three youngsters. In this dark world, they had never felt such brightness in their future. Suddenly, Asahi's expression turned serious, and he put away his smile. "I can take you on as my disciples, but there are rules in my clan that you must follow. First, never betray or harm your teacher. Second, do not engage in evil deeds. Third, do not bully the weak. Fourth, do not harm your fellow clan members." Asahi finished listing the rules, but Yahiko and the others were still staring at him in a daze, which furrowed his brows. "What's the matter? Can't you handle these rules?" "Ah? No, no." The three hurriedly reassured him. "So why are you just standing there?" Asahi asked, puzzled. The three youngsters exchanged glances before Yahiko, as their de facto leader, stepped forward and cautiously asked, are these the only rules? Oh, I see. Asahi chuckled. So, do you want more rules then? No, no. Yahiko quickly waved his hands. I heard that there are many rules in the Great Ninja Village, so I was just curious. The Great Ninja Village certainly has many rules, but Asahi is not from the Great Ninja Village, he is the head of the Tashuna clan. Moreover, his clan currently consists only of him, so why would he need so many rules? He doesn't plan to stay in one place for long, so 4 rules are enough. If he has disciples in the future, they can set their own rules. He just wants to be a peaceful clan leader without the hassle of founding and managing a clan, it's too much trouble. Haha, I'm not a ninja from the Great Ninja Village, or more accurately, I don't even have a ninja village. By the way, my clan is called the Tashuna clan. You can think of it as an organization or large family, they're pretty much the same. I am the current head of the Tashuna clan, and from now on, you are my disciples. Asahi explained to the 3 youngsters. When they heard this, they weren't too concerned about the rules, they were just elated that they would be Asahi's disciples. Their faces couldn't hide their smiles, and they quickly bowed, shouting, Sensei. Asahi shook his head and said, kneel down and bow 3 times. Hey! Clearly, the 3 youngsters were confused. These are the rules, the apprentice-taking rules of our Tashuna clan. Asahi didn't explain that these were simplified traditions of bowing to a teacher but rather presented them as the rules of the Tashuna clan. Plop! Upon hearing this, the 3 youngsters immediately knelt on the ground and bowed 3 times. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring a disciple with B-grade talent Yahiko. Reward, Chakra Refinement Method, Spiritual Technique Version, Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring a disciple with A-grade talent Konan. Reward, Comprehensive Basic Ninjutsu Manual. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring a disciple with S-grade talent Nagato. Reward, B-grade Complete Ninjutsu Manual, Advancement to Chunin Level Strength. Boom! The 3 youngsters, who had not yet started their training, couldn't sense it, but Asahi could easily feel that the surrounding energy had instantly become denser. Then, this energy quickly entered his body and underwent rapid transformation. In an instant, it was as if he had been practicing diligently for months, but without any signs of instability. Asahi was quite satisfied with this deal. He had experienced the benefits of being stronger before, so taking on disciples would save him several months of time. What a profitable venture! Asahi nodded in satisfaction and said, all right, get up. According to the customs of the ninja world, let's start with some self-introductions. Tell me about your dreams. It reminded Asahi of the time when he used to read the original Naruto manga. Every time a new class was formed, there was always a self-introduction session like this. This was his way of commemorating the original story since he knew that his presence might change everything. Upon hearing Asahi's request for self-introductions, Yahiko eagerly raised his hands and shouted, I'll go first, I'll go first. Asahi smiled. After all, they were just kids, no matter how mature they tried to act. I'm Yahiko, and I like eating a full meal with Nagato and Konan. I hate war and going hungry. My dream is to bring peace to this weeping country. Peace, that's a noble dream. But it's not an easy one to achieve. You'll have to work hard for it in the future. Asahi encouraged Yahiko with a smile. Different from before when he was often ridiculed, this time Yahiko received approval and encouragement. It came from his teacher, and that excited him. Don't worry, sensei. I'll definitely work hard. Sooner or later, I'll bring peace to this country. Good, I believe in you. After that, Asahi turned his gaze to Nagato. I'm Nagato. I like standing behind Yahiko, and I dislike being alone. My dream is to help Yahiko achieve his dream. Nagato's voice was gentle, giving him an elegant demeanor. It was hard to imagine how much impact Yahiko's death in the original story had on him to make him so determined. This time, Asahi didn't need to say anything before Yahiko became dissatisfied. Nagato, you're a man, how can you just follow behind me? You need to have your own dream. Hearing Yahiko's loud complaints, Nagato continued to smile gently. Is that so? Then my dream is to bring peace to the land of rain. What? That's just the same as before. Yahiko complained. All right, all right. On the path to realizing your dreams, the support of your companions is essential. Yahiko, you're very lucky, Asahi interrupted Yahiko's complaints and approved of Nagato's dream, which made Yahiko quiet down. I'm Konan. I like being with Yahiko and Nagato, and well, I like candy too. I hate wandering alone. My dream is to watch Yahiko and the others succeed and earn our teacher's approval. Konan's eyes were practically smiling, giving her a lively appearance. After hearing the self-introductions, Asahi felt a sense of nostalgia. He was moved by their shared experiences of hating hunger, war, and loneliness. These were things that a modern person, born under the banner of peace, would find it difficult to imagine. Despite being an orphan himself, Asahi had inherited a substantial fortune and never had to worry about basic needs. Now that the three of them had finished introducing themselves, they looked at Asahi expectantly. Teacher, what about you? Chapter 9, Sensei Aura. The three young ones were genuinely curious about their teacher, even though they had already become his disciples. He seemed mysterious to them. He wasn't a ninja from the great ninja village, yet he possessed formidable strength, and most importantly, they didn't even know his name. Well, Asahi raised his head, his eyes fixed on the sun breaking through the clouds. It was his first time contemplating his own identity. What was his dream? It seemed like since the first time he bowed his head and yielded to the pressure of the school principal, his dream had been getting further and further away from him. I'm Asahi. I come from a very distant place. I have many things I like, but I won't list them all. Things I dislike, well, it should be bowing to others. As for my dream, it's to teach a few students well and revive the Tashuna clan. Even though the name Asahi sounded a bit strange, Yahiko, who was easygoing, clearly wasn't focused on that detail. What's with that, Teacher Asahi? Your dream is too basic. A dream should be something you achieve with your own efforts. You can't just rely on your disciples for it. Even though I'm a genius, you're putting a lot of pressure on me. Ha ha ha. Asahi narrowed his eyes in disdain while looking at Yahiko's self-absorbed appearance. Where did this guy with a B-grade talent get the courage to say such things? However, he still needed to maintain the image of a teacher. You guys don't understand yet. Sometimes, passing on your legacy is even more important than personal strength. Yes, this sentence was absolutely correct. Otherwise, with the power to create systems that the previous clan head possessed, it wouldn't have taken so many eras for the system to reach Asahi. Qin Ershi had been an emperor before, and despite not being as capable, he had still been an emperor. But the Tashuna clan had gone through countless eras and only reached its second generation with Asahi. Was this fair? What did it signify? It indicated that sometimes, it's better not to get personally involved. Instead, cultivate a few disciples and let them carry the legacy. Yahiko clearly didn't care about Asahi's words. On the contrary, Konan, with an admiring expression, looked at Asahi. She felt that Asahi's education to Yahiko was full of charm and wisdom. All right, let's quickly roast the fish and get ready for lunch. Asahi didn't engage in further playful banter with the three youngsters. He was starting to feel hungry and wanted something to eat. Hearing him mention food, the youngsters' stomachs betrayed their emptiness with growls. Asahi chuckled helplessly. You guys clean the fish, I'll go gather some firewood. The three youngsters obediently began preparing the fish, while Asahi wandered through the forest for a while, chopping a few branches and assessing a tree for suitable wood. Most importantly, he happened to come across a wild rabbit. In the spirit of not wasting anything, he casually caught it. Carrying the rabbit in one hand and using Chakra to envelop the pile of wood, Asahi made his way back to the riverside. The three youngsters had already finished preparing the fish, so Asahi handed the rabbit to Yahiko and instructed him to clean it. Why Yahiko? Well, it was quite simple. He was lively, had less talent, and needed some work to do, right? This was a professional teacher's decision. Good students who learned well and behaved were highly regarded by teachers. Yahiko didn't mind at all, he was used to this kind of work. He took out a small knife he had found and quickly skinned, gutted, and bled the rabbit. He even rinsed it off in the river. By the time he finished, Asahi had arranged the firewood and skewered the fish on some branches. Then, Yahiko's attention was drawn to Asahi's actions. Asahi didn't form hand seals, but instead, he simply made a single hand seal and exclaimed, Ninpo, roaring dragon flame. Instantly, a small purple fire dragon materialized out of thin air. Unlike regular fire release jutsu, this one didn't require breathing fire from the mouth, it was created in the air like earth release. Moreover, the purple flames looked quite advanced. It's so cool. Yahiko stared in amazement at the floating purple fire dragon. The dragon breathed a burst of flames towards the firewood pile, which instantly ignited. The pile of firewood burned brightly, as if it had met a source of fire, and quickly caught fire. Don't ask why Asahi hasn't used that many jutsu he just acquired. Those fire release jutsu, they're all just so-so in terms of style. But the roaring dragon flame jutsu is different. It's so cool, it would be a shame not to use it. Besides, using this jutsu would help establish a powerful influence over the three youngsters, a win-win situation. Asahi-sensei, Asahi-sensei. I want to learn that jutsu, please, I really want to learn it, Yahiko said, instantly becoming a devoted fanboy. The rabbit in his hand suddenly didn't seem appealing anymore as he looked at Asahi with puppy eyes. Konan and Nagato were no different. Their eyes sparkled like stars as they gazed at Asahi with admiration. Seeing that his goal was achieved, Asahi pretended to be profound and shook his head. You guys can't learn it yet. You haven't even learned to crawl properly, and you're already thinking about flying. Then when can we learn it? Yahiko didn't give up, still staring hopefully at Asahi. Asahi pretended to contemplate. Maybe when you reach the level of Janin, you'll be close to being able to learn it. Of course, considering your talents, Nagato might be the only one capable of using it. As for Yahiko and Konan, even if they learned it, the chakra consumption would increase, and the power would decrease. It would be a losing proposition. Of course, Asahi didn't say that out loud. He couldn't dampen their enthusiasm. Besides, he would likely have some suitable jutsu for them by the time they reached that level. Upon hearing Asahi say that they had to reach Janin level to learn it, Yahiko didn't feel disappointed at all. He understood that more powerful jutsu required greater strength. Now, he was actually more intrigued by something else. Asahi-sensei, does this mean you're already at or above Janin level? Yahiko's eyes shone with anticipation as he asked Asahi. Nagato and Konan were equally surprised and exclaimed, is it true, Asahi-sensei? What was a Janin level? It was the upper echelon of the entire ninja world, the elite of every ninja village. While they knew Asahi was strong, the three youngsters had no real understanding of how ninja strength was categorized. And from what Asahi had just implied, becoming a Janin was a prerequisite to learning that jutsu. In other words, Asahi might become even stronger. Now, Asahi was caught off guard by their questioning. He was indeed strong, but he was currently only a Janin. How should he respond? Admitting it might be awkward since he didn't want to deceive the kids, but it would also jeopardize the aura of being their sensei. Chapter 10, Temporary House. However, in this vast world, one's appetite was even bigger. While the skies were vast, and the earth was heavy, nothing weighed heavier than one's pride. In order to save face, Asahi had no choice but to let go of his shame and start bragging. Janin? That's nothing. To be precise, I should be even stronger than the 5 kg. Well, when he used the experience card earlier, he really was the strongest in the shinobi world, even stronger than the sage of the 6 paths. So, it wasn't exactly bragging. Yes, that's right, it wasn't bragging. How could it be considered bragging when it concerned his master? This was merely appropriate packaging. Originally, Asahi had been planning to console himself a little, but the more he thought about it, the more he felt that what he said made sense. By the end of it, Asahi's confidence unexpectedly surged, and he didn't feel an ounce of guilt. Wow! That's amazing! The 3 youngsters looked at Asahi in awe. While they didn't know how strong the 5 kg were, anyone who could become the kage of Konohagakure had to be extraordinarily powerful. And when Asahi claimed to be even stronger than them, how could they not admire him? They felt incredibly lucky to have him as their teacher. Inside, Nagato, who had been on edge, relaxed. Asahi was so powerful, he probably wouldn't have any malicious intentions toward him. Indeed, Nagato had been quite tense, fearing that Asahi might notice his unusual eyes and develop greedy thoughts. After all, he had effortlessly killed 2 ninja with his newfound abilities. He was afraid of being found out by Asahi, who might then target him, and he was afraid of losing everything he had gained so suddenly. If Asahi knew what Nagato was thinking, he would probably burst into laughter. Would he envy Nagato's rennigan? No way. With his mastery of ninjutsu, there was no ninja technique he couldn't use, be it wood release, Sharingan, or rennigan, as long as it fell within the scope of jutsu. Plus, due to his techniques and physique, his chakra levels were unusually abundant. As for Nagato's worries, they were merely unfounded fears of being scrutinized and living in constant nervousness. In reality, a highly talented disciple like Nagato who focused single-mindedly on cultivation was miles apart from a similarly talented disciple who was always on edge and couldn't focus on their training. And considering the system's behavior, Asahi expected that when Nagato and the others became stronger to a certain degree, he would also receive rewards. So, whether publicly or privately, Asahi would only help Nagato and not harm him. Cough, cough. Let's grill the fish quickly. Right now, you should focus on building your foundations and not think about all sorts of chaotic things. Although Asahi had a strong mental fortitude, he still felt a bit awkward being constantly stared at with admiration by the three young disciples, who he had deceived. All right. Although they still wanted to learn more, the three youngsters obediently sat down by the fire. They were still a bit damp, and while it wasn't yet cold in the evening, warming up by the fire was a good idea. At this moment, Asahi displayed his superb skills in various areas, which required no study or practice. Asahi, who was proficient in multiple skills, easily grilled several enticing fish with perfectly seared skin, as well as an oil-dripping roasted rabbit. The three young disciples, who hadn't eaten meat for a long time, enjoyed the meal immensely, especially since Asahi grilled everything to perfection. However, Asahi's mood wasn't as delightful because there were no seasonings. As a modern gourmet, he couldn't quite enjoy barbecued food without any seasonings. It would have been acceptable if there were no cumin or chili, but not even salt? Asahi found it difficult to swallow without any saltiness. His loss of appetite puzzled the three young disciples, but Asahi didn't tell them the truth, he just said he wasn't very hungry. To be honest, this had somewhat shaken the three young disciples' worldview. The precious food in their eyes was something Asahi couldn't even eat. Asahi didn't want to shatter their innocence entirely, so he kept quiet. However, he silently resolved to go earn some money tomorrow to buy seasonings, otherwise, he couldn't continue living like this. Asahi was silently making plans as he cleared the area with an earth release jutsu, revealing a smooth surface. This made the three little ones cast sideways glances at each other, but they didn't make a fuss. Asahi looked satisfied at the flat surface he had created with his ninjutsu. Alright, the environment here is pretty good, and it's secluded enough. We need to prepare some wood to build a house. From now on, we'll live here and I'll teach you ninjutsu. Great! Hearing that Asahi planned to build a house and teach them ninjutsu, the three youngsters couldn't help but cheer. After the cheering, Konan and Nagato eagerly waited for Asahi's next instructions. However, being naturally thick-skinned and fueled by excitement, Yahiko dashed into the woods. Only when he looked back did he realize he was alone. In a bit of a panic, he shouted to Asahi and the others, "Asahi-sensei, Nagato, Konan, hurry over here." Konan looked at Yahiko with a wry smile and shook her head. "Yahiko, we don't have any tools. What's the rush?" Nagato didn't say anything, but he clearly shared the same sentiment. Asahi looked at Yahiko with an amused expression. He felt that Yahiko's thick skin and impulsive nature were somewhat reminiscent of Naruto Uzumaki. Yeah, you're right. Haha. Ha ha ha. Yahiko, now realizing his haste was in vain, awkwardly scratched his head and chuckled. "Alright, you three can just watch." Asahi smiled and shook his head, then walked up to Yahiko, activating his chakra and quickly forming hand seals. Wind release, wind slice. With expert chakra control, Asahi executed the C-rank ninjutsu, wind slice, using it like a cutting blade. As the jutsu was employed, a multitude of trees instantly became bare. Asahi repeated the process, and with another wind slice, trees in the distance tumbled down. In a matter of minutes, the ground was covered with construction materials. Using these materials and combining them with earth release, Asahi slowly began constructing a wooden house. During this process, the three youngsters assisted as best they could. While they couldn't use ninjutsu, they worked hard to help Asahi arrange and secure the wood. This made them feel involved and part of the process. Of course, those who knew construction understood that building a house solely with wood and earth release was a difficult task. However, it was still feasible to deceive Yahiko, Konan, Nagato, and others who were not knowledgeable in the field. The successful construction of a rainproof house was thanks to Asahi secretly using wood release to bond the wood together. Otherwise, with Asahi and the three youngsters being novices, it would have been challenging to build a stable structure that wouldn't collapse. Chapter 11, Basic of Chakra. Of course, Asahi could have used wood release to directly build a luxurious wooden house. In the original story, Hashirama Senju also used wood release to construct houses, but Asahi didn't dare to do so. At this point in time, Hashirama, the first Hokage, had recently passed away, and the reputation of wood release still lingered in people's minds. Additionally, there might be spies observing secretly, like Madara Uchiha, who didn't die, and Zetsu. To avoid drawing their attention, Asahi was being cautious. Although in the future, he would certainly have fun with these individuals, Asahi recognized that he was still weak at that moment. To avoid making anyone feel that he was too much of a threat and planning to eliminate him, Asahi felt it was better to keep a low profile. Great success, perfect. Asahi was satisfied as he clapped his hands together, even though there was no actual dirt on them. The three youngsters looked at the brand new small wooden house with sparkling eyes. Although their involvement in building it was minimal, they felt an immense sense of achievement. Master, are we going to live here from now on? Excited, Konan circled the wooden house, hopped onto the steps, and enthusiastically asked. Nagato and Yahiko were equally thrilled, exploring every nook and cranny. They hadn't lived in a proper house for a long time. For safety reasons, they usually slept in caves. Yes, but today's time is too tight. Tomorrow, I'll go to the nearby town to buy bedding and food. Today, let's make do without it. Asahi couldn't help but smile when he saw the excitement on the faces of the three youngsters. It's okay, Master. This is already great. Yet. We're going inside. The three youngsters didn't mind the lack of bedding at all, they were still excited. Alright, let's go in. Once you've calmed down, I'll teach you how to refine chakra. Asahi shook his head helplessly, this was how children should be. Hooray! The three youngsters cheered together and rushed into the newly built house. Asahi followed them inside with a smile. However, because he was about to teach his disciples, Asahi approached this matter very seriously. The first step in training was to have a good method of exercise. Asahi possessed the Senjutsu, and when he accepted Yahiko as his disciple, the system even rewarded him with a Senjutsu version of the chakra refinement method. Asahi didn't fully understand what this was about, but he knew that he could always ask the system when he had questions. System. Ding. Host, I'm here. I want to ask, what's the deal with that Senjutsu version of the chakra refinement method? Ding. Due to the current world's rules, there's a problem. Natural energy contains a volatile factor, and without the system's assistance, your disciples can't safely absorb natural energy. The Senjutsu version of the chakra refinement method can be understood as a simplified version of the Senjutsu. It removes the absorption of natural energy and focuses solely on refining chakra within the body and spirit, aligning with the laws of this world. T/N, I have changed the spiritual technique to Senjutsu as from the explanation it seems more focused on natural energy. With this explanation from the system, Asahi understood the situation. Back when he watched the anime, Asahi knew that only by practicing Senjutsu could one absorb natural energy. Moreover, this process was extremely dangerous, and a slight mistake could lead to death. For example, the petrification from Mount Myaboku. Furthermore, after practicing Senjutsu, there would be obvious physical changes. In the anime, Naruto, for example, achieved a perfect sage mode but still retained the orange pigmentation around his eyes. Not to mention those like Jiraiya and Kabuto Yakushi, who underwent substantial transformations, practically becoming different species. Then why hasn't my appearance changed? Ding! As for the host's appearance, it's because the Senjutsu is the most suitable training technique for humanoid forms. I see. Bringing his focus back to reality, the excitement of the three youngsters had mostly worn off. Okay, come over and sit cross-legged. Hearing Asahi's instructions, the three youngsters understood that Asahi was about to start teaching them how to train. They became serious and obediently sat cross-legged in front of Asahi, eagerly watching him. Ahem, first of all, you need to understand that to become a ninja, you must be able to extract chakra. This is a talent, and those who can successfully refine chakra make up only 1% of humanity or even fewer. As soon as Asahi said this, the three youngsters instantly became nervous. Could they really refine chakra? Of course, Asahi noticed their anxiety and reassured them, saying, but you don't need to worry about that. I've already checked, and your talents are all quite good. Phew. The three youngsters visibly breathed a sigh of relief. Asahi continued, however, refining chakra is just the first step in becoming a ninja. You also need to learn how to use chakra, how to use ninjutsu, taijutsu, genjutsu, and so on. But remember, a journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. You've missed the golden age of training. In most ninja villages, children start refining chakra and learning ninjutsu at the age of 6. And here you are, already in your teens. So, you need to focus on strengthening your fundamentals. Seeing Asahi's serious expression, the three youngsters shouted in unison, "Yes, sensei." "Very good." Asahi nodded and continued, "Now, I'll explain to you what chakra is and teach you the Tajuna clan method of chakra refinement. Remember, you must never casually teach this method to others. To put it frankly, Tajuna clan chakra refinement method can be considered the most powerful in the entire ninja world." Asahi wasn't boasting, this chakra refinement method, simplified from Senjutsu, was truly unmatched by any other techniques in the ninja world. This isn't just to protect the secrecy of our clan, more importantly, you're still too weak. Remember, an innocent man is free from suspicion, but a guilty man is sure to arouse suspicion. Listening to Asahi's guidance, the three youngsters nodded firmly. "Sensei, you can trust us. Even if someone were to kill us, we would never teach the technique to outsiders." Asahi shook his head, "If someone were to kill you just to obtain the technique, give it to them without hesitation. Furthermore, if you ever take on disciples in the future, you can pass it down to them. But be cautious, and don't tarnish Tajuna clan's reputation." "Yes, sensei." The three youngsters were deeply moved by their sensei's care. It was truly heartwarming. "Now, let's begin. Chakra is the energy extracted from the 30 trillion cells in the human body and one's own spirit. Concentrate your focus, and I'll guide you through the process of circulating chakra." Chapter 12, Rennigan. After instructing the three youngsters in their training techniques, Asahi calmly observed them as they diligently refined their chakra. Several minutes later, Nagato was the first to open his eyes. Asahi nodded in approval. His S-rank talent wasn't in vain. "You've refined it?" he asked. Nagato nodded faintly. Although his expression remained calm, there was excitement within him. "Well done. Being the possessor of the rennigan, your talent truly ranks among the top in the ninja world." Asahi complimented him. However, when he mentioned the word rennigan, Nagato's body tensed instantly. Even though he knew it was impossible to hide it from Asahi, Nagato didn't know how to broach the subject. Asahi noticed his unease and looked at Nagato with curiosity, asking, "What's the matter?" Nagato hesitated, wanting to speak but unsure of how to express himself. "Sensei, you." Nagato stammered. Seeing Nagato's reluctance, Asahi quickly understood what was going on. "What's wrong? Are you afraid I might covet your rennigan?" "No, sensei, it's not like that. It's just..." Hearing Asahi's words, Nagato became anxious and denied any such suspicion. "I know what you're thinking, don't worry." Asahi comforted Nagato with a smile. "How about we go outside and have a chat? Just the two of us." Nagato didn't refuse Asahi's suggestion and followed him outside. The night was gradually growing darker, and the sky was adorned with a bright moon. Asahi stood by the riverside, feeling the gentle breeze on his face, while Nagato, with his red hair, stood behind him, lowering his head. "Nagato, do you think having the rennigan is a blessing or a curse?" Nagato was puzzled by Asahi's question and didn't know how to answer. After pondering for a while, he could only provide an uncertain response. Asahi looked at Nagato and extended his hand to gently pat his head. "In my opinion, you're somewhat unfortunate. Although you possess such a powerful bloodline limit, it must have been quite painful when it awakened in the first place. Even though I don't know what happened to you back then, you probably awakened this bloodline limit due to some form of trauma, right?" Listening to Asahi's words, the memories of Nagato's childhood resurfaced in his mind once again. He recalled the helplessness and pain his parents had felt before their tragic end, and his body trembled. Tears welled up in his eyes, and he couldn't hold back any longer. "Sensei. Nagato choked on his words, wanting to explain himself to Asahi, but he was stopped by his sensei. Asahi knelt down and gently wiped away Nagato's tears. "You don't need to tell me. I can see that these memories are painful for you. Nagato sobbed uncontrollably and threw himself into Asahi's embrace. Despite having toughened up during his time as a wanderer, when he found a safe haven, Nagato couldn't help but drop his guard. Asahi patted Nagato's back gently with both hands. Even though I don't know how you awakened your bloodline limit, your eyes now carry the hopes and aspirations of others, not just your own. Treasure them, and cherish what you hold dear. Their expectations now rest upon your shoulders. So, you must look at this world with care. You don't need to worry anymore. Although the power of the rennigan is formidable, your sensei won't compete for it. Besides, you're my direct disciple. Do you think I'm such an unscrupulous teacher? To lighten the mood, Asahi cracked a joke. Indeed, Nagato stopped crying and shook his head. Of course not, sensei. You're the best person to us. Nagato genuinely felt this way. Even though they had only known each other for less than a day, he could clearly feel Asahi's kindness and care for them. So, from now on, live a bit more carefree. Don't always pretend to be an adult. You're just a kid. Furthermore, don't be afraid anymore. When the sky falls, there will be someone to support it. If anyone ever targets you, your teacher won't be idle. After saying this, Asahi lightly tapped Nagato's forehead and then walked back into the house without looking back. Ngh. Nagato, who had been tapped on the forehead, winced a little and rubbed his forehead. However, his face was filled with a smile. Sensei, wait for me. Seeing that Asahi had already walked a distance away, Nagato quickly called out and hurried to catch up with him. Unbeknownst to the two departing figures, a white head suddenly appeared underground as soon as they left. Tisk tisk, this person is quite interesting. Just a chunin, and he doesn't even care about the rennigan. How should I handle him? Well, I'll let the master decide when I get back. The white head muttered to itself for a moment before sinking back into the ground. In an unknown underground chamber, a withered old man sat in a chair. What was terrifying was that several tubes extended from his body, connecting to a massive and horrifying statue behind him. Yes, this was the man known as Shura Uchiha Madara. At this moment, Madara was resting with his eyes closed, and the entire space was eerily quiet. Suddenly, he opened his eyes. What is it? A pitch-black figure emerged from underground, none other than the obedient and devoted servant of the ninja world, Black Zetsu. Master, White Zetsu, who is responsible for monitoring the rennigan, has sent a message. It appears that Nagato has chosen a chunin as his teacher. Oh? Nagato, that little rascal, chose a chunin as his teacher? Are you sure? Madara felt somewhat surprised. Yes, it's confirmed. Although this chunin has a relatively abundant chakra, he is indeed just a chunin. What do you think, should we do something about him? Black Zetsu cautiously inquired. Madara waved his hand, and the Sharingan on his eyes revolved. What does this chunin think about the rennigan? According to White Zetsu's report, this chunin seems rather interesting. Despite having limited strength, he shows no greed for the rennigan. He even made bold claims about protecting Nagato. Black Zetsu replied honestly. Tisk tisk, interesting, Madara revealed an amused expression. After some thought, Madara instructed Black Zetsu, very well, if Nagato is not in danger, then there's no need to interfere with them. It's about time my eyes get accustomed to him, and he should begin his training. A chunin should be sufficient to guide that little rascal. He, Black Zetsu let out an eerie laugh. Yes, master. That chunin is quite lucky, isn't he? To become the teacher of the rennigan. From another perspective, he could be considered your teacher as well. Madara raised an eyebrow as he looked at Black Zetsu, wondering if this entity was truly his own manifestation. Why did it seem so idiotic and nothing like himself? All right, you can go now. Madara frowned slightly, not saying much more, and dismissed Black Zetsu. Then, he closed his eyes once again. In the already cramped space, silence once more enveloped everything. Chapter 13, Senjutsu and Fuinjutsu. Asahi naturally had no idea about the conversation taking place in that cramped underground chamber between Uchiha Madara and Black Zetsu. However, the events that followed proved that his earlier caution was not unfounded. After consoling Nagato and returning to the small wooden house, Asahi noticed that Konan had already woken up. She was standing by the door, keeping an eye on Yahiko, occasionally glancing toward the entrance with curiosity about where Asahi and Nagato had gone. It was clear that she was eager to know where they had been, but she refrained from asking aloud, as she didn't want to disturb Yahiko. Her adorable demeanor melted Asahi's heart a little. It was as if, for this man in his early 30s, Asahi was experiencing the feelings of a protective father. Daughters truly were their father's little cotton jackets. While Konan wasn't Asahi's biological daughter, she was his disciple and had become like a daughter to him. Before Asahi could fully embrace this newfound paternal feeling and cherish the experience of caring for a daughter, Nagato rushed inside, looking flustered. His hurried entrance shifted Konan's attention from Asahi to him. Normally, Nagato wasn't one to act rashly, so this abrupt entrance surprised Konan even more. Due to his rapid pace, Nagato's hair, which usually covered his eyes, was blown aside by the wind, revealing his eyes, which were swollen and red from crying. In truth, Konan had known Nagato for many years and had never seen him cry before, so his current state was quite shocking. But when she realized that he was about to burst into tears, she was even more surprised. Nagato's panicked appearance made Konan's attention shift from Yahiko to him. Because he had run so fast, Nagato's hair, which usually covered his eyes, was blown away, revealing his now red eyes that he couldn't hide any longer. Seeing Nagato like this, Konan was genuinely astonished. Nagato quickly realized the situation and his embarrassment made his face turn even redder. He tried to cover it up by using his hands to readjust his hair to hide his eyes again, pretending that nothing had happened. But the redness of his face couldn't be concealed. Asahi, witnessing Nagato's attempt to save face, couldn't help but burst into laughter. He playfully ruffled Nagato's hair, messing it up again. "You little rascal, you clearly have friends to confide in, yet you insisted on keeping it all to yourself. Sensei." Nagato squirmed and tried to break free from Asahi's grasp, but he couldn't resist the laughter. Konan, seeing Nagato's disheveled appearance and Asahi's teasing, couldn't contain her laughter either. Her laughter only added to Nagato's embarrassment. Nagato's awkwardness didn't last too long, thanks to Yahiko. "Ha ha ha. I'm number one. I truly am a genius, I refined my chakra in such a short time." Yahiko exclaimed with his eyes still closed, throwing his head back in hearty laughter. Asahi didn't interrupt him, simply watching Yahiko. As for Nagato and Konan, they both had suppressed smiles, feeling embarrassed on Yahiko's behalf. Once Yahiko had laughed enough, he finally opened his eyes and looked ahead. As a result, Yahiko's smile, while staring at his awakened companions, froze in an instant. Sensei, and Nagato, Konan. You guys, you've all refined your chakra and woken up, hey. Hee hee." Seeing Yahiko's forced smile and his feeble attempt to salvage the situation, Asahi decisively didn't give him any hope. Yet, Nagato woke up first, just over 10 minutes after refining his chakra. As for Konan, she took a little longer, but not much. Asahi's words had Yahiko instantly sporting a mournful expression. He lowered his head, and it felt as though a black cloud passed overhead. So embarrassing. Arg. Yahiko wasn't disheartened, he just felt humiliated in front of his comrades. Nagato and Konan, seeing Yahiko's dejected demeanor, exchanged a glance and wanted to offer some words of comfort. "Yahiko, actually. Yosh." Before they could speak, Yahiko's thunderous shout interrupted them. "Great. I'm proud to have you guys as my partners. I've decided I'll work even harder from now on and surpass all of you." Seeing Yahiko's high-spirited expression, the words they had wanted to say were forgotten. Squinting his eyes, wearing a big grin, Konan gently encouraged Yahiko, "Yahiko, I believe you'll succeed." Nagato nodded in agreement, silently supporting Yahiko. Touched by their comrades' encouragement, Yahiko extended his hand to them. "So, from now on, let's all give it our best." Nagato and Konan placed their palms on Yahiko's hand and chorused, "Yes, let's do our best." Asahi wore a gentle smile on his face as he watched these three hopeful children. At this moment, he felt that his life had just begun to have real meaning. "All right, enough with the sentimentality here. Remember, hard work isn't just about talking, it's about action. Of course, let's start our training." The three of them shouted in unison at Asahi, their voices filled with hope. Asahi smiled and didn't stop them but advised, "Training is good, but remember to take care of your bodies. You're still growing, and your nutrition needs to catch up. Be mindful not to strain yourselves." "Don't worry, Sensei, we'll train." The three of them replied, determined. With that said, they each returned to their rooms to refine their chakra. As for Asahi, after a day filled with various activities, including battling Hanzo, taking on disciples, and building the small wooden house, he felt a bit weary. It was worth noting that he had only been in this world for one day. However, he had no intention of resting. Instead, he walked outside the house. Staring at the wooden house in front of him, Asahi formed hand seals, and his chakra rapidly surged within him. Senpo, hidden seal formation. In an instant, numerous black runes flowed out from Asahi's palms, seeming almost alive as they quickly covered the entire small wooden house before disappearing from view. After casting one ninjutsu, Asahi didn't stop, he continued to form hand seals. Senpo, protective barrier. Once again, countless runes emerged from his palms. Unlike the previous ones, these runes didn't hide within the house but formed a shield, enveloping the wooden structure. Under the substantial chakra supply from Asahi, the runes turned semi-transparent before slowly blending into the air. Hu! Having consecutively performed 2 sealing jutsu, especially both being barrier types, even someone with Asahi's immense chakra comparable to a Jinchuriki couldn't help but pant heavily. The consumption was significant, but the effects were undoubtedly noticeable. If an ordinary person were to pass by from the outside, they wouldn't see a thing due to the presence of the hidden seal formation. Even a typical Chunin would only vaguely sense that something was amiss. As for a Jounin, even if they noticed, the protective barrier on the outside could stall them for a while. Despite Asahi currently being just a Chunin, it was a Chunin well versed in sage arts and equipped with sealing jutsu, a formidable combination. If you want to support me, join my Patreon. Have 5 advanced chapters for you guys. Chapter 14, Hidden Rain Village. Don't be fooled by Asahi's current Chunin rank. Thanks to his sage arts chakra, the power of his ninjutsu is on par with that of a Jounin. Moreover, he specializes in one of the most potent ninja techniques in the entire shinobi world, sealing jutsu. These 2 sealing jutsu, while initially received as rewards, both fall under the category of B-rank ninjutsu mastery. However, with the catalytic effect of sage arts chakra, their potency rivals that of regular A-rank ninjutsu. Therefore, with the combined effect of these jutsu, the security of the small wooden house has been preliminarily ensured. Considering the current time frame, it could almost be said that the house is worry-free. After catching his breath, Asahi looked at his handiwork and nodded in satisfaction. He made a mental note to teach the hand seals for entering and exiting the barriers to the 3 disciples tomorrow. Feeling the considerable chakra depletion in his body, Asahi shook his head in resignation. My strength still falls short. Asahi didn't return to his room because he had more tasks to complete, and he didn't want to disturb the 3 young ninja during their training and rest. Sitting cross-legged at the entrance of the small wooden house, Asahi focused his chakra, allowing it to naturally replenish within him. In less than half an hour, he opened his eyes again. Sensing the rejuvenated chakra within him, Asahi nodded in satisfaction. His strength had improved, even if only by a small margin, in this short period of time. Boom! Suddenly, a thunderclap rang out, illuminating the sky for an instant. Asahi looked up at the overcast sky that threatened rain any moment and sighed. The life of a shinobi certainly had its challenges. Initially, Asahi hadn't planned to resort to these measures, but with limited avenues to earn income for the time being, coupled with the substantial resources required for the 3 disciples' training, he had little choice. Asahi shook his head in resignation. He had once thought he held an unbeatable hand, but life had a way of making him play the role of a big swindler. Life, hey? After these inner reflections, Asahi got up and sprinted westward. Becoming a ninja, especially after experiencing powers beyond 6 paths, had sharpened Asahi's reflexes significantly. In the dense forest, Asahi moved like a monkey, leaping from branch to branch. With the surge of chakra enhancing his speed, he was faster than a speeding car. No wonder there were no cars in the ninja world. Ninja speed was more than sufficient for missions spanning across the land. Previously, he had thought that the world of Naruto was too small, but from his current perspective, it was the incredible speed of the shinobi that made the world appear compact. As Asahi continued to traverse the forest, rain began to fall from the sky. His freshly dried clothes were soaked once again. He couldn't help but shake his head. Today, he seemed to be reliving all the rain he had endured over the past few decades. Luckily, Asahi's vision soon caught sight of a village. As he approached, the village became clearer. Tall buildings and industrial-looking drainage pipes all pointed to this being the village hidden in the rain, led by a semi-divine figure of the shinobi world. As Asahi's body drew closer to the entrance of the rain village, his speed gradually decreased. By the time he was almost at the village gate, he had shifted from a sprint to a leisurely stroll. What had initially been an urgent matter now had to be played down, making him feel quite uncomfortable. As Asahi slowly approached, 2 rain village shinobi suddenly jumped out from the shadows. They stood in front of Asahi, assuming combat stances, and asked, "Who are you? What's your intention in approaching our rain village?" As long as Asahi made a wrong move, the 2 rain village shinobi would seize the opportunity to launch an attack. Unfortunately, Asahi had no intention of engaging in combat with them. After all, he was here to borrow money. It wouldn't do to beat up someone's subordinates before even saying a word. "Go back and report to Hanzo, tell him that Asahi of the Tajuna clan has arrived," Asahi instructed the 2 rain village shinobi. Upon hearing Asahi's tone, both of the rain village shinobi were momentarily stunned. Was he giving us orders? One of the more hot-headed rain village shinobi, without thinking, began to speak. "Who's this Asahi of the Tajuna clan? Do you think you can just come here and shut up?" Before he could finish his sentence, the other rain village shinobi quickly interrupted him, speaking in a hushed tone, "Brother, please stop. You're on an assignment this afternoon and not in the village. Lord Hanzo has given the order that if we encounter anyone from the Tajuna clan, we should treat them with respect." The hot-headed rain village shinobi clearly hesitated. "Is there really an Asahi of the Tajuna clan? Who is he? How should I know? But you'd better apologize quickly. Regardless of who they are, it's not someone we can afford to provoke." "Right, right." The hot-headed rain village shinobi had clearly been intimidated and quickly bowed to apologize to Asahi. "I'm terribly sorry, sir. I was blind to not recognize your importance. Please forgive me," said the hot-headed rain village shinobi, bowing deeply. Asahi waved it off dismissively, "No need to worry. Just remember it for next time. Go report to your leader now and tell them that Asahi has arrived." "Yes, but please bear with us for a moment," the hot-headed shinobi said hesitantly. "No problem, take your time," Asahi replied, unconcerned. Seeing Asahi's understanding attitude, the hot-headed shinobi breathed a sigh of relief. After a brief discussion with his companion, the hot-headed shinobi dashed towards the tallest tower in the village center, leaving the other rain village shinobi behind as an escort, or rather, as a monitor. Asahi didn't mind and was busy planning how to deceive Hanzo later. The rain village shinobi left behind to monitor Asahi was also torn. He knew that Asahi was an important person and wanted to strike up a conversation, but he was afraid Asahi wouldn't appreciate it. Both of them had their own thoughts, allowing the rain to pour down on them. While the rain village shinobi was still pondering whether to strike up a conversation or not, an astonishing chakra fluctuation suddenly erupted from within the rain village. This caught the attention of both Asahi and the rain village shinobi. They both knew that this chakra fluctuation belonged to Hanzo. The fact that Hanzo-sama could release such a powerful chakra wave indicated that Asahi of the Tajuna clan was indeed a remarkable individual. However, it was a pity that they couldn't establish a closer relationship. Otherwise, they might have spared themselves decades of hard work. The rain village shinobi sighed quietly in his heart, feeling a bit sentimental. As for Asahi, he was a bit puzzled at the moment. What was going on with this Hanzo guy? Why did he come here all excited and worked up? Did he want to fight me? That shouldn't be the case. I made things clear with him last time. If not that, then is he excited? Nervous? Overjoyed? It seems like the impression I left on him last time was quite profound. Well, that means I don't need to come up with various ridiculous reasons to deceive him this time. That's good news, I suppose. Asahi was silently contemplating this in his heart while maintaining a calm and composed appearance on the outside. Chapter 15, Request Supplies. In just a moment, Asahi saw Hanzo rushing towards him from the rain village. The rain village shinobi who had stayed behind as a monitor looked utterly astonished. Who was Hanzo? He was the leader of the rain village, a man referred to as a demigod in the ninja world. It could be said that there were very few people in the entire ninja world stronger than him. For such a prominent figure to appear so excited due to Asahi's arrival, it left everyone wondering about Asahi's background. Hanzo immediately greeted Asahi with a bow. I apologize for not welcoming you properly, master of the Tajuna clan. Although Asahi might not seem very powerful at the moment, Hanzo had learned his lesson from their previous encounter. Last time, Asahi had given him quite a scare, even though he had meant no harm. If not for Asahi's good intentions, Hanzo might not be alive today. From the moment Hanzo appeared, Asahi had a sense of unease. What was going on with this guy? Did he want to fight again? That couldn't be it. They had cleared things up last time. So, was he excited? Nervous? Overjoyed? It seemed that Asahi had made quite an impression on Hanzo last time. Well, that meant he didn't need to come up with various ridiculous reasons to deceive him this time. That was good news, at least. Asahi pondered all of this silently while maintaining a composed exterior. Hanzo noticed Asahi's unease and said, "I apologize for the lack of proper welcoming. What trouble brings you here, master of the Tajuna clan? Perhaps we should continue our conversation inside the village." Hanzo's tone held a hint of amusement. Even though he didn't know what trouble Asahi was facing, he was confident that it wasn't related to an enemy threat. Hanzo trusted Asahi's intentions, and if there was something he could help with, it was an opportunity to strengthen their relationship. Asahi, trying to appear calm, replied, "Well, it's nothing major, but I do have a favor to ask. Shall we discuss it inside the village?" Hanzo raised an eyebrow, intrigued by Asahi's request for help. It seemed like there was more to this visit than met the eye. "Of course," Hanzo said with a hint of a smile. "Let's proceed." With Hanzo leading the way and Asahi following, the two of them walked toward the Rain Village. The clever Rain Village shinobi, who had been monitoring the situation, was discreetly dismissed by Hanzo, leaving Asahi to discuss his matter privately with the village leader. Even though getting soaked in the rain was uncomfortable, maintaining one's image was essential. "I am Asahi," he thought to himself, "and I must portray myself as a calm and composed master." Indeed, when Hanzo saw Asahi's demeanor, his desire to establish a good relationship with him became even stronger. Despite Asahi's leisurely pace, the two of them quickly arrived at Hanzo's office. Asahi had initially suggested that he shouldn't go inside because his clothes were wet. However, Hanzo didn't mind his office getting wet. In fact, he explicitly invited Asahi inside to take a look. Asahi accepted the offer since Hanzo didn't seem to mind. If they were fine with it, why not? Unlike the Hokage's office in the manga, Hanzo's office was a combination of an office and a banquet hall, giving it a rather luxurious appearance. Asahi didn't make any particular reactions. After all, he came from a world where luxury was far more extravagant than here. There was no need to be surprised. "Please have a seat, and feel free to tell me what brings you here. We, the Rain Village, will do our utmost to assist you," Hanzo said, not trying to boast about the luxurious office. Asahi wasn't seeking anything grand, so he straightforwardly explained, "Here's the deal. I've just taken in 3 disciples, and I plan to teach them in the land of rain for a while. However, I've recently entered this country, my resources are limited. So, I'd like to borrow some supplies from you." Hanzo immediately understood. There was more to Asahi's visit than just the ordinary business. This was an opportunity to earn Asahi's goodwill, and he was willing to help. "Don't worry, my friend. Although our Rain Village is not wealthy, providing these items is well within our capabilities," Hanzo assured Asahi. Hanzo called one of his subordinates and instructed him to prepare training supplies, a few sets of bedding and clothes, some provisions, and have them delivered. However, Asahi stopped them. "Wait." Hearing this, Asahi realized that there was something else he needed, so he stopped one of the Rain Village shinobi who was about to leave to prepare the supplies. Seeing both Hanzo and the Rain Village shinobi looking at him with curiosity, Asahi adjusted his expression. Then, with a composed demeanor, he said, "By the way, please prepare some seasonings for me as well. I'm quite particular about my food." Hanzo slapped his forehead in realization, feeling apologetic. "I'm truly sorry, I overlooked that." Asahi waved his hand dismissively. "No need to blame yourself, Hanzo-sama. After all, I am the one asking for your assistance." A couple of compliments later, the Rain Village shinobi went downstairs to prepare the requested supplies. Hanzo and Asahi sat on a bench and engaged in casual conversation. Primarily, Hanzo wanted to indirectly learn more about Asahi's background. Asahi's mysterious aura had piqued Hanzo's curiosity. "You mentioned that you've only recently entered this country, and you were in private training before. Is that correct?" "Yes, I've been training with my master since I was young." I only left my private training and began my journey after achieving mastery in my skills. I'm also scouting for the next generation of disciples, Asahi replied confidently, having prepared his backstory. It seems you come from a long-standing tradition. Despite the frequent wars in recent decades, you managed to practice in peace, Hanzo remarked. Asahi nodded in agreement and continued to fabricate his narrative. Yes, our Tashuna clan has a long history. My current peace is thanks to the wisdom of the predecessors in our clan. Several generations. Hanzo was astonished. The concept was mind-boggling, it was much longer than the existence of the ninja world itself. Hanzo had suspected something, but he never imagined the truth would be so staggering. He had no reason to doubt Asahi's words. Why would a powerful individual deceive a weaker one? It wasn't logical. From this point on, Hanzo knew he needed to pay even closer attention to Asahi. After all, what was most valuable in the ninja world? Ninja techniques. And what were ninja techniques? Knowledge. How much knowledge could an organization that had existed for several generations possess? It was beyond imagination. At this moment, Hanzo had practically constructed the Tashuna clan's history in his mind. All that was left was his deepening sense of astonishment. Your clan's history is truly ancient, Hanzo remarked, not knowing what else to say, feeling awed by the history. Asahi, however, remained unfazed and shook his head slightly. He continued to inspect his leaks and address his shortcomings. We're not as prominent as we once were, unfortunately. Over countless ages and in recent centuries, very few members of our Tashuna clan have appeared. As a result, we are on the brink of fading into obscurity. Just after I assumed the role of clan leader, my master pushed me to take on disciples. Chapter 16, Space-Time, Infinite Space. Hearing Asahi's somewhat helpless words, Hanzo's curiosity about the enigmatic Tashuna clan was finally satisfied. Not at all, Hanzo replied modestly. The fact that the Tashuna clan has someone as powerful as you speaks volumes about its profound heritage. Asahi wore a humble expression and quickly deflected the praise. He made himself seem no more than he was. The conversation continued harmoniously and amiably. In summary, Hanzo acquired the information he sought. Asahi not only successfully deceived Hanzo but also established his fabricated background. The two of them got along well, their discussion pleasant and satisfying. They seemed to complement each other perfectly, forming a subtle partnership. Ahem. Hanzo-sama, the supplies are ready, came a knocking from outside the door, and the voices of the Rain Village shinobi reached their ears. Please bring them in, Hanzo instructed from his seat. Understood. The door creaked open, and several Rain Village shinobi entered, each carrying a large crate. They hadn't used sealing scrolls because crafting them was currently quite challenging, and the small Rain Village couldn't afford the resources required for such items. Therefore, the supplies for Asahi were packed in large crates. Asahi silently calculated the contents of these supplies. There was enough food to last him and his 3 disciples for a month, and the training resources could sustain them for 3 months. He nodded in approval, satisfied with what he saw. Seeing Asahi's nod, Hanzo instructed his men to set the supplies down and then left the room. Asahi-sama, how will you transport these supplies back? If it's inconvenient, I can have my men assist you, Hanzo offered kindly, willing to help Asahi get the supplies to their destination. Asahi wouldn't accept such an offer, of course. He couldn't afford to falter over such a trivial matter. Failing at this point would weaken the impact of his earlier bluffs. No need, I have a little ninjutsu that can handle this. With those words, Asahi didn't hesitate. He activated his chakra, and his eyes sparkled with a hint of anticipation. Space-time technique, infinite space. This was the reward the system granted him earlier for defeating Hanzo and rescuing the Sanin. Suddenly, several large crates of supplies vanished into thin air, disappearing into Asahi's sleeves. Space-time ninjutsu! Hanzo exclaimed in surprise. This was one of the rarest ninjutsu techniques in the entire ninja world. Only the late second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, possessed a similar spatial technique known as the Flying Thunder God Jutsu. Despite his long life and vast experience, Hanzo had never encountered another form of space-time ninjutsu, especially one not designed for combat. This revelation left him astounded. However, while Hanzo was amazed, he didn't find it entirely unbelievable. The Tashuna clan, with its centuries-old legacy, could present anything, and he would accept it. Instead, it was Asahi who looked down upon Hanzo for being overly surprised. His disdainful gaze seemed to say, "What's the big deal about space-time ninjutsu? There are plenty of those stored in the system, and in a few decades, it won't be that rare." In particular, a dark-haired young man named Madara had expertly used space-time ninjutsu to show off. Despite his current inferiority in strength, Asahi believed his knowledge and intelligence far exceeded Hanzo's. Asahi quickly concealed his scornful expression, but Hanzo keenly sensed it. This rare display of emotion made Hanzo's masked face blush slightly beneath his protective covering. "Well, it's handy for carrying things, but not particularly useful otherwise," Asahi casually explained. "I heard it was developed by the Tajuna clan's ancestors during the Warring States period to transport supplies. Later, other clans imitated it, creating their own storage ninjutsu. So, this pocket dimension technique doesn't have much utility nowadays." Asahi continued to deceive Hanzo, subtly elevating his own image. Mentioning the Warring States period added an air of historical significance to the conversation. Hanzo was taken aback. "The Warring States period? Your Tajuna clan developed it back then, and other clans followed suit? I had no idea space-time ninjutsu was so easy to develop. For so many years, aside from the second Hokage, I've never seen anyone in a village who could use space-time ninjutsu. And you think it's useless now? I have to get one. It would be so convenient during wartime, avoiding ambushes when transporting supplies." Hanzo was at a loss for words as he struggled to comprehend this mysterious clan's unique abilities. It seemed the Tajuna clan could casually unearth hidden treasures. "Hehe, you're kidding, right? Space-time ninjutsu is a rare art throughout the entire ninja world," Asahi said with a smirk, squinting at Hanzo. He shook his head and added, "You'll see more of it in the future." Asahi implied that in the future, renowned figures like Minato Namikaze, Tobirama Senju, Kakashi Hatake, and even Madara Uchiha would possess space-time ninjutsu. If Hanzo managed to survive that long, he might witness these skilled individuals using this remarkable technique. Hanzo, however, seemed to misunderstand, thinking that Asahi might have multiple space-time ninjutsu techniques up his sleeve. He hoped for the opportunity to witness more of Asahi's incredible skills in the future. "I'll be looking forward to that," Hanzo replied, bowing slightly. He then retrieved a small box from a safe inside the office, puzzling Asahi. "As you're newly emerged into this land, you might find yourself troubled by worldly possessions. Here's 10 million ryo. It may not be much, but it's a token of our appreciation from the Hidden Rain village." Asahi raised an eyebrow at the unexpected windfall. Although he wasn't sure about the purchasing power of 10 million ryo in the ninja world. In this war-torn era, it was undoubtedly a significant sum. Asahi didn't refuse the offer. He already owed them a small favor, so accepting this additional gesture was not an issue. Moreover, Asahi was currently in need of funds, and some of the more relaxed income sources were no longer suitable for him. "I appreciate it, Hanzo-sama. Consider this as repaying one favor with another. If the opportunity arises in the future, I'll make sure to return the favor." Hearing this, Hanzo was quite pleased. His face beamed with a smile. He had gone out of his way to help Asahi in the hopes of gaining his goodwill, and it seemed he had succeeded. "No problem at all. If I can assist you, then it's worth it," Hanzo humbly replied. He was delighted but knew not to show it too overtly. Asahi inwardly rolled his eyes at the politicking and posturing of these individuals. He found it tiresome. However, he understood that Hanzo wasn't just a politician, he was also the leader of the Hidden Rain village. "All right, let's consider it settled then. By the way, where is the nearest black market from here?" Asahi waved his hand, cutting off any further niceties and getting to the point by inquiring about the location of the black market. Seeing this, Hanzo didn't press further on the previous matter. His objectives had been met. "Well, the nearest black market to us is..." Chapter 17, Training Begin. Boom! Occasional flashes of lightning illuminated the night sky, and the cold rain pelted down onto the land of the Hidden Rain village. In the forest, Asahi briskly made his way towards the small wooden house. Having just returned from the Hidden Rain village with ample supplies, his current concern was the training of his 3 disciples, Konan, Yahiko, and Nagato. In the original story, Jiraiya had trained them for 3 years, after which they became formidable shinobi. Although Asahi's teaching abilities might not match Jiraiya's, with the assistance of the system, he believed he wouldn't fall too far behind. Asahi silently calculated these thoughts in his mind and quickly arrived back at the small wooden house. Of course, the house's presence couldn't be seen with the naked eye. Asahi formed hand seals, and with a flash of light, he entered the protective barrier surrounding the small wooden house. Once inside, the house became visible. He didn't wake his disciples but instead placed the supplies in the living room and retired to his own room. To be honest, although Asahi had handled things well on the outside, receiving such a massive amount of information in a single day had left him exhausted. Asahi fell asleep as soon as he lay down. Ah! So many things! In the early morning, Asahi was awakened by a scream. Sensing the surging chakra within him, he confirmed that yesterday was not a dream. Rubbing his head, Asahi walked out of his room. As soon as he stepped outside, he saw Konan, Yahiko and Nagato gathered around the supplies he had brought back yesterday, touching it and looking at him with curiosity. Seeing their astonished expressions, Asahi couldn't help but smile. Haha! Don't be so curious. It's all for you. My disciples, hurry up and take your bedding back to tidy up your rooms. Listening to Asahi's somewhat exaggerated laughter, Yahiko asked in astonishment, Master, where did you get all this stuff? We didn't have any of it yesterday, did we? Yet. Konan looked at the large boxes with a face full of excitement. Though Nagato was not very talkative, his contentment was evident on his face at this moment. Well, when you guys were asleep yesterday, I went to the Hidden Rain village and got these from them, Asahi casually said, without a hint of arrogance in his tone. Of course, he wouldn't brag about it, he had essentially conned someone. But his three disciples were unaware, looking at their master with admiration. What does it mean to have the art of deception? This was it, and it was all done invisibly. Hurry up and divide the bedding among yourselves. By the way, can any of you cook? Asahi didn't want to dwell on the issue of supplies, he was hungry. Yes, master, I can cook. Konan raised her hand enthusiastically. That's right, master, you don't know, but Konan's cooking is delicious. Yahiko nodded in agreement. Nagato also nodded in approval. It was clear that he highly regarded Konan's cooking. Very well, once you're done tidying up, Konan, you can prepare breakfast. It's not that Asahi couldn't cook, he was just lazy. Besides, it was only natural for disciples to serve their master when there was work to be done. All right, master, I'll be right out. After saying this, Konan went back to her room, carrying her bedding. But within seconds, she returned, having not tidied up at all, and went straight to the kitchen to prepare breakfast. Asahi didn't intervene, he let Konan take charge of the stove and cooking. In no time, the entire room was filled with the aroma of porridge. Asahi then had Konan stir-fried some fresh vegetables that Hanzo had provided, and a hearty breakfast was served. Yahiko and Nagato, the two of them, had been waiting eagerly at the table, occasionally casting longing glances toward Konan as she cooked. The warm atmosphere in the room made Asahi, who had always been alone, feel a sense of attachment he had never experienced before. After finishing breakfast, the three disciples sprawled on the floor without caring about their appearance, rubbing their full bellies. In this war-torn country, vegetables were even more precious than meat, which had led to all three of them eating too much. Asahi helplessly looked at his disciples, feeling like he had acquired three second brothers. Hurry up, get up and move around, digest your food. We'll need to train later. He urged. Ah, master, I really don't want to move. Yahiko complained reluctantly upon hearing Asahi's prodding, but he obediently got up from the floor. In contrast, Konan and Nagato were much more compliant, not arguing with Asahi at all. Asahi gave Yahiko an impatient kick to motivate him. Now, let's go outside to practice body techniques. Follow me. Without giving Yahiko a chance to complain, Asahi kicked him and then turned to leave. The three disciples obediently followed him. Just as they walked out of the protective barrier's range, Nagato, the most perceptive of them all, noticed that something was different from earlier. He looked back and was shocked to see that their small wooden house, which had been their training ground, had disappeared. Nagato thought he might be seeing things, so he rubbed his eyes to make sure, but the house was indeed nowhere to be seen. Startled, he quickly called out to Asahi. Master! Asahi paused, puzzled, and turned back. What's wrong? Yahiko and Konan also turned back in confusion to look at Nagato at the rear of the group. And what they saw was quite surprising. Master! Our house disappeared. Yahiko and Konan exclaimed in amazement. Yahiko even ran back in an exaggerated manner, and the expressions on the faces of all three disciples were filled with panic. Stop! Yahiko, come back here! Asahi sighed and lightly tapped his forehead, wearing a somewhat helpless smile. I forgot to tell you. Yesterday, I set up 2 barriers. You can enter by using hand seals and chakra manipulation. Oh, I see! Konan exclaimed in surprise. Yahiko, on the other hand, began experimenting with it, going in and out repeatedly using hand seals. Seeing this, Asahi face-palmed, exasperated by Yahiko's antics. Ah! Master, that hurts! What are you doing? Yahiko cried out. Get serious and start training. Is this really that amusing? Asahi scolded Yahiko. On the side, Konan and Nagato couldn't help but stifle their laughter. Strangely, it was Yahiko, still clutching his head, who muttered under his breath. I actually find it quite fun, it's so magical. What did you say? Nothing, master. You misheard me. I meant to say we should hurry up and start training. I can't wait. Ha ha ha. Ha ha. Facing Asahi's warning, Yahiko quickly surrendered and walked briskly ahead, which made Asahi burst into laughter. Shaking his head in resignation, Asahi said, All right, stop laughing, both of you. Get ready, digest your food, and then we'll begin our training. Yes. Konan and Nagato immediately composed themselves and replied earnestly. Watching his lively disciples, Asahi couldn't help but chuckle internally. Hehe, enjoy your happiness now. You'll soon understand what true hardship means. When I was training in my youth, I endured a lot, and now I finally have the chance to train the next generation. Hehe. Chapter 18, First Stage of Training. Alright, Yahiko, Konan, Nagato, come here. I'll explain the training plan to you, Asahi said. After a brief warm-up, Asahi called the 3 of them over. For now, I've set up a 3-year training plan for you. Master, isn't 3 years too long? I think, with our talents, 1 year should be more than enough. Yahiko interrupted in his usual carefree manner. Asahi was somewhat exasperated, but he didn't get angry. Yahiko's protagonist-like qualities were probably part of the reason he had earned everyone's trust. Alright, don't think about running before you can even crawl, Asahi calmly admonished him. Yahiko didn't argue further, he was quite satisfied that he hadn't been scolded. Asahi glanced at the 3 of them, who were now listening attentively, and continued. For now, I've divided these 3 years of training into 4 stages. The first stage is physical conditioning. For the first 2 months, I won't let you learn anything else, you'll focus solely on improving your physical fitness. Of course, this is just a plan. If you reach my expected goals ahead of schedule, we'll move on to the next stage. Otherwise, we'll extend the time. So, get ready for physical conditioning. Wait a minute, Master, you haven't told us about the other 3 stages, Konan inquired with a puzzled expression after Asahi finished speaking. Asahi gently patted Konan's head. You'll find out about the remaining stages once you've completed the first one. Don't aim too high too soon. Got it, Master, Konan obediently nodded. Is everyone ready? Asahi asked. Ready, Master. X3. Very well, let's begin the training. First, run 10 kilometers around the riverbank. And no using chakra. Asahi instructed. Upon hearing the 10 kilometers and the prohibition on using chakra, Yahiko cried out in despair, Master, isn't that too far? Can we shorten the distance? Less complaining, start running. I'll run with you, so don't think about slacking off or cheating. Asahi didn't waver at all due to Yahiko's complaints. When Yahiko heard that Asahi would be running with them, he could only nod reluctantly. Yahiko, Konan and Nagato ran ahead, with Asahi following closely behind. Maybe he needed to urge them on a bit. In the beginning, the 3 youngsters were running with ease, chatting and laughing along the way. However, as time passed, they started to pant heavily and feel fatigued. Despite the relatively short distance, the fast pace made it challenging. Gritting their teeth, they endured the fatigue and completed the 10 kilometers. They thought they could finally rest for a while, but as soon as they lay down, Asahi called them to their feet again. Don't lie down, now, quickly refine your chakra. Ah! Despite their exhaustion, the three of them obediently began refining their chakra. Surprisingly, despite their fatigue, refining chakra with each cell actually increased the total amount. They could control more cells as they recovered, which would likely lead to an increase in their chakra reserves. Before they could fully recover, Asahi woke them up and subjected them to various strenuous exercises like super enhanced push-ups and squats. These training methods seemed extremely harsh to them, like nothing they had ever experienced. The exhaustion and hardship they endured were almost unbearable, and Yahiko even accused Asahi of being ruthless. Asahi remained unfazed and told them that since they were all going through this for the first time, they couldn't complain. Otherwise, they'd risk triggering a landslide of grievances. With Yahiko's earnest efforts, the training volume for all three increased. Asahi mentioned that it was because Yahiko had an abundance of energy and that their initial training volume was inadequate. So, he created a specific regimen for the trio. This led to two disgruntled glances from Konan and Nagato towards Yahiko, who then wisely chose to stay silent. Observing the three youngsters exhausted and disheveled, Asahi nodded in satisfaction. "All right, you can return to your rooms now and focus on refining your chakra." Oh. Initially, the three young disciples were full of energy, but after a morning of grueling training, they became listless, even speaking with tired voices. Returning slowly to their small wooden house, the three of them began meditating in place to recover their chakra. Meanwhile, Asahi went into the forest and caught a few wild rabbits, which he later roasted. He sprinkled them with seasonings he obtained from the hidden rain village, filling the air with an enticing aroma. The three disciples, who were meditating, instinctively perked up, their noses twitching. They opened their eyes simultaneously. Seeing the roasted rabbits and dried provisions on the dining table, their stomachs growled in unison. Asahi, witnessing the hungry gazes of the disciples, chuckled. "You must be starving. Wash your hands and let's eat." "Yes. I'm digging in." Asahi enjoyed his meal while watching the three youngsters devour the roasted rabbits hungrily. "This is delicious. It's even better than what Konan makes. Absolutely, this is the tastiest roast I've ever had. Though I hate to admit it, Master's cooking is really good." Hearing their praises, Asahi smiled in satisfaction. While it might be partly due to their hunger, his culinary skills were undeniable. After the meal, Konan dutifully washed the dishes while Yahiko and Nagato lay on the floor, motionless. Suddenly, Yahiko sat up and asked, "Master, what are we going to do in the afternoon? You're not going to exhaust us again, are you?" Asahi shook his head. "In the afternoon, you'll focus on chakra refinement. It's the first day, so we won't push too hard. We need you to adapt." "Really?" Yahiko asked in delight. "Of course. Yay! Hooray!" Yahiko cheered. "But," Asahi added, dampening their spirits, "starting tomorrow, you'll be training all day. And once you get used to it, we'll gradually increase the weights." Yahiko's face instantly fell, and even Konan and Nagato, who had just returned, looked alarmed. "Master, are you serious?" "Of course. Do you think I'd lie to you?" Asahi shrugged, putting an end to their hopes. "Oh my god! No!" The sorrowful cries from the wooden house were enough to bring tears to anyone's eyes, but they didn't earn Asahi's sympathy. The following days for the three disciples were monotonous, with each day passing by slowly. Small Konan was in charge of breakfast, while Asahi handled lunch and dinner. Every day consisted of high-intensity training, endless chakra refinement, and secret medical ninjutsu sessions by Asahi to alleviate their fatigue. The only change was the increasing weight of their training equipment and their growing height and strength. Chapter 19, The Sorrow of Small Town. 2 months later, the three young disciples had shed their initial frailty. They had grown significantly taller, no longer looking thin and weak. "All right, your 2-month physical training comes to an end." Over these 2 months, the progress and performance of the three disciples had satisfied Asahi greatly. Although they didn't show the same excitement they did initially, 2 months of training had made them much more composed. However, even though their excitement wasn't visible on their faces, it was still bubbling inside them. "Master, can we start the next phase of training now?" The three disciples looked at Asahi with anticipation. They had grown fond of the feeling of gradually becoming stronger. Thinking about entering the next phase of training soon, they couldn't contain their excitement. Asahi nodded. "Yes, you're right. Next, you'll begin the next phase of training. However, Asahi paused, and the three disciples perked up their ears, eager to hear what he had to say. However, our food supply is running low, so we need to go to a nearby town to buy some supplies. The eyes of the three disciples instantly lit up. Go to the town to buy supplies? That's great! Seeing their enthusiasm, Asahi couldn't help but chuckle. After all, they were just children, and despite 2 months of rigorous training, they still longed for the bustling world outside. So, Master, when are we leaving? Konan's eyes were filled with anticipation, while Yahiko and Nagato eagerly watched Asahi. We'll leave right away, and we can spend the day in the town, Asahi said with a faint smile. Yet. That's great. Master, wait a moment. I'll take off the weights and then we can go, Yahiko shouted excitedly, making a move to run back to the small wooden house. But Asahi, quick on his feet, grabbed him by the collar. Remove the weights? I forgot to tell you all, from now on, unless it's combat, you'll wear weights even in your daily life. Of course, you can take them off when you sleep. Asahi chuckled, his eyes squinting in amusement. From the perspective of the three young disciples, it looked like a devilish smile. Asahi had no intention of making them fight with weights on. After all, being a ninja meant having high offense but low defense, and one small mistake in combat could lead to death. Restricting their own strength with weights and fighting like that would be foolish. Master, are you serious? You know those weights are. Before the disciples could finish their complaints, Asahi interrupted, of course, think of it as part of your regular physical training. Seeing Asahi's uncompromising attitude, the three disciples reluctantly accepted the fact. Resisting was impossible and would only make them suffer more. They had learned this lesson, especially with Yahiko's mischievous antics. As Asahi looked at his disciplined students, he nodded in satisfaction. This was the kind of respect a master deserved. All right, let's set off. We aim to reach the town before noon. Hearing Asahi's words, the previously subdued three disciples were instantly revitalized. They were easily contented, a scolding followed by a sweet reward was all they needed. Hurry, hurry! Master, I want to go to the hot springs. I've never been to one. Yahiko, who had been gloomy just moments ago, suddenly appeared excited and dashed off into the distance. Asahi watched him with a hint of amusement. This guy really knew how to bring joy to their journey. Yahiko, hot springs are fine, but you're going the wrong way. Creak. Yahiko's figure came to an abrupt halt in the distance. His posture gave off a slightly embarrassed vibe. Despite this awkward moment, his strong mental resilience prevented him from feeling embarrassed. Instead, he quickly returned to Asahi's side and urged him to lead the way. Konan and Nagato on the sidelines couldn't help but laugh. Asahi, feeling somewhat helpless, said no more and began walking in the direction of the town. In the rain country, he might not know everything, but he certainly knew where to find a town. As Asahi moved, the three disciples quickly followed him, running swiftly through the forest. After covering some distance, they could see the outline of a city in the distance. The city, known as Fall City, was one of the few larger cities in the Rain Village. While it still couldn't compare to the cities of the major nations, it would be enough to meet the needs of Asahi and his disciples. Wow, Master, it's been so long since I've been to a city. I wonder how it looks now, exclaimed Yahiko, brimming with excitement even before entering the city. Konan and Nagato shared his enthusiasm, all eagerly anticipating this trip. Asahi, however, was unaware of the current situation in the city. But judging from the lack of activity outside, it seemed that the city was not in a good state. Asahi wasn't particularly surprised, he had expected this. Even before entering the city, he could sense an underlying atmosphere of oppression. There were very few pedestrians on the streets, and most of them seemed to be in a hurry. This made the three disciples uncomfortable. They hadn't been in a town for so long, and it didn't match their expectations of a lively city. However, Asahi wasn't too surprised by this scene. In fact, it was what he had anticipated all along. The four of them continued walking through the city, and an uneasy silence hung in the air. Suddenly, a pleading voice reached their ears, breaking the silence. Turning their heads, they saw a woman with a 5- or 6-year-old child, standing in front of a shop, desperately begging. Both the woman and the child had pale faces, and their visible emaciation was a stark reminder of their hardship. The woman, in particular, looked as though she could be blown away by a gust of wind. Sir, please, my family has no money left. Look at this child, he hasn't eaten for a day. Can you please help us? The woman's desperate plea was met with a response from the middle-aged man facing her. He appeared equally helpless and explained, "Ma'am, it's not that I don't want to help you. I'm just a small vendor, and my food supplies are already gone. What little we have left is reserved for our own families. It's not a matter of whether you have money, even if you had all the money in the world, I still couldn't sell to you." The woman's distress deepened as she heard the man's response. She didn't persist but offered a word of gratitude before moving on to the next shop. The middle-aged man on the other side of the conversation looked somewhat ashamed as he quickly closed the shop's door. Observing this scene, the three disciples were reminded of their own pasts, when they were equally vulnerable and helpless. Their emotions overwhelmed them, and their eyes reflected the sadness they felt. Konan even had tears glistening in her eyes. Taking hold of Asahi's arm, Konan timidly asked, "Master, can you help them?" Chapter 20, The Little Kindness. Konan didn't dare to take matters into her own hands, and she didn't have the capability to help the mother and child on her own. Asahi lowered his head to look at Konan, who was holding onto his arm, and then glanced at the other two disciples, who were looking at him with hopeful eyes. With his free hand, he gently ruffled Konan's hair. "You should understand that we can help them for a moment, but we can't change their lives." Konan nodded and said, "I understand, Master. But if we don't help them even for a moment, they will truly have no hope." Asahi looked at the other two disciples. "Do you both feel the same way?" "Yes," Yahiko and Nagato replied solemnly. "Master, they are truly pitiable. If we don't help them, they won't be able to survive," Yahiko added. Seeing the determination of his three disciples, Asahi felt reassured. He wasn't heartless, and he also wanted to help when he saw people in such dire circumstances. However, it was Konan who had brought up the matter first, and Asahi saw this as an opportunity to train their leadership skills. He nodded at the three disciples. "All right, since you've made your decision, go ahead and help them." "Really?" The three disciples were overjoyed and looked at Asahi with gratitude. "Of course, do you think I would lie to you three little devils?" Asahi shrugged. "Master, you're the best. I'll go call them over right away." Konan exclaimed with excitement and ran toward the mother and child. Yahiko and Nagato quickly followed her. Asahi stood in place, watching his disciples run off, feeling somewhat helpless. With the support of their chakra, it took only a few seconds for the three disciples to reach the mother and child. The woman became instantly wary when she saw the three young ninjas suddenly appear before her. In this world, she couldn't afford to underestimate anyone, even though the three youngsters appeared quite young. Young ninjas were abundant in this world, and they had been trained for war since childhood. Moreover, their earlier speed was anything but ordinary. Pulling her child protectively behind her, the woman looked at the three disciples warily and asked, "May I ask what business three esteemed ninja have with us?" Watching the cautious woman, the three youngsters exchanged glances. Suddenly, it dawned on them that they were completely different from the woman. Back in the day, they used to be just as wary of Shinobi, fearing that they might take their lives. In the end, it was Yahiko who broke the tension with a cheerful smile. "Haha, no need to be afraid, ma'am. We're not the bad guys here. Look, that's our sensei over there. We want to help you," Yahiko added, pointing towards Asahi. The woman followed Yahiko's gaze and indeed spotted a young man in his early 20s. His looks and demeanor were top-notch, far beyond what an ordinary person could compare to. Yahiko's conversation with the woman didn't go unnoticed by Asahi. As for Yahiko using himself as a guarantee, Asahi had no objections whatsoever. A joke, really. Asahi was the most reliable person around, what could be the issue with him vouching for them? With a light chuckle directed at the woman, Asahi remained where he was. While he liked teaching disciples, he wasn't very fond of socializing with people. Unless it was necessary, he preferred to be left alone. After seeing Asahi smile at her, the woman blushed inexplicably, and her anxiety seemed to vanish. Turning to Yahiko, she said, "I want to thank all of you for your kindness, but..." The woman didn't know how to refuse, even though she was certain that Asahi and his group meant no harm. However, they were shinobi, and the world of shinobi was always perilous. She didn't want to involve her child in it. Seeing the woman hesitate, Konan became a bit anxious. "Sister, we really have no ill intentions. You don't have to worry. We want to help you because we've been through something similar." Hastening to reassure her, Yahiko chimed in, yes, you don't know, but just a few months ago, we were wandering and had no place to go. If our sensei hadn't taken us in as his disciples, we might have met a gruesome end in the wilderness. We feel a connection with you, which is why we want to help. Please don't overthink it. Yet, we genuinely mean no harm, added Nagato, who was typically a man of few words. Clearly moved by the sincere words of the three young shinobi, the woman felt somewhat embarrassed as she said, well, it would be quite troublesome for you all. No problem at all. Come with me to meet our sensei. Besides, we're here to buy some things too. The three youngsters were delighted to have gained the woman's trust, and they led her towards Asahi. Master, we're back. The three youngsters greeted Asahi happily, and he nodded, then turned his gaze toward the woman and her child. The young boy was clearly very shy, staying timidly hidden behind the woman. On the contrary, the woman was quite striking in appearance, and she exchanged a glance with Asahi. Seeing Asahi sizing her up, the woman's face unconsciously reddened, and she didn't know what to make of it. Noble shinobi, I'm extremely grateful for your help. Collecting her thoughts, the woman knelt directly in front of Asahi, with her child beside her. Asahi could have stopped her, but the gesture caught him off guard. When had he ever seen someone kneel so easily? He couldn't react in time. However, in fact, this was a common practice in the ninja world nowadays. To survive, ordinary people from war-torn countries would almost always kneel when they saw shinobi. Compared to their lives, saving face was really insignificant. Asahi quickly reacted and signaled to the three youngsters to help the mother and child up. You don't have to do this. We just arrived here, and we're not familiar with this place. You can be our guide and help us with our purchases. In return, we'll prepare something for you as well. Asahi spoke calmly, he didn't advocate charity toward them. There was no karmic connection between them. If he gave charity, it would create a connection. Although Asahi didn't believe much in the law of karma, ever since he had acquired the system and inherited the Tajuna clan, he started to believe in those mythical stories. So, it was better to avoid unnecessary connections. Moreover, offering rewards to the woman would likely be more acceptable to her than simple charity. Indeed, as soon as the woman heard Asahi's words, her heart became much clearer. I'm really grateful for the opportunity, sir, the woman said with gratitude. Asahi nodded and said to the three youngsters, it's getting late, and there's no rush with the shopping. Let's find an inn and have a meal. Sure, master. We're also quite hungry, the three youngsters agreed. However, the woman seemed a bit hesitant. She had thought they would immediately go shopping and get food supplies. Now, Asahi's suggestion to have a meal first left her unsure about what to do next. Chapter 21, Bird in the Sky. Have a meal together. I don't have any money. Seeing the woman's dilemma, Asahi pretended to be nonchalant and said, how about this? We'll take a bit of your time and invite you to join us for a meal, consider it as compensation. What do you say? Upon hearing this, the woman was naturally thrilled. Even though she knew Asahi was essentially offering her charity, she couldn't resist his words. When the host himself framed it as compensation, it made her feel less humble about accepting. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much. With that, the woman unconsciously knelt down again, which left Asahi quite bewildered. Fortunately, he reacted quickly this time and prevented her from kneeling. As an individual from Earth, he truly wasn't accustomed to people kneeling so readily. All right, let's proceed. You lead the way and take us to the finest inn in town. With Asahi's support, the woman's face turned slightly red, and she promptly replied, yes, sir, please follow me. Asahi gave her a curious glance, not comprehending why she was blushing. Nevertheless, he didn't pay it much attention and followed the directions she provided as the group headed to the inn. Innkeeper, reserve 3 rooms for us, and please prepare some additional food. Of course, sir, please follow me. Gurgle. As they gazed at the table brimming with delectable dishes, both the woman and her son couldn't help but salivate. They hadn't partaken in a proper meal for a long time, especially not a feast like this one. Asahi watched the reserved pair and said with a smile, don't be shy, go ahead and eat. After we finish, you can guide us to purchase provisions. The young boy remained a bit reticent, not daring to utter a word. He timidly looked at Asahi and his disciples, while his mother also hesitated to commence her meal. Konan, noticing the shy little boy, took the initiative to serve some food for him. "Please, feel free to eat. No need to be bashful." Perhaps because girls had the upper hand, the timid little boy managed to express a "thank you, sister" to Konan. This brought a radiant smile to Konan's face, and even Yahiko insisted that the young boy address him as brother, which slightly startled the child. Watching Yahiko and Konan playfully bicker, Asahi couldn't help but smile. They could turn even the smallest things into a playful game, showcasing their liveliness. Asahi shook his head in amusement, not minding their antics, and focused on his meal. Yahiko and Konan didn't play around for long, and soon everyone was quietly enjoying their food. The woman ate delicately, as if afraid she wouldn't taste the flavors properly. Yet, she ate quickly, almost as if she had never eaten her fill before. This contradiction displayed by the woman felt natural and didn't draw much attention. Furthermore, while eating, she occasionally fed her child, skillfully multitasking. Her eating speed, under the dual tasks, left even the self-proclaimed food lover, Asahi's disciples, feeling inferior. After satisfying their appetites and procuring the necessary supplies guided by the woman, the four of them returned to the inn. Everyone had their own lives to lead, and Asahi and his disciples couldn't devote all their energy to helping the woman and her child. Their future depended on their own choices. Upon returning to the inn, Yahiko and Konan immediately began clamoring to go to the hot springs. However, they soon learned that this inn didn't have hot springs, and in fact, there were no hot spring inns in the entire land of rain. This disappointment weighed heavily on Yahiko and Konan, and they couldn't stop expressing their frustration. Honestly, Asahi was also quite disappointed. He hadn't had the chance to soak in a hot spring for a long time. Moreover, the hot springs in the Shinobi world seemed to be naturally occurring, and he wondered what it would be like to experience them. Reluctantly, to appease Yahiko and Konan, Asahi had to agree to take them shopping. Asahi couldn't help but reflect on how he seemed to lack any authority as a teacher. He remembered being afraid of his own teachers when he was young, hardly daring to speak to them. Why was it that now that he was a teacher himself, his students weren't afraid of him? However, he didn't resist this situation. It felt rather pleasant and heartwarming. Walking through the city streets, even though there were few pedestrians, some shops had reopened. Perhaps because the war atmosphere had diminished recently, ordinary people were slowly returning to their normal lives. Apart from a few stationed shinobi, there was little indication of war in the city. Asahi appreciated the contrast and was content. He didn't want the tense atmosphere he had experienced every day. Strolling through the city, Yahiko and Konan occasionally exclaimed in amazement. Despite the market not being at its best due to the war, there were still some curious and peculiar items for sale. Moreover, during this period when these items were rarely sold, the shopkeepers, usually bored, had produced quite a variety, resulting in an increasing number of handicraft-type products. There were numerous peculiar and unique items, which excited the already childlike spirits of Yahiko, Konan, and Nagato. Asahi silently followed behind his three disciples, finding the situation far from boring but rather quite fascinating. With nothing else to do, the four of them roamed the streets. All three disciples bought masks, and Konan even picked out a fox-faced mask for Asahi. At first, Asahi had no intention of wearing one, but he couldn't resist Konan's pleading, teary-eyed gaze, so he gave in. Reluctantly donning the fox-faced mask, he had to admit it looked quite cool and added a touch of mystery. This earned praise from Yahiko, Konan, and Nagato, who all eagerly put on their own masks. Thus, four masked individuals strolled down the road, chatting and laughing, completely out of sync with their surroundings. Passers-by occasionally glanced their way but didn't dare to say much. While the four of them leisurely wandered, Asahi's keen senses picked up on something amiss. Normally, in the Land of Rain's geographical environment, there were hardly any birds flying in the sky. However, in just a short while, Asahi noticed that several birds had flown overhead from various directions. This was highly unusual. Could something be about to happen? Asahi looked up at the sky, silently pondering. Yahiko and the others noticed Asahi's pause and turned to see him gazing up at the sky, wondering what was on his mind. Konan asked in confusion, "Sensei, what's wrong? Is there something amiss?" Asahi nodded, but he didn't elaborate much. Mimicking Asahi's actions, Yahiko also looked up at the sky but didn't sense anything unusual. It was Nagato who suddenly exclaimed, "Something's wrong with the birds in the sky." His sudden outburst caught Konan and Yahiko's attention, and they both looked up at the sky, trying to discern what might be amiss. Konan asked, "What's wrong, Nagato? Do you see something unusual?" Chapter 22, The End of Second Shinobi World War. "Look at those birds," Nagato explained to his companions. "What's wrong with the birds? It's normal for them to fly in the sky." "Wait a minute." Yahiko began to ask in confusion, but as soon as he spoke, he realized that something was amiss. Having grown up in the land of rain, he was momentarily careless, but with Nagato's reminder, he quickly became aware of the anomaly. "Why are there so many birds in the land of rain? This isn't normal at all. Sensei, you must know the reason behind this, right?" After pondering for a while, Yahiko and the others couldn't come up with an explanation, so they turned to Asahi for guidance. Asahi didn't beat around the bush and explained, "Most of the birds flying in the sky are messenger hawks, and they possess chakra within them. These flying summoning animals usually don't appear in large numbers. Their primary function is to transmit information. The frequent presence of so many flying in the sky can only be attributed to three possible scenarios. First, a large-scale war is about to erupt, and the front lines are summoning ninja. Second, there is a crisis in a ninja village, and they are recalling the ninja who are away on missions. However, considering the current situation, neither of these possibilities seems very likely." As Asahi spoke, the full attention of Yahiko and the others was captivated, eagerly awaiting his next words. Seeing their earnest expressions, Asahi, who had initially appeared serious, suddenly smiled. "So, the third possibility is the most likely now. In other words, the war may be coming to an end." With Asahi's words, Yahiko, Konan, and Nagato's eyes widened with excitement. "Sensei, are you saying this for real? Is the war really going to end?" Asahi nodded with a smile. He wasn't making wild guesses, this deduction was based on reasoning. Of course, it was reverse reasoning. The current year was 41 AKY, after Konoha year, and it was about to become 42 AKY. Asahi, who was well versed in the original story, naturally knew that the Second Great Ninja War ended around the year 42 AKY. By conducting this reverse reasoning, the mystery of the birds in the sky was naturally unraveled. With a positive response, the three youngsters erupted in excitement. "This is amazing! Finally, there's peace." Yahiko, Konan, and Nagato were all exhilarated. Having grown up amidst the turmoil of war, their hearts longed for its end, and their determination was no weaker than anyone else's. As Asahi watched the excited trio, he silently shook his head. War was not something that could end so easily, and hatred was not something that could be easily erased. Between the Second and Third Great Ninja Wars, there hadn't been much peace. Instead, there were continuous minor conflicts between nations during this deceptive period of peace. Rather than saying that the Second Great Ninja War had ended, it was more accurate to say that the nations had reached a peak of exhaustion, temporarily calling a truce to recuperate. However, even though this was the reality, Asahi didn't interrupt the children's jubilation. He chose to let them revel in their happiness a little longer. After receiving the news that the war was nearing its end, the enthusiasm of the three youngsters grew even stronger. As they walked along, they chatted and laughed, bringing a touch of vibrancy to the otherwise desolate city. By the time the three returned to their inn, night had fallen. After a simple dinner, just as the master and disciples were about to begin their training, cheers suddenly echoed from the streets. This piqued the curiosity of Yahiko, Konan, and Nagato, prompting them to rush outside to see what was happening. As soon as they stepped out, they witnessed all the houses on the street illuminated with lights, banishing the darkness of the night. The streets were bustling with people, and the entire city was immersed in an atmosphere of joy. The whole city resembled a modern metropolis, with lights shining brightly. Yahiko, Konan, and Nagato felt that the atmosphere had completely changed from the daytime, although they had already guessed what was happening. At that moment, the innkeeper also noticed the three children coming out and approached them with a smile. "You three probably don't know yet, right? Let me tell you. A message from some ninja just came in, saying that the war has ended. Now, everyone is thrilled and ready to celebrate all night." Although the three youngsters had already known that the war was over, they still felt an unusual happiness at this moment. Smiles appeared on their faces as they couldn't wait to join the revelry in the streets. The innkeeper, after the three children, also joined the crowd, venting his own excitement. As for Asahi, he stood quietly by the window, watching the cheering people outside. For the first time, he felt the preciousness of peace, the kind of peace that could make countless people dance through the night upon hearing a single message. It was the kind of peace that could temporarily set aside animosities and let people laugh together. He didn't join in the festivities, he wasn't particularly fond of crowds. However, as he quietly watched the crowd from his room, he couldn't help but sense the relaxed atmosphere. Asahi had no intention of becoming a savior, but if he could nurture someone into one, that wouldn't be a bad thing. At the very least, he could have a part in bringing about peace in the world. As for the obstacles and dangers his disciples might face on their journey, he resolved to help them overcome those challenges. That thought crossed his mind. With this in mind, Asahi turned and settled into a meditation posture, focusing on his training. While time was still on his side, he recognized that his current strength was insufficient to make a significant impact in the ninja world. Regardless of his future plans, he needed formidable power to support them. Blocking out the noise of the outside world, Asahi immersed himself in his training. When he opened his eyes once more, dawn had arrived. He had initially thought of waking up Yahiko, Konan, and Nagato to return to their cabin, but upon seeing their exhausted expressions, he decided to let them continue sleeping. He ventured outside to experience the atmosphere of this era of peace. As soon as he stepped out, he sensed the difference. Gone was the desolation, the entire city seemed to have come alive all at once. As Asahi walked through the streets, he felt a familiar sense of vitality. It had been a long time since he had been in a modern urban setting, but surprisingly, he didn't feel out of place at all. He wondered if he had been too strict with Yahiko, Konan, and Nagato. Why didn't he feel the least bit bored now? After wandering around for a while, Asahi returned to the inn. The three youngsters were awake by then, although they still looked fatigued. Asahi could tell they had stayed up all night in the midst of the festivities. He sighed and let them continue resting while he decided to head back outside to soak in the atmosphere of this peaceful period. Upon his return to the inn, he found that the three youngsters had finally awakened. "Master, you're back." Yahiko greeted him. "I have to tell you, last night was incredible. It's a shame you missed it." Despite their lingering fatigue, Yahiko's voice was filled with excitement as he described the lively scene from the previous night. Asahi shook his head in amusement. "I called you guys this morning, but you wouldn't get up. Now you're complaining. Master. That hurts. Can't you be more gentle next time?" Yahiko winced, rubbing his head. Asahi chuckled at Yahiko's reaction. Chapter 23, Iron Fist of Love. "All right, stop complaining. Hurry up, pack your things, and let's head back. We'll start the second phase of our training," Asahi said, paying no mind to Yahiko's grumbling, especially when it came to playfully knocking on Yahiko's head. He had developed quite the habit of doing that, but Yahiko's physical resilience assured him there was little to worry about. Okay, I got it," Yahiko mumbled in response. Not only had Asahi grown accustomed to this, but Yahiko had as well. Since becoming Asahi's disciple, he'd endured his fair share of head patting. Konan and Nagato, as usual, watched with hidden smiles, trying not to burst into laughter. As for packing, there wasn't much to pack. While they had bought a lot during their shopping spree, Asahi had effortlessly stored everything using his space-time ninjutsu. The four of them soon had everything in order and began their journey back to the small cabin. This time, they carried small bags on their backs, which they had acquired while shopping in the city. Due to their late start that morning, it was well past noon by the time they returned to the cabin. Asahi had prepared some food in the morning while out in the city, but the three youngsters were famished. They hadn't slept well the previous night, and they hadn't eaten breakfast. "Ah, Nagato, Konan, I feel like I'm going to starve," Yahiko complained as soon as they set down their bags. Konan and Nagato, clutching their empty stomachs, chimed in agreement. "We're hungry too. Let's make some food quickly." Coincidentally, Asahi had just finished arranging the supplies and overheard their conversation. He couldn't help but feel exasperated. "You guys didn't have breakfast? Didn't I leave you a good amount of money?" he asked. Yahiko scratched his head, not wanting to incur another of Asahi's iron-fisted head knocks. He remained silent. As for Nagato, well, he was still a young and innocent boy at this point and had no intention of explaining himself. He simply blushed and looked away. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Konan spoke up, Master, when you returned, we had just woken up. We didn't have time for breakfast." Asahi looked at the three youngsters, shaking his head in disbelief. He had been out in the city for at least 3 hours, and yet, they had all been fast asleep. However, it was Konan who spoke up first. Asahi had successfully adopted the mindset of an older father figure and couldn't bring himself to scold her. He sighed and said, "You should have told me if you were hungry on the way. We could have taken a break and had something to eat. There was plenty of time. It's not good for your health to go hungry like this." Konan clasped her hands together and pouted at Asahi, "Oh, master, I didn't want to waste time. I know I was wrong." Asahi couldn't resist her pout. He relented, all right, stop pouting. Let's make some food quickly." "Okay, I'll go make some food, master." Konan replied cheerfully and skipped away. Yahiko and Nagato exchanged glances and quietly left Asahi's line of sight. "Hey, Nagato, I told you, master is so biased. If it were me, I would have received a beating by now," Yahiko whispered to Nagato, teasing him. Nagato didn't really think Asahi was biased. He understood that Asahi treated each of them differently based on their needs and personalities. He replied, "Konan is a girl, and I don't see any problem with him being gentle with her. Besides, I think you're about to get a beating." As he spoke, Nagato quietly took a step back. Yahiko was initially puzzled by Nagato's words, but before he could ask, he felt a rush of cool air behind him. Gulp. Yahiko swallowed hard and slowly turned his head. When he did, he was met with Asahi's ferocious grin. Yahiko felt his teeth chattering and regretted joking with Nagato. He couldn't believe he had asked for trouble. "Ha, Moss. Master, you heard all that?" Yahiko asked, forcing a smile, his face frozen. "Ha, did you think I didn't?" Asahi raised an eyebrow, his voice carrying a hint of amusement, which sent Yahiko's spirits plummeting. However, he wanted to explain himself, perhaps salvage what remained of his dignity. He looked at Asahi with hope in his eyes and said, "Master, what if I told you I was just joking a moment ago? Would you believe me?" "I believe you, I definitely believe you," Yahiko let out a sigh of relief. He was glad that Master believed him, at least he wouldn't be in trouble, and his life was spared. But... Swish! The word "but" made Yahiko's nerves go haywire again. "But, even though I believe you, I think we need to have a good heart-to-heart talk," Master continued, and Yahiko's anxiety increased. "Moreover, I need to educate you properly. You see, it's not right to talk bad about your teacher behind their back, even if it's a joke." Yahiko's smile at this moment was truly more awkward than crying. "Master, I was wrong. I shouldn't have said anything bad about you. But I think our relationship is deep enough, we don't need more heart-to-heart talks." No, Asahi shook his head. "Not communicating our feelings won't do. What if someday you think I'm biased?" "I won't, Master, I definitely won't think you're biased. I believe." Yahiko wanted to make amends, but Master interrupted him bluntly. "I don't want you to think, I want me to think. Disciple, how do you find the taste of my loving iron fist?" "Master, I was wrong, please, no, be gentle, it hurts." A piercing scream echoed, and Nagato helplessly closed his eyes, refusing to witness Yahiko's miserable state. Why on earth did he have to play with fire every now and then? Even if he wanted to joke or tease Master, he could have chosen a safer place. Being reckless right under Master's nose, was he living a luxurious life or something? Meanwhile, on the other side, Konan, who was cooking, heard Yahiko's piercing scream and simply rested her forehead in her hand in exasperation. She didn't know exactly what had happened, but based on past experiences, Yahiko probably had acted up right under Master's nose again. Really, why couldn't he remember anything? Now, it had become commonplace for Yahiko to occasionally receive a thrashing from Master right in their little wooden house. Konan sometimes wondered if Yahiko had gotten so used to being beaten by Master that he felt uncomfortable without it. Why did he keep doing reckless things? It was beyond her comprehension, really, beyond comprehension. Although she was quite exasperated, Konan wasn't worried at all. At first, she feared that Yahiko might be severely beaten, but over time, she realized that Master was careful not to cause serious harm. Chapter 24, Begin Stage 2 of Training. In the end, under the pitying gazes of Nagato and Konan, Yahiko reluctantly began to eat, albeit with a grimace on his face. Whether it was due to hunger or frustration, he ended up eating an extra bowl of rice compared to his usual portion. Outside the wooden house, after having lunch, Asahi leaned against a tree, observing the 3 diligent disciples in front of him. Next, you will embark on the second stage of training, he said with a solemn expression. This stage can be considered as a foundation for your future growth. The stronger your foundation, the easier your progress in ninjutsu and combat capabilities will be. Asahi continued speaking seriously while the 3 disciples listened attentively. In the second stage of training, you will focus on chakra control and physical skills. As you know, a person's chakra is limited, and it's impossible to have an endless supply. When facing an opponent of similar strength, having strong chakra control becomes an advantage. With the same amount of chakra, someone with strong chakra control may be able to perform 2 jutsu of the same level, and with greater power. This can make a significant difference in battle. Moreover, physical training ensures that you won't be helpless when your chakra runs low. It's essential to develop strong physical skills to complement your ninjutsu abilities. Most importantly, with exceptional chakra control and strong physical skills, you can easily develop techniques like taijutsu infused with chakra. Asahi paused for a moment, his thoughts drifting to the climactic battle between Might Guy and Uchiha Madara in the original story. Guy had pushed the boundaries of his abilities by opening the 8 gates, almost reaching the level of the 6 paths. Keep in mind, Asahi continued, that mastering these skills will be challenging, and the training may become difficult. But don't worry, I believe you can handle it. You're right, Master. We're not afraid of difficulty, Konan responded crisply. They had survived in times of conflict by mastering the art of evasion, making monotony a part of their everyday life. Very well. In the second stage, your primary focus will be on refining your chakra control and enhancing your physical prowess. This will lay the foundation for your future growth as powerful ninjas, Asahi concluded, emphasizing the importance of their upcoming training. The 3 disciples nodded, their determination shining through. They were ready to face the challenges of the second stage, knowing that it was a crucial step on their path to becoming formidable ninjas. After listening to Asahi's explanation, the 3 disciples became even more serious about their second stage training. While they didn't fully grasp how terrifying top-tier ninjutsu and physical skills could be, they had faith in Asahi. With his incredible expertise, and the level of seriousness he displayed, they could only imagine the strength of top-tier combat abilities. The 3 of them began to envision a future where they would become elite ninja. Eager to begin, Yahiko couldn't wait and asked, Master, how do we start the training? Asahi smiled calmly and replied, we'll begin by climbing trees. Climbing trees? Nagato, Konan, and Yahiko were understandably surprised. Climbing trees seemed like a basic skill they could effortlessly perform. Asahi was referring to the training method used by Leaf Village Ninja in the original series. While they weren't sure when this method was developed, it had proven to be quite effective. Asahi didn't hesitate to incorporate it into their training regimen. It's not just about climbing trees. I want you to be able to move freely through the trees without leaving a single footprint, Asahi explained. He demonstrated by effortlessly standing on the tree's surface, defying gravity as he walked vertically up the trunk and reached the top. It was a display of chakra control that left the 3 disciples awestruck. They had never seen anything like it. How did you do that, Master? Konan asked in amazement. Asahi jumped down from the tree and replied, it's quite simple. You use chakra to envelop the soles of your shoes, allowing you to adhere to the tree trunk. Of course, you'll have to control the amount of chakra precisely. Too much, and you'll leave a footprint on the tree. Too little, and you'll fall. Just a friendly reminder, I haven't prepared any protective measures for you. In other words, if you fall, it's going to hurt. Asahi grinned, showing no concern about not providing safety measures. He knew that the 3 disciples had potential, and a few tries would help them get the hang of it. Regarding Asahi's advice, Konan and Nagato were a bit nervous but resolutely prepared themselves. On the other hand, Yahiko felt no anxiety at all and laughed heartily, saying, Haha, Master, this is too simple. Watch me. Saying this, Yahiko attempted to step onto the tree trunk. However, with a creaking sound, he left a large footprint on the tree, causing him considerable embarrassment. He sheepishly touched his head and tried again, leaving faint shoe prints but managing to stand on it. Encouraged by this, Yahiko took 2 tentative steps, but before he could celebrate, there was a loud snap, and he fell to the ground. Unprepared for the fall, Yahiko grimaced and rubbed his rear, which prompted a chuckle from Nagato and Konan, who had initially been nervous. What are you laughing at? If you're so confident, give it a try, and you'll probably fall too. Yahiko retorted, a bit defiant. Upon hearing this challenge, Nagato and Konan decided to test it out. Nagato felt something odd at first, like he had used a bit too much chakra, but he quickly adjusted. He felt like he could easily walk to the top of the tree now. This puzzled him since Yahiko had struggled initially. Experimentally, Nagato took 2 steps and found himself standing firmly on the tree trunk without leaving a trace. He continued walking to the top with ease, leaving Yahiko below feeling baffled. Seeing Nagato's success, Konan summoned her courage and took 2 steps as well. Although her initial attempts were a bit shaky, she quickly grasped the technique and effortlessly ascended to the top of the tree. This left Yahiko, who was still striving to reach the middle of the tree, filled with self-doubt. Why am I struggling so much? Is the gap really this significant? He pondered silently. However, Yahiko was not one to be easily discouraged. Nagato and Konan provided encouragement instead of teasing, and Asahi watched silently from the side. After relentless efforts and numerous falls, Yahiko, this determined man, finally managed to stand at the top of the tree trunk. Chapter 25, Puppeteers or Puppet Ninja. Very good, your talents are indeed quite impressive, Asahi complimented when Yahiko successfully grasped the tree climbing technique. However, his praise had an unintended consequence. Yahiko, hanging upside down from a branch, began to laugh heartily, forgetting that he had been left behind by his 2 comrades a moment ago. He laughed so heartily that he lost his grip and fell again, which left Asahi rather exasperated. Rubbing his rear end in embarrassment, Yahiko chuckled awkwardly as he stood on the ground. Asahi quickly intervened, saying, "All right, no more fooling around. This is just the beginning." Seeing Asahi's stern expression, all 3 students immediately became serious. Yahiko ceased clowning, and Konan and Nagato stopped their suppressed laughter. Now, let's raise the difficulty a bit. Your next challenge is to run steadily on the surface of the water. Asahi paused, then announced their next training goal. Having experienced tree climbing, the 3 students didn't question Asahi's instructions and patiently awaited his next words. Similar to tree climbing, you'll gather chakra under your feet. However, water is constantly changing, so you'll need to adjust the chakra concentration under your shoes constantly. Understand? Yes, understood. The 3 students nodded seriously. Good, then go ahead. Asahi created a shadow clone to accompany the students to the riverbank. For teaching these fundamental exercises, 1 shadow clone was sufficient. Meanwhile, Asahi himself entered a state of meditation. With his recent rapid progress on his strength, he had been sensing the bottleneck of his breakthrough approaching. By the river, under the watchful eye of the shadow clone, the 3 students began their water walking training. Unlike tree climbing, this task was more challenging, and all 3 fell into the water multiple times. Even Nagato, with his exceptional talent, took a while to find stability on the water's surface. Yahiko, on the other hand, had a particularly tough time and ended up drenched. What seemed like a simple exercise turned into a 2-day ordeal for the 3 students. Achieving the ability to walk freely on the water took even longer, a half-day of continuous practice to get used to the ever-changing surface. Of course, there was a reason for Yahiko falling behind, so by the time the 3 students completed the water walking training task, 3 days had passed. During these 3 days, the only noteworthy event was Asahi's successful breakthrough to the Jonin level. His sudden surge in natural energy was even noticeable to the 3 students. Achieving this breakthrough to Jonin was a source of great satisfaction for Asahi. After all, it was the result of relentless training for over 2 months, entirely different from any rewards provided by the system. Although the next breakthrough was still a long way off, Asahi now had some confidence. In this era, where Jonin-level shinobi weren't as numerous as they once were, being a Jonin was considered high-end combat capability. Moreover, Asahi was considerably stronger than the average shinobi of the same rank. Very good, now the next phase of your chakra control training begins. With the joy of his successful breakthrough still fresh, Asahi's sternness towards the 3 students had lessened somewhat. Do you all know about the Sand Village? Instead of revealing the details of their next training phase, Asahi asked the 3 students a question. Although they didn't understand the purpose of this question, the 3 students answered honestly, yes, we know. The Sand Village is a shinobi village in the Wind Country, one of the 5 great nations, and one of the 5 great shinobi villages. Asahi nodded, correct. Since you know about the Sand Village, you must be aware of a particular type of shinobi unique to the Sand Village puppeteers. Hearing the word puppeteer, the three students furrowed their brows as they recalled certain information. Suddenly, Konan clapped her hands and said, "Oh, I remember now. I've heard adults talk about it before. They said that Sand Village puppeteers could single-handedly rival several shinobi." Yahiko and Nagato also remembered. During their wanderings, they had indeed overheard some people discussing shinobi from various nations. One individual had particularly admired Sand Village puppeteers, claiming that a single one could replace an entire team. Asahi nodded again, "That's correct. While it's true that puppeteers are formidable and can control multiple puppets simultaneously, they often have significant weaknesses. Many puppets they control lack strong offensive capabilities and primarily rely on poison. However, if an antidote is available against their poisons, they become significantly less effective. Additionally, most puppeteers have very weak close combat abilities. Once an enemy gets close, they are essentially helpless on the battlefield." Asahi explained, instantly dispelling the mystery surrounding the profession of puppeteers for the three students. "However, for now, this doesn't concern you. What you need to do is learn the control techniques of puppeteers. You see, every puppeteer possesses exceptional chakra control skills." With that, Asahi suddenly produced a pile of kunai without blades and handed them to the three students, saying, "Now, mimic puppeteers and use my chakra to form a thin thread, controlling and using these kunai. When you can comfortably control more than 10 kunai at once, you'll have completed this phase." Accepting the kunai, the three students found that, apart from the absence of blades, these kunai were no different from the ones they usually used. It's worth noting that kunai without blades are much harder to come by than bladed ones. Asahi had specially arranged for these kunai to be made at a weapon shop. "Don't worry, master. We won't keep you waiting long," Yahiko said with a confident smile, and even Konan and Nagato displayed a hint of confidence. After all, they had completed the previous two phases in just a few days. Even if this phase was a bit more challenging, it shouldn't take too long. Seeing their confident expressions, Asahi shook his head in resignation. "Don't underestimate this task. It's quite different from tree climbing and water walking. You'll understand when you give it a try." The training of tree climbing and water walking could be described as a single-minded endeavor. However, controlling kunai with chakra threads was far from simple. You see, even with regular steel wires, controlling kunai required prolonged practice, let alone using chakra threads. Maintaining chakra threads required intense focus, and when combined with the difficulty of controlling kunai, it was akin to multitasking. If they were to control multiple kunai, they would need to create more chakra threads, making it even more challenging. This was beyond multitasking, it was multitasking to the extreme. Under these circumstances, it was impossible to achieve the training goals without enduring extensive practice. However, once accomplished, the three students' chakra control abilities would reach an exceptionally high level. Chapter 26, Timeskip 1.5 year. Hearing this, the three students became more serious. They attempted to condense a chakra thread and connect it to the kunai. However, they quickly realized the challenges involved. Maintaining stable chakra alone was already quite difficult, but now they had to split their focus to control the kunai. The three students failed in their initial attempts. Seeing them struggle, Asahi merely smiled and didn't say much. The determined trio, unwilling to admit defeat, continued to make attempts, one after another. With prolonged training, the three students' chakra was insufficient to meet their needs. Asahi devised a training plan for them. In the morning, they would practice chakra control, and once their chakra was depleted, they would engage in refining exercises to restore it. In the afternoon, they would focus on physical training, taking turns sparring and practicing various combat techniques. Every day, the three students lived this monotonous routine. They progressed from not being able to control a single kunai to frequently injuring themselves, then to confidently handling one kunai. Subsequently, they began increasing the number of kunai, repeating the experiences of the past. In physical training, the three students made rapid progress. Among the countless low-level techniques rewarded by the system, Asahi had not taught them a particular one. Instead, he had them train in a variety of techniques. While mastering one technique could make you better than knowing 1,000 others, it would limit the trio's potential. Asahi did not intend to restrict them to a single path of physical training. The path he had chosen for his disciples was versatile. Ninjutsu, genjutsu, taijutsu, fuinjutsu, and even senjutsu if possible, it would be best if they could excel in all. Although versatile ninjas progressed slowly in the beginning and weren't particularly strong in any one aspect, they were among the most invincible at their level. Being well-rounded meant having no weaknesses for enemies to exploit. Furthermore, even though they were learning a variety of techniques, many of them shared common principles. After mastering some, the rest seemed surprisingly easy to learn. As the days went by, the three students made significant progress. A year and a half later, the three youngsters by the riverside had grown significantly taller. Even the shortest among them, Yahiko, was nearing 5 feet in height. At this point, they had shed the innocence they displayed when they first encountered Asahi. Although they were still relatively young, the maturity in their faces was becoming evident. All three of them extended 10 slender, pale blue chakra threads from their fingertips, connecting them to the distant kunao. Initially dormant, the kunao instantly soared into the air, hovering around them. As the three's fingertips quivered incessantly, all the kunao in the air collided rapidly. Sparks occasionally burst into the sky, accompanied by the resonating clang of kunao clashing. Although the kunao they controlled lacked sharp edges, their high-speed maneuvers still posed a lethal threat to ordinary individuals. However, even in this intense scenario, the trio maintained smiles on their faces, as if they found it exceptionally effortless. Indeed, the current battle situation had not yet reached the limits of what the three could handle. Having trained together for an extended period, they were well aware of each other's boundaries. Nagato let out a light chuckle, and the speed of his hand movements instantly surged, causing the kunao's velocity to increase once more. Konan and Yahiko, not wanting to fall behind, accelerated their movements to counter Nagato. However, as time passed, beads of sweat began to appear on Yahiko's face, indicating that he had reached his limits. Not far behind him, Konan's brow furrowed, signifying that her limits were also approaching. Only Nagato, although maintaining a stern expression, continued to manage the situation capably. This situation left Yahiko and Konan somewhat helpless, but they weren't resentful. Instead, they were concerned that they couldn't keep pace with Nagato's progress due to his exceptional talent. Their feelings towards Nagato were filled with good wishes. Sensing that he could no longer hold on, Yahiko didn't push himself further. He grinned, promptly retracted his kunao, and addressed the others, "Haha, I've lost, but don't celebrate too soon." With that, Yahiko suddenly accelerated and moved away from his initial position. In the next moment, he rushed directly in front of Nagato, launching a charging punch towards his face. Nagato remained utterly composed, effortlessly sidestepping Yahiko's attack. He swiftly raised a leg, aiming directly for Yahiko's waist. Yahiko quickly retreated to evade the strike. Nagato had initially intended to follow up with a counterattack, but before he could react, Konan was already by his side, launching a flying kick. In this dilemma, Nagato had no choice but to block Konan's attack with his own. However, Konan didn't let up. She immediately shifted her weight and delivered another powerful kick. The successive strikes forced Nagato to step back repeatedly. Seeing this opportunity, Yahiko swiftly joined the fray, launching his own attacks against Nagato. Facing the 2-on-1 assault, Nagato initially resorted to blocking and defending against their attacks. However, in the next moment, Nagato swiftly evaded Yahiko's punch, seizing the opportunity to grab Konan's outstretched leg. With a sudden burst of strength, he flung Konan away with a powerful twist of his waist. This move didn't pose any real harm to Konan, she easily absorbed the impact with a nimble hop. However, she was now separated from Nagato, and bridging that gap quickly was unrealistic. This created an opening where Yahiko was about to face Nagato one-on-one. Yahiko grinned, recognizing that while Nagato's talent was indeed exceptional, he himself wasn't lagging too far behind. In terms of taijutsu, even though he might not surpass Nagato, Konan was significantly stronger than him. Hoping to swiftly deal with him? That was impossible. Time was of the essence, and Nagato didn't turn around. Instead, he launched an elbow strike directly at Yahiko behind him. Yahiko, however, was no slouch. He swiftly twisted his waist at a precise angle, dodging the attack effectively. Without missing a beat, Yahiko crossed his arms in front of his chest. As expected, when Nagato's first attack failed, he instantly changed tactics. His arm lashed out like a whip, targeting Yahiko's chest. Yet, Yahiko skillfully blocked the strike with his arms. Utilizing the force of Nagato's attack, Yahiko leaped away from Nagato's side. Observing the situation, Nagato felt rather helpless. Despite his superior skills, the deep familiarity among the three of them left no room for unexpected maneuvers. Moreover, while he might be individually stronger, he knew that facing Yahiko and Konan together was a daunting prospect. Sure enough, Yahiko, who had just leaped away, quickly regrouped with Konan, preparing to launch a joint attack. Chapter 27, Chakra Nature Test. Clap, clap, clap. Just as Yahiko and Konan were about to launch their attacks, applause suddenly echoed across the open training ground. Asahi, clapping his hands, approached from a distance. Seeing him, the three of them quickly halted their movements. Asahi had been observing them closely since the moment they began their spar. Truth be told, he was quite satisfied with their performance. Although their exchange may not have seemed thrilling, it was due to their deep familiarity with each other. Every move they made during the spar had multiple escape routes, but their mutual understanding allowed them to anticipate and neutralize those moves in advance. Had their opponents been anyone else, it wouldn't have been as straightforward. A momentary lapse in attention could have resulted in devastating blows. In a sense, despite not yet having learned ninjutsu, thanks to their proficiency in puppet control techniques and exceptional taijutsu, the three of them were already on par with Chunin-level shinobi. Well done, well done. You've all completed this stage of the training, Asahi said with satisfaction, ceasing his applause and nodding at the trio. Upon hearing this, Yahiko, Konan, and Nagato were overjoyed. While their skills had indeed improved significantly, their daily routines had remained unchanged for the past year and a half. In fact, 2 months earlier, they had already completed all the tasks Asahi had assigned to them. However, after Asahi had reviewed their progress, he felt their foundational skills needed further reinforcement, so he had them continue training for an additional 2 months. With no other choice, the three of them had diligently repeated the same daily routines, day in and day out. Despite their patience with the monotonous lifestyle, they couldn't help but feel excited at the prospect of leaving it behind. Really? Master? Can we move on to the next stage of training? Konan asked in excitement. They had long been aware that the next stage would involve the study of ninjutsu. For Yahiko, Konan, and Nagato, who had eagerly anticipated learning various ninja techniques, ninjutsu offered a welcome change from their daily physical training. With a gleam of approval in his eyes, Asahi nodded and replied, "That's right. From now on, you can begin your ninjutsu training." Hooray! Hip, hip, hooray! The three of them cheered in unison. Okay. Stop. Asahi extended his right hand into the air and clenched it tightly. The cheers from the three disciples immediately subsided. Asahi reached into his pocket and retrieved 3 pieces of paper. Before you begin your formal training in ninjutsu, you must test your chakra nature to determine which ninjutsu suits you best. These papers I hold are specialized chakra nature test sheets. With that, Asahi handed 1 sheet to each of the 3 disciples. Don't ask him where he obtained these chakra paper sheets, he borrowed them from the hidden rain village. As for why this step was necessary, it was all about maintaining a low profile. Even though Asahi had long known the innate abilities of these 3, they still needed to go through the customary procedure. It was all about the sense of ceremony. As you all know, the basic chakra natures are water, fire, earth, lightning, wind, yin, and yang. Of course, there are also chakra natures that result from the fusion of different attributes, such as ice release and so on, but those belong to bloodline limits. Now, infuse your chakra into the chakra paper, and you will discover your chakra nature. After listening to Asahi's explanation, Yahiko eagerly became the first to test his chakra nature. As Yahiko channeled his chakra into the paper, it instantly became soaked with water. In one corner, it even cracked. Yahiko looked at Asahi with a puzzled expression, and Asahi nodded in approval, saying, "Well done, you possess the water chakra nature. Moreover, its intensity is quite high. This means that when you train in water release in the future, you'll make rapid progress." Yahoo! Yahiko cheered. Asahi paid him no mind and turned his gaze to Nagato, who was in the process of testing his chakra. The procedure was the same, but the results were drastically different. Nagato's chakra paper displayed several different manifestations all at once. It tore in the middle, part of it crinkled, part became moist, part caught fire, and part shattered. This left Konan, who was preparing to test her chakra nature next, momentarily stunned. "Master, look at Nagato's test paper." Asahi had known that this would happen and simply smiled. It's fine. Nagato has excellent talent. He possesses all 5 basic chakra natures, and they are all quite powerful. Great job, Nagato. Asahi's words were barely out of his mouth when Yahiko enthusiastically wrapped his arm around Nagato's shoulder. Your talent is truly exceptional. You will make incredible progress in your training. Congratulations, Nagato. Konan also wore a joyful smile as she offered her congratulations. Konan, it's your turn now. Hurry and test your chakra nature, Yahiko urged, releasing his embrace of Nagato's shoulder. Nagato also gazed at Konan with anticipation. Yes, Konan, please test yours as well. Both of them were eager to discover Konan's chakra nature, hoping she would possess remarkable talent. Okay. Konan nodded with determination. She was equally eager to learn her chakra nature. As Konan channeled her chakra into the paper, it slowly began to change. Similar to Nagato's results, the paper split down the middle, with one side becoming wet with water, and the other side shattering. Wow! Water, earth, and wind natures! Yahiko shouted in excitement. Even though he had only one chakra nature himself, water, his comrades having multiple natures excited him. Nagato's eyes sparkled with delight, relieved that Konan had displayed talent as well. However, for Asahi, he silently shook his head. He couldn't help but notice that Konan's multiple chakra natures weren't particularly strong. But he didn't mind, Konan's unique talent wasn't tied to the 5 elemental releases. In the original story, her angelic name came from her paper jutsu, an innate and incredible ability. Don't celebrate too soon. While Konan has multiple chakra natures, their individual strengths aren't very high. Sometimes, having multiple chakra natures doesn't necessarily mean it's a good thing. Asahi doused their excitement with a dose of reality. The 3 disciples were left momentarily stunned, and Yahiko was the first to express concern. Master, what should we do about this? Please, think of a solution. Nagato chimed in with a worried expression. Yes, Master, please help Konan. You must have a solution. Konan looked at Asahi with a pleading expression, knowing that when he wore that particular expression, it meant he had a plan. Or, in other words, she had never encountered a problem that Asahi couldn't solve. Chapter 28, Origami. As for the solution, Asahi drew out his words, casting a meaningful glance toward his 3 young disciples. Of course, there is one. Now, Konan, release your chakra, and let me feel it for myself. At his request, Konan obediently focused her chakra into her palms. Asahi pretended to sense it, even though he already knew the result. However, appearances needed to be maintained. He said theatrically. While the intensity of your water, earth, and wind chakra natures isn't very high, your yang chakra nature is exceptionally strong. In that case, Master, what kind of ninja techniques can Konan learn? Yahiko and Nagato both leaned forward, their eyes filled with anticipation. Konan's eyes also gleamed with excitement when she heard Asahi praise her yang chakra nature. In the ninja world, those with a yang chakra nature generally lean toward becoming medical ninjas. Medical ninjas. The 3 disciples looked puzzled. Asahi nodded. Yes, they manipulate chakra to perform medical ninjutsu, which involves learning various techniques for rapid wound healing. After briefly explaining what a medical ninja was, Asahi continued, however, becoming a proficient medical ninja often requires extensive study and training, and I don't have the time to teach you medical ninjutsu. Moreover, most medical ninjas have limited combat abilities during their early training stages. Hearing this, the 3 disciples furrowed their brows. They knew the importance of combat abilities, having survived in turbulent times. While Konan was willing to learn medical ninjutsu for Yahiko and Nagato, they had to consider what would happen when she was separated from them. They weren't part of a large village with secure surroundings. They roamed the wilderness, facing various dangers every day. Furthermore, Asahi mentioned that he didn't have the time to teach Konan to become a medical ninja. Master, then what should Konan do? Yahiko asked, perplexed. I suggest creating your own unique ninja technique system, Asahi replied seriously. Creating our own ninja technique system. The 3 disciples were quite shocked. What did it mean to create their own ninja technique system? Were their master's expectations too high? They hadn't even started their formal training, and now they were expected to create something? However, despite their astonishment, Asahi remained calm and nodded. That's right, the greatest advantage of the yang nature is its vitality. This significantly increases the possibility of creating ninja techniques based on the yang attribute. Do you all know about Konoha? In their village, there's a famous team known as the Inoshikacho Trio. The members of this team come from the Yamanaka, Nara, and Akimichi clans, respectively. These clans are renowned for their mastery of yin and yang chakra manipulation. Although Asahi spoke with confidence, Konan was still worried and asked with uncertainty, Master, can I really create my own ninja technique system? Asahi shrugged and responded confidently, of course, I believe in you. You possess a unique talent, and you won't be entirely on your own in this endeavor. I already have some ideas regarding your ninja training. Inspired by Asahi's encouragement, Konan's confidence surged. Don't worry, Master, I'll definitely succeed. I won't let you down. Her unwavering self-assurance even affected Yahiko and Nagato. Seeing their newfound confidence, Asahi nodded in satisfaction. He created 2 shadow clones to lead Yahiko and Nagato away for their ninja training. Now, only Asahi and Konan remained in the area. Both of them have straightforward training paths, but yours might be a bit more challenging. Now, based on your unique qualities, I plan to teach you some special ninja techniques. Hearing that her training was about to begin, Konan immediately adopted a serious demeanor. She transformed from the reliant young girl into a fearless and determined student. Konan, you enjoy origami, right? I have a few fascinating ninja techniques that involve origami manipulation. Indeed, Asahi was referring to the dance of the Shikigami no Mai. Within the rewards from the system's ninja technique mastery, there was a collection of all B-rank or lower ninja techniques from the ninja world. Even some ninja techniques that didn't exist in the original series but were later created were included in Asahi's system rewards. These ninja techniques were currently the greatest treasures Asahi could teach his disciples. He could choose the most suitable ninja techniques to teach them based on their individual characteristics. For example, with Konan, he could directly teach her the dance of the Shikigami no Mai, rather than starting from scratch. However, the rewards in Asahi's system currently only included B-rank and lower ninja techniques, while most of Konan's advanced ninja techniques were at A rank or higher. Nevertheless, this could still save Konan a considerable amount of time. Although Asahi didn't understand the principles behind these techniques very well, he knew their practical effects. Therefore, Konan's progress would improve significantly. Upon hearing Asahi's words, Konan looked at him with excitement. Is it true, Master? Please teach me. She truly enjoyed origami, but since becoming a disciple and dedicating most of her time to training, she rarely had time for it. However, even during her spare moments, she would occasionally engage in origami. She had thought she wouldn't have much time to waste on origami anymore, but now Asahi was telling her that there were ninja techniques that required origami manipulation, and he intended to teach her. This revelation came as a pleasant surprise to Konan. Seeing Konan's joyful expression, Asahi's eyes squinted with a smile. All right, pay close attention. Without further ado, Asahi retrieved a piece of origami paper from his pocket and began to form hand seals, ox, rat, ninpo, paper shuriken. With the infusion of chakra, the origami paper in Asahi's hand instantly transformed into a shuriken and flew rapidly toward a distant tree. With a resounding thud, it deeply embedded itself into the trunk. Konan, watching from the sidelines, was practically mesmerized. Her eyes sparkled as if she had just discovered a delightful treat. She loved this ninja technique. It was not only fascinating but also had decent power. Asahi's actions weren't finished yet. After the paper shuriken was launched, another sheet of origami paper appeared and floated beside him. Dog, boar, ninpo, paper clone technique. The paper instantly changed shape and rapidly expanded in size, forming an exact duplicate of Asahi standing next to him. The clone was so convincing that it was nearly impossible to distinguish between the clone and the original. Konan's eyes shone even brighter. She had made up her mind to learn this type of ninja technique in the future. Chapter 29, Shikigami no Mai, Dance of Paper. As Asahi released 2 consecutive ninja techniques, although the chakra consumption was negligible, he decided to stop. Not for any other reason, but simply because he was teaching his students, not showcasing his talents on a stage. 2 ninja techniques were enough for Konan to practice for a while, any more would be overwhelming for her. So, do you still like these 2 ninja techniques? Asahi asked with a smile. Konan happily nodded, yes, I really like them. Have you remembered the hand seals I used just now? Yes, Master, Konan replied. Very good. Let me explain what you need to focus on when practicing these two techniques. Asahi continued. Firstly, you need to have exceptional chakra control to fold the origami into the required shape as quickly as possible. During the folding process, you must also adhere the chakra to the surface of the paper following specific patterns. This ensures the strength of the origami and protects it from environmental influences. For example, on a rainy day, the origami won't get soaked because of the chakra protection. The chakra attachment patterns vary depending on the different ninja techniques. It's best if you can figure them out by yourself. This will greatly benefit your casting speed and the development of your ninja techniques. After sharing this wealth of information, Asahi paused for a moment and looked at Konan, who was nodding seriously. Rest assured, Master. I understand what you mean. Very well. Here are the prepared origami sheets for you. With that, Asahi waved his sleeve, and a multitude of origami sheets appeared in his hand, surprising Konan. She hadn't expected Asahi to have prepared so many origami sheets. After all, teaching her these ninja techniques seemed like a spontaneous decision, right? Wait, that didn't make sense. Konan remembered Asahi's composed expression when she had tested her chakra attributes earlier. While he had appeared seamless on the surface, that was precisely where the issue lay. Considering how much her master cared about her on a daily basis, how could he remain so composed after learning that her chakra attributes were not particularly strong? So, there could be only one explanation. Master, did you already know that my chakra attribute strength wasn't high, and you planned to teach me this paper ninjutsu from the beginning? Konan stared intently at Asahi, trying to discern something from his gaze. Unfortunately, Asahi, experienced as he was, showed no signs of embarrassment after being exposed. Instead, he simply smiled and squinted his eyes. That's right, Konan. You caught me. I did plan this in advance. If I hadn't figured out your talents by now, I wouldn't be much of a master. You're admitting it so openly? Master. You're really too much. You made me worry for nothing. Feeling Asahi's teasing gaze, Konan shouted indignantly. Asahi didn't seem to mind at all. In fact, he found Konan's mix of anger and embarrassment quite amusing. So, you don't want to learn this type of ninja technique? Well, I can teach you something else. Asahi raised an eyebrow, his smile mischievous. Konan suddenly froze, her face turning rosy. She couldn't tell if it was from anger or shyness. No. I mean, I'd still like to learn this. I think it's quite nice. You don't have to trouble yourself, Master. Asahi shrugged. It's no trouble at all. I have plenty of ninja techniques to teach. No, really, Master. I like this type of technique. By the way, does this kind of technique have a name? To prevent Asahi from bringing up the topic of changing her training, Konan quickly changed the subject. Asahi easily saw through her intentions but decided to go along with it. He didn't want to embarrass Konan. A name, you say? How about Shikigami no Mai? Shikigami no Mai. Konan murmured softly, savoring the sound of the name. The more she thought about it, the more she liked it. It perfectly matched her preferences and the expressive nature of the technique. It sounded beautiful and was visually appealing. Master, that name sounds amazing. Konan nodded in satisfaction. Well, of course, it sounds good to you, you came up with it yourself. Asahi chuckled internally, showing no signs of his true thoughts. He was not about to let Konan see his playful side. In reality, Asahi merely nodded faintly and said, since you like it, let's call all the techniques in this series Shikigami no Mai, shall we? Konan excitedly nodded her head. Really, Master? That's fantastic. Alright, let's not waste any more time. Give it a try, and I'll correct you from the sidelines. Sensing the chakra fluctuations coming from a distance, Asahi knew that Yahiko and Nagato had already begun their training. He didn't want to chat further and urged Konan to start practicing. Yes, Master. Konan replied promptly, not holding back at all. She stashed away the extra sheets of paper into her ninja tool pouch, leaving only one, which she controlled with her chakra to hover in the air. Then, Konan formed hand seals with one hand while simultaneously using her chakra to manipulate the paper, folding it into the shape of a shuriken. It must be said that Konan possessed strong chakra control and excellent paper folding skills. With ease, she crafted a paper shuriken. However, after completing the hand seals and infusing the shuriken with chakra, it did not behave like Asahi's version, piercing into a tree trunk upon contact. Instead, it was instantly deformed under tremendous pressure when it touched the tree trunk. Pay attention to the chakra attachment patterns on the paper's surface, it's not uniform. Asahi calmly reminded her. Konan nodded softly and continued her attempts. Once, twice. It took Konan a full 3 days to figure out the chakra distribution pattern for the paper shuriken. Meanwhile, Yahiko had successfully learned a C-rank water release jutsu, and Nagato, with his incredible talent, was proficient in using multiple ninja techniques. In the following days, Konan focused most of her efforts on learning and developing the Shikigami no Mai. Asahi stood by, offering guidance and helping Konan progress rapidly. Yahiko and Nagato continuously learned a plethora of ninja techniques, honing their hand seals' speed to perform jutsu swiftly. Asahi and his 2 shadow clones, in addition to teaching the trio, steadily improved their own abilities. Master and disciples spent this precious period of peace in a secluded corner of the hidden rain village, silently honing their skills. They patiently awaited the next opportunity to make their mark on the world. Chapter 30, Trial. Damn it! What have I done to you? Why do you insist on chasing me down? Can't I surrender? Deep within the forests of the hidden rain village, a ninja wearing a forehead protector from the rock village glared at the 4 individuals before him. A deep scar in the middle of his forehead protector exposed his identity as a rogue ninja from the rock village. At this moment, the rogue ninja from the rock village had droplets of water dripping down from his forehead protector. It was a mixture of sweat and rainwater. His ferocious eyes constantly darted around the surroundings, searching for an escape route. He hadn't considered fighting to the death against the 4 individuals in front of him because the moment they appeared, he felt the threat. It wasn't the combined force of the 4 that alarmed him, but rather the 3 youths, each emanating a sense of danger. Surprisingly, the person who seemed to be leading them, their teacher, made him feel no threat at all. This was not a good sign, it indicated that the opponent's strength far exceeded his understanding, making it impossible for him to sense their power. As a ninja who had survived 2 Shinobi world wars, he knew better than anyone whom to provoke and whom to avoid. Therefore, after the 4 individuals appeared, his first instinct was to flee the scene. However, what he hadn't expected was that the 4 of them would chase him relentlessly, showing no intention of letting him escape. But even so, he hoped they wouldn't resort to violence. Surrendering was not that big of a deal. However, would the other side grant him that wish? Certainly not. Because those 4 individuals were none other than Asahi and his 3 disciples, and the rogue ninja was the final obstacle in the training phase for his 3 disciples. Indeed, it had been over a year since Asahi began teaching the 3 disciples ninjutsu. During this time, the 3 disciples had shed their childishness, and their heights had nearly caught up to Asahi. Just recently, all 3 of them had successfully advanced to the rank of Jonin, marking the end of the 3rd phase of their training. However, despite their Jonin-level abilities, they still couldn't be considered true Jonin. The reason for this was simple, the 3 disciples had yet to spill blood. In the ninja world, no matter how formidable your strength, if you lacked the resolve to kill your enemies, you remained a weakling. Hence, the final stage of their training had begun. Recognizing this principle early on, Asahi had spent these past few years taking on missions in the black market to raise his own rank. He needed to adapt to the ninja world's way of life and prepare for today. Through Asahi's rising status in the black market, they had successfully undertaken 3 Jonin-level bounty missions in one go. The rogue ninja before them was their first target. T, a former member of Iwagakure's explosive corps, possesses Jonin-level strength. During the Second Shinobi World War, he killed his teammates and was sentenced by the village, becoming a wanted criminal of Iwagakure. While on the run, he caused the deaths of hundreds of civilians in order to evade Iwagakure's pursuit. Am I correct? Asahi's tone remained cold. In his eyes, T was already a dead man, given the hundreds of innocent civilians who had lost their lives because of him. The 3 disciples glared fiercely at T. It was rogues like T who had left them as orphans. Hearing his information being recited word for word by Asahi, T wasn't surprised. These were widely circulated stories in the ninja world, and his actions were even more numerous than what had been mentioned. I understand. Have you taken on missions from the underground black market? T asked calmly. Let me go. My bounty is only 8 million ryo. It's not worth your trouble. If you need money, I can give you 10 million. How about that? T stared at the four individuals, using the same tactic he had employed countless times before to stall bounty hunters. If they agreed, he'd give them the money, then escape to a nearby town. Once there, unless they were insane, they wouldn't dare to confront him in a civilian area. After all, once they took action, T could instantly kill a large number of civilians with their ninjutsu. At that point, even if T died, the Konohagakure and Kumigakure would jointly hunt down their killers. Otherwise, after all these years, T would have been killed by bounty hunters for his rewards long ago. It could be said that he was unlucky. He usually stayed in towns, but today, he had a whim to go out for some relaxation, and he ended up being ambushed by Asahi and his group. Ugh, who cares about your filthy money? Let me tell you, we're here today to do justice. Konan spat at him with disdain upon hearing T's offer of money. Yahiko and Nagato joined in, that's right. Do you think everyone loves money? Listening to the three disciples' righteous anger, T shook his head in contempt. These were such hot-blooded and idealistic youngsters, undoubtedly raised in large villages, who hadn't been beaten down by the harsh realities of the world. T had seen plenty of such hot-blooded kids in the village. But eventually, hadn't they all bowed to the harsh realities? What was all this talk about doing justice? In the ninja world, only things that benefited oneself were worth doing. Youngsters, your captain hasn't spoken yet. Why don't you listen to him? T remarked dismissively, trying to provoke them. The three disciples glared angrily at T, their eyes wide open. Asahi chuckled softly. T just couldn't let go, could he? Hehe, I think my disciples are right, Asahi said. The three disciples perked up when they heard their master's words. See, you're done for today. They declared confidently to T. Hearing Asahi's words, T furrowed his brows tightly. This person was different from anyone he'd ever encountered. What did he want if not money? Sir, I don't know what you want exactly, but believe me, whatever it is, I can satisfy your demands. Please, let me go. T attempted one last struggle, hoping Asahi and his group would spare him. This time, he was truly willing to go all out. Regardless of what Asahi wanted, as long as he could provide it, he had decided to comply. If it were someone else, they might have been swayed. Unfortunately for T, he was dealing with Asahi. Asahi shook his head and spoke coldly to T, talking won't help. There's no way I can let you go easily today. However, when T heard Asahi's words soften, he hastily asked, however, what? As long as it's within my power, I'll definitely satisfy you. I can give you a chance to live, Asahi replied coldly. Have you seen my three disciples here? Choose one of them. Defeat or kill them, and I'll spare your life. Hearing his master mention them, the three disciples immediately straightened their chests, their gazes challenging T. Chapter 31, Konan First Battle, 1. You dare. Upon hearing Asahi's words, T was utterly furious at this moment. He had initially thought that Asahi and his group had come to kill him for money or some sense of justice. However, he never expected that Asahi would use him as a sparring partner for his disciples. Who was T? He was a genius from the Uegakure village. Even among the explosion unit's Jonin in Uegakure, he was one of the best. Since his promotion to Jonin, nobody dared to underestimate him. Now, he found himself reduced to being a whetstone for Asahi's disciples, and he couldn't stand it. Asahi impatiently glanced at him. Are you going to choose or not? If you don't, I'll let them all attack at once. Fine, fine, fine. T snorted with frustration. You're so arrogant. Today, I'll show you what it feels like to be defeated. Yes, T knew he couldn't beat Asahi. But he held no regard for a mere kid. I choose this little girl. T grinned maliciously at Konan. Kid, don't blame me when you're dead. If you do, blame your teacher. Indeed, T was infuriated, but he chose the softest-looking one among Asahi's disciples, Konan. But was Konan really as soft as she seemed? You despicable scoundrel! You don't even know who will win yet. Konan retorted, refusing to tolerate T's bad attitude. Seeing that T had made his choice, Asahi told Konan to perform well and stepped back with Yahiko and Nagato, creating some space for the two. Yahiko was still shouting at T, asking him why he didn't choose him, as if he was scared. But T, already an experienced trickster, blatantly ignored him, leaving Yahiko frustrated, feeling like he had punched into cotton. On the battlefield, Asahi and Yahiko, along with Nagato, had already withdrawn, leaving only Konan and T, the rogue ninja from Uegakuer, to face each other. The two locked eyes, their auras rising steadily. However, neither of them made a move. In a high-level duel, it's all about finding the opponent's weakness and delivering a deadly strike. For T, a seasoned veteran of the battlefield, and Konan, who had experienced rigorous training, maintaining their composure and searching for openings was second nature. They continued to lock eyes coldly, but as the saying goes, old habits die hard. Konan's youthful vigor couldn't completely suppress the wily T's presence. Sweat dripped from their foreheads, causing Yahiko and Nagato to nervously wipe their brows. We can't wait any longer. If we keep waiting, Konan's momentum will completely decline, Konan thought to herself. Regrettably, Konan's fierce gaze couldn't overpower T's composure. Seeing this, Konan knew she couldn't afford to wait any longer. She quickly formed hand seals. Shikigami no Mai, paper shuriken. In an instant, a paper sheet transformed into a shuriken and flew toward T. T chuckled lightly, thinking, youngsters will always be impulsive, they can't control their emotions. However, T's actions were far from slow. With a slight sidestep, he easily evaded Konan's technique. Konan knew that a single paper shuriken wouldn't harm T. So, immediately after the attack, she swiftly formed hand seals again. As expected, in the next second, T suddenly appeared beside Konan. Explosive release, earthquake fist. T's iron fist instantly struck Konan's abdomen. Boom! An explosion resounded, and Konan, who had been struck by T, seemingly exploded. However, T's expression remained stern. Instead of delight, he was closely observing his surroundings. As it turned out, the Konan that had exploded instantly transformed into scattered paper sheets. A paper clone? Interesting. Did you use this jutsu when I sidestepped earlier? T mumbled, significantly increasing his respect for Konan. Not for anything else, but because of Konan's combat awareness. Suddenly, T raised his head abruptly, only to find Konan hovering in the air. A pair of enormous wings made of paper flapped behind her. Shikigami no Mai, flying technique. At this moment, T was taken aback. In the ninja world, a ninja with the ability to fly was almost invincible. Furthermore, he could be considered severely lacking in aerial combat capabilities. What terrible luck! He had initially thought he'd encountered an easy target, but it turned out to be his natural predator. T now only hoped that Konan didn't possess too much offensive power, or else he would have to fight for his life. At this moment, Konan, too, was soaked in sweat for no apparent reason. Her master had already briefed her on T's information, but she had never imagined that T's explosive release would be so potent. If she hadn't been cautious, just a slight graze from his attack would have either killed her or left her gravely injured. She realized that she must avoid close quarters combat with him at all costs. That thought echoed silently in her mind. Hey, youngster, are you that timid? If you have the guts, come down and face me. T taunted Konan from the ground, hoping to anger her and make her relinquish her aerial advantage. However, Konan remained unfazed by T's words. Hovering in the air, her hands quickly formed seals. Shikigami no Mai, paper shuriken shadow clone jutsu. In an instant, countless shurikens flew toward T on the ground. This jutsu, a transformation of the third Hokage's shuriken shadow clone technique, overwhelmed T on the ground. He had no escape. Upon witnessing Konan's formidable jutsu, T didn't dare to underestimate it. His hands swiftly formed seals. Earth release, earth flow wall. As T pressed his hands onto the ground, a massive wall of earth surged up, shielding his entire body. The paper shurikens flying through the air all landed on the earth wall, dealing no harm to T. Konan, however, remained composed. Her hands continued to form seals. Dance of paper forms, paper spear. In an instant, a paper spear shot forth. Meanwhile, T, who was hiding beneath the earth wall, had no visibility of the incoming paper spear. Due to T's misjudgment, this high-powered jutsu, which Konan hadn't yet mastered, failed to hit its target directly, all thanks to T's incorrect choice of defense. The immensely penetrating spear almost pierced through the earth wall in an instant. Its colossal power remained undiminished, but fortunately, T had some awareness due to the earth wall obstructing the attack. He dodged with all his might, narrowly evading a fatal strike. However, even so, the paper spear left a long gash on his arm, with blood continuously trickling down. T endured the intense pain, gritting his teeth as he gazed at Konan in the sky. At this moment, he truly felt exceptionally frustrated. The majority of his abilities were centered around the explosive release. In his everyday encounters, a single punch from him would make his opponents explode instantly, eliminating the need for him to learn other ninjutsu. But now, his explosive release posed no threat whatsoever to Konan in the sky. This directly reduced his effectiveness from a solid 10 to a mere 4. He could only rely on his relatively less proficient earth release and lightning release to attack Konan, and even then, the limitations had significantly increased. Of course, this was a common issue for most Kekkei Genkai users. While their powerful bloodline abilities allowed them to dominate, once countered by an opponent, their own threat level diminished greatly. Chapter 32, Konan First Battle, 2. Kid, don't push your luck too far. T gritted his teeth, glaring fiercely at Konan. His voice was like a knife cutting through the air, sharp and filled with resentment. Konan glanced lightly at T, who seemed like a trapped beast. Seeing him bleeding from his arm, a hint of compassion flashed in her eyes. However, as soon as she thought about the innocent civilians T had killed, Konan steeled her resolve. Give up, today, you're doomed. Have you ever thought about the lives of those people you killed? Did you expect to escape justice? Konan's voice reached T's ears, shattering his last bit of hope. He knew he wouldn't leave here alive today. Since that was the case, they should prepare for bloodshed. T swept a fierce look at Wang Ran and the others, enduring the pain as he rapidly formed hand seals. Earth release, Earth Dragon bullets. The ground trembled as a dragon-shaped mass of soil appeared, continuously shooting high-speed mud bullets towards Konan. Konan, flapping the paper wings on her back, swiftly dodged in mid-air. However, there were just too many Earth Dragon bullets. Even though Konan skillfully evaded in the sky, there were still many mud bullets she couldn't avoid. Anticipating this, Konan had already formed seals when the Earth Dragon bullets appeared, creating several paper shields around her. Those mud bullets she couldn't dodge all hit the paper shields, leaving just a light imprint before falling to the ground. Konan named this technique Shikigami no Mai, paper shield. It was destined to become one of Konan's signature jutsu in the future. Although, due to her current lack of strength, the sturdiness of the paper shields wasn't at its peak, they already showed their powerful potential. After using this jutsu, T, seeing that the Earth Dragon bullets hadn't harmed Konan, couldn't help but feel a twinge of sorrow in his eyes. This jutsu was the most powerful long-range attack in his arsenal, and yet, it had no effect. However, he wasn't someone easily discouraged. If it didn't work the first time, he would try a second time. Once again, T formed hand seals, and the Earth Dragon bullets jutsu was unleashed. However, this time, Konan wasn't just defensively evading. In the intervals while dodging, she formed hand seals again. The Shadow Clone Jutsu using paper shurikens was also executed, launching a relentless attack towards T. Earth Dragon bullets and paper shurikens danced in the air. Occasionally, they collided, cancelling out each other's power and dissipating together in the sky. T, anticipating the paper shurikens flying towards him, was well prepared. Earth release, Earth flow wall. A wall of earth stood in front of T, blocking the paper shurikens. In the instant it blocked the shurikens, T quickly propelled himself backward. Sure enough, the next second, a paper spear deeply plunged into the ground where T had been standing. The entire paper spear had completely submerged into the earth, showcasing the jutsu's power. T, who initially wanted to use his strategy again on Konan, saw that his plan had failed, and a hint of disappointment flashed in his eyes. However, he instantly cast aside his disappointment. Now was not the time for wishful thinking. Indeed, having dodged his attack, T took advantage of Konan's momentary distraction. Lightning release, false darkness. This jutsu was one of T's few lightning release techniques. It was a trophy from his battles with Lightning Country Ninja back when he was still in the Iwanin Explosive Corps. Back then, he learned it just for fun, during moments of boredom, never expecting it to be useful in today's battle. It was the only hidden card he had kept for this fight, intending to catch Konan off guard and kill her unexpectedly. T's mouth opened, and in an instant, a lightning bolt struck towards Konan. The speed was so fast that Konan couldn't react in time and was engulfed by the lightning. Konan! On the sidelines, Yahiko and Nagato shouted in panic at Konan's name. Without hesitation, the two were ready to rush into the battlefield. However, Asahi roared, "What's the rush? Pay attention, Konan's moves are quite something in this wave." Sure enough, upon hearing Asahi's voice, the two calmed down instantly. If Asahi said that Konan's performance was fine, then at least it meant Konan wasn't in danger. T, who was currently sparring with Konan, also heard Yahiko and Nagato's exclamations. Looking up at Konan, who had seemingly been engulfed by lightning, T couldn't help but burst into laughter. "Haha! Little brat, let's see if you can be arrogant now. Ha ha ha! Ugh!" T's laughter abruptly stopped because, as the lightning dissipated around Konan, the figure left on the ground wasn't a charred corpse, as he had imagined. On the contrary, as the lightning vanished, it revealed Konan enveloped in her paper wings. Huff! The paper wings quickly unfolded, presenting Konan, unscathed, in front of everyone. Yahiko and Nagato burst into uncontrollable laughter on the sidelines. As it turned out, just before the false darkness was about to strike her, Konan swiftly wrapped herself in the paper wings. Then, from within, she used Chakra to insulate herself from the lightning's harm. Simultaneously, losing the support of her wings' propulsion, Konan rapidly descended to the ground. What's paper made from? Wood. And, under the light rain that fell at this moment, Konan's paper wings, crafted from numerous folded sheets, had conductivity properties approaching that of wood. As everyone knew, wood conducts electricity. With Konan landing swiftly, the lightning attached to her wings was instantly grounded. Though she shielded herself with Chakra to isolate the damage from the lightning release, Konan had still suffered significant depletion. However, she emerged completely unharmed in the end. Swiftly flapping her wings, Konan ascended into the air once again. With the lessons learned from the previous encounter, she would undoubtedly be cautious of T's lightning release. It was too dangerous, a slight oversight just now, and she might have reunited with her parents in the afterlife. How could this happen? Watching Konan ascend again, T exclaimed in a somewhat desperate tone. He never expected Konan's on-the-spot reaction ability to be this strong. In the air, Konan's face appeared somewhat pale due to the substantial Chakra consumption. "Little brat, don't think you're safe just because you dodged this time. You won't have such a good opportunity next time." With the failure of his last trump card, the chances of killing Konan became increasingly slim. Facing a threat to his life, T couldn't maintain his composure any longer. He hysterically shouted at Konan, venting his emotions. "I won't give you another chance. Next, I'll unleash the most powerful attack I developed under my master's guidance." Chapter 33, Konan First Battle, 3. "You know, even my master praised this jutsu of mine as excellent," Konan said coldly to T. She had almost lost her life just now. Even now, she still felt a lingering fear and couldn't help but be grateful for her survival. "Come on, little brat. Let's see who dies first." T shouted wildly, completely devoid of the initial calmness. "Shikigami no Mai, Paper Shuriken Shadow Clone Jutsu. Earth Style, Earth Flow Wall." As their words fell, jutsu began to weave between the two. Unlike before, this time Konan's paper shurikens weren't all directed at T. So, T's earth flow wall only managed to block a small portion of the paper shurikens. Most of them, in a dense formation, shot towards T, sealing off any escape routes. This time, to cut off T's retreat, Konan directly used the paper shuriken shadow clone jutsu twice. The density of the paper shurikens resembled a fine rain shower in the sky. Seeing this, T realized Konan's intentions. Though he didn't know what Konan's next move would be, judging by her confident demeanor, it would likely be much more powerful than the paper spear. Realizing his predicament, T surprisingly became calmer at this moment. Swiftly forming hand seals, Earth Style, Earth Flow Wall. Instantly, several earth walls rose, blocking T in front. T, not one to hesitate, decided to expend a large amount of Chakra, using multiple earth flow walls to enhance his defense. However, even within them, he felt somewhat uneasy. Continuing to form hand seals, albeit more awkwardly this time, Earth Style, Rock Armor. This was his only purely defensive jutsu, but due to his usual combat style relying on explosion release, he rarely used it. After all, activating rock armor after relying on explosion release would greatly contrast with his explosive image. By the time T finished casting all these jutsu, Konan in the sky had already prepared herself for the next move. As the final hand seal was formed, the sheets on Konan's paper wings stood up like real feathers. Shikigami no Mai, paper rain. With Konan's command, the paper sheets on her wings, shaped like feathers, swiftly shot towards T, resembling sharp knives. The power was far greater than that of the paper shurikens. T's earth flow wall, under this relentless assault, was on the verge of collapsing like straw in a storm. Witnessing this momentum, T's heart tightened. Although the 3 earth flow walls barely withstood Konan's onslaught, he felt a moment of relief. Just as he was about to mock a few words, he found himself choked like a rooster. Wide-eyed, he watched as the powerless paper pieces, blocked by the earth flow walls, swiftly returned towards Konan. They transformed into paper wings once again and shot towards him. This time, T's earth flow wall couldn't resist Konan's attack. Like a poorly constructed project in some world, it shattered. Countless attacks directly struck T. Despite wearing the rock armor, the powerful impact still made him spew blood. But was it over with just this? Of course not. The powerless paper pieces flew back to Konan, re-energized, and shot towards T once again. This time, T's earth flow wall couldn't resist Konan's assault. Like a famous tofu project, it crumbled in the face of Konan's relentless paper rain. Looking at the battlefield, T continuously retreated under Konan's relentless assault, occasionally spitting out blood. His rock armor, once imposing, now seemed futile. Yahiko and Nagato revealed relieved smiles. Haha, Konan's paper rain can theoretically be considered an endless attack. As long as Konan's chakra is sufficient, and if she doesn't want to stop, then this jutsu will never cease. So, if you get hit by Konan's jutsu, you might as well wait for the verdict. This time, T is truly powerless to fight back. Indeed, as Yahiko and Nagato had said, being hit by Konan's jutsu left T with no energy to counterattack under the powerful onslaught of the paper rain. In the current situation, T could only concentrate all his efforts on defending against Konan's attacks. Any lapse in his defense could lead to his irreversible doom. However, Konan's jutsu seemed never-ending. From a distance, it looked like a white pillar had appeared between Konan and T. However, this paper pillar was extremely dangerous. Under this unending assault, T finally couldn't withstand Konan's attacks any longer. In an instant, T's rock armor showed cracks. T desperately poured chakra, trying to stabilize the armor. However, the cracks, like a spreading fire, grew larger, becoming uncontrollable. Ah! A scream echoed as T heavily fell to the ground. Konan halted her attacks, watching T lying on the ground, covered in blood, his fate uncertain. A nauseating feeling surged in Konan's stomach, but she suppressed the urge to vomit. She descended from the sky. She didn't vomit, she knew Asahi's intentions. She didn't want to disappoint him. So, even though she felt nauseous after her first kill, she endured it, not showing any signs of discomfort. The intense nausea, coupled with the weakness from excessive chakra consumption, made Konan's steps seem light. As if a breeze could blow this girl away. Yahiko and Nagato, watching Konan approach, revealed relieved smiles. They took a couple of steps to assist the weakened Konan. However, as they were about to move, the fallen T suddenly jumped up. T, covered in blood, looked like an evil spirit crawling out of hell. With only a breath left, T condensed the remaining chakra onto his fists. He no longer harbored hopes of survival. Now, all he desired was to kill the girl who defeated him, making Asahi's group experience pain. Haha, no one is escaping. Die, brat! Explosion release, earth burst fist. Chakra-infused fists, an unstoppable force, struck Konan at close range. However, in her weakened state due to extreme chakra consumption, Konan couldn't react in time. Konan! Yahiko and Nagato shouted in terror. Yahiko's body, about to take a step forward, felt as if an invisible force restrained him mid-air. Nagato experienced the same, watching with fear as Konan was about to be hit. A surge of potent chakra burst from Nagato's body, his eyes narrowing fiercely. An invisible ripple radiated from Nagato's entire being. Chapter 34, Lesson for Konan and Others. In this moment, the peculiarities surrounding Nagato naturally entered Asahi's perception. Can I start using the rennigan now? Silently pondered Asahi. In the original story, Nagato only fully awakened the ability of the rennigan after Yahiko's death. However, now, due to practicing Senjutsu, even though it's just a lower version, it significantly enhanced Nagato's physical endurance. This advancement allowed him to start using the rennigan several years ahead of schedule. Moreover, if in the future Nagato doesn't abuse the rennigan recklessly, with a bit of caution and relying on Senjutsu and the Uzumaki clan's strong constitution, he can completely disregard the side effects of the rennigan. However, even though Nagato can now begin using the rennigan, this is not the time for Asahi to be thinking about these things. In just an instant, Asahi vanished from his original position. In the next moment, Asahi appeared between Konan and T. Seeing Asahi suddenly appear, T's pupils contracted sharply. Yes, Asahi had long known that T hadn't died, he was just lying on the ground pretending to be dead. Even his little schemes, Asahi had figured out. But he didn't warn the three amigos, his aim was to teach them a lesson. The next moment, Asahi's hands directly grabbed T's fist. T's exploding punch didn't have the devastating effect he imagined, it didn't make Asahi explode violently. After injecting Chakra into Asahi's body, the Chakra, like a stone thrown into the sea, caused no ripples whatsoever. This is definitely not something a Jonin can achieve, not even an elite Jonin. Asahi has undoubtedly successfully broken through the Jonin level and reached the level of the cage. Boom! It wasn't Asahi exploding in place as one might imagine, instead, Asahi forcefully pressed T into the ground. Puff! A mouthful of blood sprayed out, the already extremely weak T seemed on the verge of death. As if experiencing a brief resurgence, T actually lifted his head. Looking at Asahi, T struggled to speak. You said you wouldn't interfere, and cough, you are at the level of the cage. Before he could finish his words, T completely closed his eyes, and his lifted head slammed violently onto the ground. Now, he is truly dead. Yeah, I broke my promise. But how could I just watch my disciple lose his life? But I must thank you. Thanks for giving my disciple the final lesson with your life. As for my level, yes, just as you thought, I've already reached the level of a cage. Watching T, who had fallen to the ground, his soul having ascended to the Pure Land, Asahi silently answered his final question. Hearing the rumble, Konan, who had closed her eyes in fear, didn't feel the pain she expected. Gently opening her tightly closed eyes, Konan was pleasantly surprised to see her master right in front of her. And T, who had threatened her with death, was now deeply embedded in the earth, lifeless. Master! Konan joyfully shouted, and at a distance, Yahiko and Nagato, seeing Konan unharmed, seemed to have had all the strength drained from their bodies, slumping to the ground. Asahi turned around, his face not showing the concern Konan imagined, but rather a stern expression. This instantly made Konan, who was initially joyful, feel uneasy. She knew she had made a mistake at the critical moment. Did her master feel disappointed? Staring at Konan for a moment, Asahi naturally sensed Konan's unease. Suddenly, a smile appeared on Asahi's face. Did I scare you? Konan quickly shook her head, but she immediately thought of her behavior of tightly closing her eyes just now, and her face turned red as she nodded. Overall, you did well, but you made a fatal mistake, you know. In the first half of the sentence, Asahi was praising Konan, but the tone took a sharp turn in the second half, becoming stern. Feeling a bit ashamed, Konan lowered her head. Master, I know I was wrong. I shouldn't have been so careless at the end. Asahi looked at Konan helplessly, not wanting to be too harsh in educating her. Knowing is good. Remember, caution is the most essential quality a ninja must possess. Until things are completely certain, always maintain a hint of doubt. Never lose your life because of carelessness. Listening to Asahi's advice, Konan quickly raised her hands, pledging, Master, I understand. I promise there won't be a next time. Good. Asahi nodded, then turned to the slowly approaching Yahiko and Nagato, wanting to avoid the lecturing from Nagato and Yahiko. And you two, what are you dawdling for? Konan's mistake is something I wanted to tell you too. I know you have kind hearts. But even if you have a kind heart, in the ninja world, you must maintain enough caution, understand? In the moment Asahi spoke, Yahiko and Nagato instantly stood upright. Yes, Master. We understand. After saying that, the two hurriedly ran to Konan's side, conducting various checks, afraid that Konan might be injured. After a thorough examination, Yahiko and Nagato confirmed that Konan was unharmed. Yahiko quickly ran to T's side, who had already died. Thinking that he had almost killed Konan just now, Yahiko couldn't summon any sympathy for T. With an annoyed glance at T, Yahiko was about to complain a bit when Asahi stopped him with a sentence, "The deceased should be respected." Casually taking out a scroll, Asahi sealed T's body, preparing to claim the bounty. This matter could be considered concluded. However, at this moment, Konan also recalled the deceased T. Thinking that she was essentially the one who killed him and remembering the gruesome sight of T's death just now, Konan couldn't help but dry heave. Yahiko and Nagato exchanged glances as they watched her. They had seen dead people before, but Yahiko and Nagato, who hadn't personally intervened, couldn't understand why Konan reacted so intensely. Asahi walked to Konan's side, gently patting her back and consoling her. "Think about it, by taking him out, you saved many innocent lives. Doesn't that make you feel better?" "Yeah, Konan. This guy was so evil, that he even attacked his comrades. Look at it positively." Yahiko also stood by Konan's side, comforting her in his usual laid-back manner. Nagato silently watched Konan. Although he didn't speak, it was evident that he agreed with Yahiko's perspective. Konan's face was very pale at this moment, but she didn't want to worry everyone. Wiping the corner of her mouth, she forced a smile and said, "Don't worry, I'm fine." Seeing Konan's pale face, Yahiko and Nagato clearly didn't believe Konan's words. However, they didn't know what to say, so they awkwardly looked at Konan. Straightening up, Konan insisted, "Master, let's quickly track the next target." Seeing Konan, who looked like she could collapse at any moment, Asahi naturally couldn't agree to her request. Shaking his head, he said, "No need. We still have plenty of time. Let's go back to the small cabin and rest for a while." "All right, let's head back." After saying that, Asahi gave Yahiko and Nagato a deep look, then turned and walked slowly towards the distance. "My dear disciples, it seems you still need more experience. Without going through hardships, you'll never adapt." The three disciples exchanged glances and didn't say much. Yahiko and Nagato supported Konan and quickly followed. Chapter 35, Yahiko Battle, 1. A week later, deep in the mountains of the Bear Country. Yahiko was staring seriously at a ninja in front of him, wearing a forehead protector from some unknown village. The deep scar on his forehead protector clearly revealed his identity as a rogue ninja. Musa, at this moment, felt quite speechless. He had just come down from the mountains not long ago, hadn't made a name for himself in the ninja world yet, and now he was being confronted. Where's the justice in this? "Hey, kid, why do you have to be at odds with me? I'm just a little ninja from a small village, no wealth, no power. What's worth your aggression? Be careful not to lose your life for nothing." Musa didn't want to get involved in this inexplicable fight. Although he was confident in his own strength, fighting with the kid in front of him didn't seem to bring any benefits. Looking at Yahiko's meager belongings, he couldn't imagine there was anything valuable inside. And considering Yahiko's age, he probably didn't have much reputation in the ninja world. Yahiko disdainfully looked at Musa. "Stop the nonsense. You're Musa, right? That scum who killed 36 people in the same village for forbidden jutsu and then ran away." Hearing Yahiko's insults, Musa revealed a dangerous smile. "Hehe, kid, you seem to know a lot. Since you know the great Musa's reputation, do you dare to come and court death?" "Pa? Reputation? What reputation? This kind of infamy is nothing. Let me tell you, you've already been bounty wanted by the underground black market. I'm here today to claim your life." Hearing Musa's arrogant tone, Yahiko couldn't help but sneer. Bounty wanted. Musa was clearly taken aback for a moment, but then he laughed. "Haha, the great Musa is actually bounty wanted. It seems I'm quite famous. Kid, for giving me this good news, I'll spare your life today. Quick, tell me, how much is my bounty? Is it a 10 million or 100 million? Yahiko, with an indifferent look, said, "What? What a foolish. Let me tell you, your bounty is only 30,000. Upon hearing Yahiko's words, Musa's maniacal laughter abruptly stopped. Then, he raged, "What? The great Musa's bounty is only 30,000. Yahiko nonchalantly scratched his ear. "Yeah, that's because the village chief of village Mizuami personally contributed to your bounty. Otherwise, you're not even worth 30,000. Clearly, Yahiko had figured out Musa's personality and was trying to provoke him into losing his composure. This way, the upcoming fight would be much easier for him. Sure enough, upon hearing this, Musa erupted in fury. That damn old man! Does he look down on me like that? 30,000? I was the strongest in the village at that time. Yahiko showed no interest in Musa's rage and continued to provoke him. Hey, aren't you annoying? If it weren't for me being short on money, I wouldn't even bother with a bounty wanted mission for a small fry like you. Small fry. Musa gritted his teeth fiercely. Each word came out of his mouth with a deliberate pause, and if you looked closely, you could even see the veins on his forehead rising and pulsating. Very well, kid, you've successfully angered me. Today, I'll let you know how terrifying Musa, the master of forbidden jutsu, truly is. Prepare to die, kid. With that, Musa instantly rushed forward, like a released arrow, heading straight for Yahiko. Watching Musa charging towards him, although his speed was impressive, it was clearly not on the same level as the three disciples. Easily blocking Musa's crude attacks, Yahiko kicked him away with a single swift motion. After sending Musa flying, Yahiko furrowed his brow. His master claimed he had the strength of a jonin, and this was what they called jonin? Since when did jonin become so weak? However, despite some doubts in his mind, Yahiko always remained cautious. He didn't want to mess things up. Musa, kicked away by Yahiko, showed no intention of retreat at all. He had experimented with his terrifying self after using forbidden jutsu. If he used it now, fighting the previous him would be like a father fighting his son. Kid, no wonder you dared to come after me. Turns out, you rely on your own strength, fearless and confident. However, from now on, I'm going to get serious and show you my ultimate move. Forbidden jutsu, blood incineration. As Musa rapidly formed hand seals, his skin turned as red as if soaked in hot water. Steam rose from the top of his head, and his eyes widened, looking exceptionally fierce. Obviously, Musa was enduring unbearable pain at this moment. But he didn't care. Feeling the continuously surging power within him, he believed everything was worth it. Earth release, hardening jutsu. Genjutsu, vanishing. Swiftly using two ninja techniques, one to strengthen himself and the other to confuse Yahiko, Musa then rapidly attacked Yahiko. His speed was much higher than before, even surpassing Yahiko's expectations. Even Yahiko, with his skills, didn't have much time to react. After quickly dispelling Musa's illusion, Yahiko found Musa had already attacked him up close. Staring at the fist that was inches away, even a normal person would find it challenging to dodge at this point. However, Yahiko was different. Under Asahi's guidance for 3 years, especially the year and a half of physical training, he had encountered such predicaments not just once or twice. In an instant, Yahiko's waist bent down, then his hands supported the ground, and his feet instantly kicked towards Musa. At the moment of hitting Musa, Yahiko felt the muscles on Musa's body spasming abnormally. Boom! As Musa was kicked away by Yahiko, his fist slammed fiercely into the ground. Instantly, a deep pit appeared in the original spot, and its power was no less than Tsunade's monstrous strength punch. Although Yahiko didn't know about monstrous strength, the force still made a bead of sweat appear on his forehead. Fortunately, he didn't choose to confront it head-on just now, otherwise, he really might not have withstood it. His master was right, this guy indeed had the strength of a jonin, although there were some limitations. But judging solely by his destructive power, Musa had reached the level of a jonin. However, despite Musa's formidable attacking power, Yahiko was not intimidated. After a few exchanges in the previous battle, Yahiko had already figured out Musa's attacking patterns. He excelled in close combat with tremendous power. However, he also had the common weakness of ninja from smaller nations, which was a severe lack of ninjutsu attacks. Although Musa had used 2 ninjutsu just now, they were both extremely common and straightforward. Moreover, Musa's close combat abilities mostly relied on forbidden jutsu. And when it came to forbidden jutsu, regardless of its effects, the side effects could not be ignored. Chapter 36, Yahiko Battle, 2. So, now Yahiko had 2 choices if he wanted to defeat Musa. The first was to extensively use ninjutsu, leaving Musa with no place to hide, and simply bombard him with firepower. The second was to delay the time, waiting for the side effects of Musa's forbidden jutsu to kick in, and then effortlessly finish him off. Tch. Musa, kicked away once again by Yahiko, spat out blood fiercely. Spitting out the blood from his mouth, Musa grinned at Yahiko. Kid, having such strength at such a young age, you must be from a major ninja village, right? For me, I hate geniuses from major ninja villages like you the most. So, you can just die for me. Kid. Boom. Musa stomped the ground fiercely, and he instantly disappeared from the original spot, leaving only a deep collapse in the ground. Yahiko naturally remained vigilant against Musa. The moment he disappeared from the original spot, Yahiko immediately jumped backward. As expected, the next moment, Musa appeared right where Yahiko had just stood, throwing a punch towards the ground. The attack failed, and Musa disappeared again from the original spot, moving at a speed completely invisible to the naked eye. Yahiko also fell into a passive situation at this moment. Although he wanted to use ninjutsu to blast this enemy into pieces, Musa's relentless attacks left him no time to perform the hand signs. He could only keep dodging and blocking. However, if the defensive time was too long, vulnerabilities would inevitably appear. Under Musa's tireless attacks, Yahiko was accidentally punched and sent flying. In midair, Yahiko, spitting out blood, finally sprayed it out at the end. Just in that moment, even his well-conditioned body under Asahi's training had suffered considerable injuries. The moment he received the attack, Yahiko endured the pain and quickly formed hand signs. Seeing his attack hitting Yahiko, Musa didn't delay. He swiftly followed, preparing a series of combos to take down Yahiko. He felt that he was close to his limit, and he had to finish off Yahiko quickly, otherwise, he probably couldn't hold on any longer. Boom! Crash! Just as Musa's fist struck Yahiko, who was still in the air, Yahiko instantly turned into a white mist, and the body hit by Musa's attack turned into a piece of wood, shattering. From a distance, Yahiko, who had used the body flicker technique, rubbed his chest, looking at Musa in the distance with some lingering fear. He knew that now was the best opportunity to attack Musa. Swiftly forming hand signs, one ninjutsu after another dashed towards Musa. Substitution Jutsu. Seeing Yahiko turning into a piece of wood, Musa instantly looked around vigilantly, guarding against Yahiko's sneak attack. Sure enough, the next moment, a water release ninjutsu attacked Musa. Water release, chaotic wave. A stream of water rushed directly towards Musa, who sneered dismissively. Kid, are you underestimating me? Or is it that you only have this much ability? With a simple turn, Musa effortlessly avoided Yahiko's ninjutsu. However, before Musa could counterattack, one ninjutsu after another, as if they were free, relentlessly assaulted Musa. Water release, water fang bullet. Water release, water stream bullet technique. Water release, exploding water shockwave. Water release, water whip dance. In just a few dozen seconds, 4 ninjutsu crazily bombarded Musa. Originally still showing an easygoing expression, Musa was now anxiously dodging. But the range of ninjutsu was just too large. Although all the jutsu were not complete versions due to the rushed time, Musa couldn't completely avoid them. Moreover, Musa's luck was not particularly good, or rather, his knowledge was too limited. His idea was that since he couldn't completely dodge them, he would choose the lightest ninjutsu to resist head-on, and then directly attack Yahiko's real body. As a result, Musa directly collided with Yahiko's water release, water whip dance. If all 4 ninjutsu were attacking techniques, choosing water whip dance, the only C-rank ninjutsu, wouldn't be a big deal. However, the problem lies in the fact that this ninjutsu is a control-type skill. Upon crashing into water whip dance, Musa instantly felt an abnormal heaviness in his body, unable to move at all. Seeing Musa being controlled by water whip dance, Yahiko was instantly overjoyed. Although his face was somewhat pale due to the extensive use of ninjutsu, he didn't want to wait for Musa to exhaust himself, handing his fate over to someone else. So, Yahiko continued forming hand signs, water release, water dragon whip. Ah! Musa instantly suffered a barrage of attacks, screaming out in pain. However, Musa's voice quickly disappeared. Yahiko clearly saw Musa, trapped in the water whip dance, lowering his head weakly. Moreover, at this moment, the effect of Musa's forbidden jutsu had also subsided. The skin that was just bright red a moment ago instantly turned as pale as paper. At this moment, Musa looked like a terminally ill patient who hadn't seen sunlight for a long time, presenting a sickly pale complexion. But Yahiko still didn't dare to be careless, his own condition wasn't great either. Combined with Konan's example a few days ago, he couldn't underestimate his opponent. Finally, after careful observation, Yahiko confirmed that Musa could no longer pose a threat to him. He stopped the continuous chakra supplying jutsu. Instantly, Musa, who lost the control of ninjutsu, fell to the ground. Despite numerous injuries, there wasn't much blood flowing out. Lying on the ground, pale-faced Musa gazed weakly at the sky. He had already sensed the condition of his body and knew he wouldn't survive. Darn it! He had gained the power to control his own destiny. But, well, dying wasn't so bad. He should have died a long time ago. How nice! The sky is still so blue and pure. Yahiko slowly approached Musa, intending to deliver the final blow. Maybe sensing Yahiko's approach, Musa turned his head with great difficulty. Seeing the barely 5-foot Yahiko, Musa unexpectedly showed a smile. This puzzled Yahiko, unsure of what to do. Kid, do you know? I really envy you ninjas from big villages. Every day, just practice and study. You don't have to worry about anything. When your training is successful, you can go to the battlefield and make a name for yourself. Struggling to speak, Musa addressed Yahiko. Musa's appearance made Yahiko, who originally wanted to finish him off, momentarily forget about delivering the final blow. TCH, I'm not from a big village. I lost my family when I was young and wandered alone. It's just that I met friends and a master later on. Otherwise, I probably would have died in the war long ago. Having lost the intention to deliver the final blow, Yahiko, whose chakra had been heavily depleted, sat down on the ground. Well, Musa was now a useless person. He wasn't afraid of any unexpected situations. Chapter 37, Musa's Story. Hearing Yahiko's words, Musa was visibly stunned. He had thought Yahiko was a genius ninja from the Hidden Leaf Village, but it turned out he, too, was a person with a difficult life. However, seeing Yahiko's completely unguarded demeanor, Musa could only smile helplessly. He was already useless, unable to pose any threat to the other party. It seemed his life was truly a failure. Cough, cough. Kid, I envy your luck. Hearing Musa say this, Yahiko's face also broke into a hearty smile. Yet, my luck is really extraordinary. First, I met Nagato and Konan, and we depended on each other. Later, I encountered my master, was taken in as a disciple, and received guidance and training. Lying on the ground, Musa looked at Yahiko's cheerful smile with a somewhat dazed expression. This smile was really warm and familiar. Didn't she have a similar expression back then? Hehe, cough, you have friends named Nagato and Konan, hey? Seems like you guys are close. Musa weakly exclaimed. At his words, Yahiko's warm smile became even brighter. Yeah, they, along with my master, can be said to be the people I'm closest to in this world. People closest to you, hey? Musa muttered in a low voice. Then you must cherish them. When you lose something, you realize that without it, a person can go insane. Rest assured, they are the people I would protect even if it cost me my life. Yahiko's cheerful voice reached Musa's ears. Musa's gaze became somewhat distant. In this last moment of his life, he seemed to be immersed in memories. Between the two of them, suddenly everything fell silent. No one spoke, just waiting quietly. Suddenly, Musa's voice reached Yahiko's ears. Kid, do you want to learn my forbidden jutsu? I can teach it to you. Yahiko was stunned. Musa, who had put so much effort into learning the jutsu, wanted to pass it on to the person who had been his mortal enemy? Although he didn't understand Musa's thoughts, Yahiko shook his head. He already had enough ninjutsu and didn't want to learn such a forbidden technique. Thanks for the offer, but I don't need it. I already have enough ninjutsu. Musa was surprised that someone would refuse the ninjutsu he had offered. However, he chuckled self-deprecatingly. Well, not everyone was like him, willing to exchange any ninjutsu for their lives. Well, forget it. Seeing your appearance, you don't seem like someone lacking in ninjutsu. The side effects of this forbidden jutsu are too severe, it's fine not to learn it, fine not to learn it. There was another moment of silence. Kid, do you want to hear my story? Yahiko fell into silence. Although Musa's initial behavior had repulsed him, watching Musa, who was about to die, he couldn't muster any disgust. You see, I was born in a very small ninja clan. It was during the Warring States period when suddenly, one day, our country established a ninja village. But it's okay. After the ninja village was established, my mom and dad no longer had to travel far and wide. They had a lot of time to be with me. I thought that feeling was pretty good. At least there were fewer goodbyes, and there were more playmates around. But good times don't last long. Why is it that just when life was going well for a few years, war broke out again? And this time, the scale of the war was huge, all the ninjas in the entire village participated. I waited year after year in the village until finally, the war ended, but there were hardly any ninjas left in the village. My parents also died in this war, and from then on, like you, I became an orphan. I grew up alone, lonely. Every day, I wandered and hesitated for the next meal, feeling helpless. Fortunately, with the inheritance from my family, I became a ninja and could support myself. After becoming a ninja, two major events happened to me. One was finding out that we were originally fighting for the Hidden Cloud Village, and my parents died in the war for the Hidden Cloud Village. But why, after my parents died, was there not even a word of comfort? No worries, it's been so long, and I've already let it go. I think life at that time was still okay. Because I met her, a straightforward girl. Cough, cough. She was a member of another small ninja clan. After becoming a ninja, we joined the same team. We experienced every mission together, growing and progressing together. I had good talent, almost every mission I could make some progress. But she couldn't. Her talent wasn't very good, and she progressed slowly, completely unable to keep up with my pace. But it's okay. I was willing to accompany her on low-level missions, willing to be with her. Because I liked her hearty smile. Do you know, I think her smile is the most beautiful thing in the world. Every time she smiled, I felt the whole world brighten up. Later, we fell in love and got married. I swore to protect her with my life, to let her always have that pure smile. But I broke my promise. Because war came once again. Still, our village once again became one of the vanguard forces for the Hidden Cloud Village. No, it shouldn't be called a vanguard force, it should be called a cannon fodder force. I don't understand, why do we have to fight for the Hidden Cloud Village? Isn't it better to live our lives peacefully? But there's no choice, the village has already given me a mission, and I must participate in the war, so does she. We're still in the same team. At that time, I was still celebrating because I thought, with my strength, I could completely protect her. I was wrong, completely wrong. What strength do I have? Just a frog at the bottom of the well. Cough, cough. Originally, Musa's voice was still steady, and there was even a hint of tenderness in his tone. But the more he spoke, the more excited his voice became, unable to resist coughing twice. Taking a deep breath, Musa continued. In the first battle, we were beaten so badly, the whole unit was like paper, breaking with a touch. My so-called strength couldn't even compare to an ordinary chunin on the other side. I watched her die in front of me with my own eyes. I hate it. I hate myself for not having strength, for not being able to protect her. Musa's voice became more and more intense, and a flush appeared on his pale face. Do you know, when she sacrificed herself, she was less than 5 meters away from me. She looked at me with such reluctance, shouted at me with all her strength, asking me to live on. Chapter 38, The Cruel of War. But without her, how can I go on living? Cough, cough. Musa's voice was filled with despair, and his body involuntarily coughed again. Under the influence of his excitement, Musa's injuries worsened once again. After calming down for a while, he spoke again. I originally thought I would die on the battlefield, but unfortunately, I didn't die. I managed to survive, carrying her final wish. There was no excitement on Musa's face as if he wished to die at that time rather than survive the war. Then, anger appeared on Musa's face. Do you know, after the war ended, the village became desolate once again. The compensation for each dead ninja was only a few hundred ryo. A few hundred ryo. How are ordinary people supposed to live on that? We risked our lives just for a few hundred ryo. I can't accept it. I wanted to confront them and ask why. But what awaited me was not a hero's welcome but heartless mockery. Musa's expression became more and more agitated. I remember it so clearly, I'll never forget it. the faces of those ninjas from the major villages. They said giving us a few hundred ryo was already generous. Weaklings like us are worthless to be alive. I resisted, I wanted to beat them up. But I couldn't beat them, only receiving their merciless beatings and ridicule. Cough, cough. I couldn't bear it. I couldn't accept it. We were the ones who helped them selflessly, yet, in the end, we received such treatment. I want revenge. I want all those major villages to know the taste of suffering. But I'm too weak, completely unable to pose any threat to them. So I have to become stronger, stronger than anyone else. Misa's eyes lit up as if becoming strong had become the biggest obsession of his life. So, I studied ninjutsu with all my might to enhance my strength. But I had access to very few techniques. For an ordinary C-rank technique, I had to risk my life to complete missions. Too slow, my progress was too slow. Finally, one day, I learned that there was a forbidden technique in the village that could rapidly enhance one's strength. I was tempted. I knew forbidden techniques had significant side effects. But so what? What did I have left to give up? Misa's voice became weaker and weaker, so weak that Yahiko had to listen carefully to discern what he was saying. So I applied to the village to learn this technique, but they refused, saying it was the village's most precious thing and couldn't be given to anyone. But I was already the strongest ninja in the village. Just because I was born into a small ninja clan, and there was almost no one left in the clan, I couldn't learn advanced ninjutsu. Why? Why categorize people based on their birth? Why is this world so unfair? Why can people from major ninja villages, major clans, live so easily? They told me to wait, saying that one day I could learn forbidden techniques. But I can't wait. Without her, even being alive feels like a kind of pain. So, I broke into the forbidden technique room. They tried to stop me, but I killed them all. I stole the forbidden technique and escaped. I succeeded, successfully learned the forbidden technique. Unfortunately, I happened to encounter a brat like you. Well, it's good. I should have died a long time ago. I really envy you, with resources, friends, and a master. In my damn life, it seems like I've had everything, but it also seems like I've had nothing. Misa's voice became weaker, but his eyes became brighter. Seeing Misa's condition, Yahiko also realized something. After hearing Misa's story, Yahiko, who already had complex emotions, fell into an even deeper silence. Looking at the sky, Misa felt his consciousness becoming clearer and clearer. At this moment, he seemed to return to his childhood. His parents returned to his side once again, accompanying him. The difference was that this time there was no war, and the family of three lived a peaceful adolescence. He became a ninja again, and once again, he met her. The two smoothly got to know each other, fell in love, and got married. Under the witness of his parents, the two had their own child. That pure smile never disappeared from her face. Everything was so ordinary, yet full of happiness. Father, Mother, Mayoko, I'm coming. I'm sorry for making you worry. Slowly, Misa's eyes lost their luster, and his eyelids slowly closed. Yahiko watched Misa silently, a tear rolling down his face. Seemingly oblivious, Yahiko, at this moment, pitied this detestable yet pitiful man. The sky also darkened, and a gentle rain began to fall, covering the traces of Yahiko's tears. I'm sorry. I put an end to your revenge. War, it's really cruel. There was no nausea, only a complex and extreme emotion in Yahiko at this moment. Having dug a hole and buried Misa, Yahiko lingered in front of his grave for a while before turning and leaving. Outside the mountain range, Konan and Nagato looked up at the sky, where a light rain began to fall. Master, it's raining. When will Yahiko resolve the enemies? Will there be any danger without us? Asahi looked towards the depths of the mountains. Ah, don't worry. Everything is over. Oh. Sure enough, Yahiko soon emerged from the mountains. Yahiko, you're out. How was the enemy? Konan excitedly shouted at Yahiko. Although his emotions were complicated, Yahiko didn't want to convey negative feelings to everyone. After organizing his heavy emotions, Yahiko showed a familiar smile from the past. He is indeed remarkably strong, a worthy opponent to be respected. Hearing this, Konan and Nagato curiously asked Yahiko about the details of the battle, and Yahiko did not hide anything, providing a detailed account of the perilous fight. Yahiko didn't bring Misa's body out, and Asahi naturally knew. He didn't ask why. Although he didn't know the story of Misa, Yahiko's actions naturally had their own significance. Some people, even in death, would receive the compassion and respect of their opponents, and they wouldn't choose to exploit their bodies. Watching Yahiko's confident and composed demeanor, with no signs of anything amiss, Asahi nodded. His performance, along with the subtle complexity in his eyes when he came out, was all naturally registered in Asahi's heart. Yahiko has indeed grown a lot. Asahi silently thought to himself while smiling in satisfaction. Chapter 39, Nagato Battle, 1. 3 more days had passed since the battle between Yahiko and Musa. During these 3 days, Asahi and his disciples had been tirelessly searching for their final target. Yahiko, after 3 days of adjustment, had successfully regained his composure. Although Musa's image was etched in his mind, the heavy emotions from before were now gone. Today marked their last mission before departing. The trio appeared solemn, especially Nagato. This mission targeted his adversary, and he was determined not to let Asahi down. Nagato was focused, eager to defeat his opponent, believing in his own strength. As they approached a familiar setting, a ninja blocked their path, frowning as he observed them. His gaze shifted to Asahi and the others in the distance, deepening his frown. "Why are you blocking my way, kid?" Nagato questioned, staring seriously at Ichiso Kagaya. "Are you Ichiso Kagaya, the top ninja of the Kagaya clan from Kirigakure?" Nagato continued, using the name instead of Ichiso Kagaya. Hearing Nagato call out his name, Ichiso Kagaya realized the confrontation was inevitable. Battling had become unavoidable, and Nagato seemed ready for it. Bone Pulse Release, Dance of the Willow. Ichiso Kagaya swiftly approached Nagato, bones protruding from his limbs, forming sharp bone blades that attacked Nagato relentlessly. Nagato, aware of Ichiso Kagaya's personality from the gathered information, was not surprised. He swiftly executed a simple body flicker jutsu, leaving the original spot and preparing to launch a ninjutsu attack from a distance. While Nagato was forming hand seals, Ichiso Kagaya, undeterred, leaped towards him. Fire Release, Flame Bullet. A burst of flames engulfed Ichiso Kagaya, seemingly overcoming him. However, Nagato remained vigilant, continuing to form hand seals for the next jutsu. Indeed, Ichiso Kagaya, struck by the flame bullet, showed no signs of harm. At this moment, he was enveloped in hardened bones, advancing towards Nagato without losing speed. While Ichiso Kagaya was still in transit, Nagato had already prepared his second ninjutsu attack. Water Release, Water Dragon Bullet. Once again, Nagato's ninjutsu successfully struck Ichiso Kagaya. Although it still caused no harm due to the bone armor protecting him, the earlier exposure to the flame bullet had heated the external bone armor, resulting in a visible crack after the impact of the water dragon bullet. Additionally, the force of the water attack slowed Ichiso Kagaya's speed. However, Ichiso Kagaya paid no mind, as he was closing in on Nagato. Bone Pulse Release, Dance of the Camellia. A short distance from Nagato, Ichiso Kagaya swiftly unsheathed his spinal bone. Holding it like a sword, he slashed towards Nagato. In response, Nagato quickly formed hand seals, executing Earth Release, Earth Flow Wall. An instant later, an earthen wall emerged in front of Nagato, blocking Ichiso Kagaya's attack. Unfortunately, the Earth Flow Wall could only resist Ichiso Kagaya for a brief moment. In the next second, the once sturdy wall shattered. Holding the bone blade, Ichiso Kagaya relentlessly struck towards Nagato. Thunk! As Nagato was hit, he instantly transformed into a white smokescreen. It turned out that just a second ago, Nagato successfully employed the Shadow Clone Jutsu, concealing his true self. Observing the smoke where his clone had been struck, Ichiso Kagaya grinned, a slightly twisted expression on his face. "Kid, you sure know how to dodge. Can we have a proper fight, damn it?" Unfazed, Nagato continued with his strategy. Earth Release, Beheading from the Mind. Being an upper-tier ninja, especially of the Kagaya clan known for their combative nature, Ichiso Kagaya quickly sensed the impending danger. Without hesitation, he instinctively struck his own position. Thunk! As expected, a smokescreen rose, and Nagato's shadow clone, ready to execute the beheading from the mind, was dispersed by Ichiso Kagaya. In the distance, Nagato, still concealed, remained undisturbed, patiently awaiting the next opportunity. Observing Nagato vanish after the attack, Ichiso Kagaya couldn't help but feel agitated. Swinging his bone blade, he relentlessly attacked the surrounding land and trees, attempting to force Nagato out. However, it had no effect. Nagato continued to hide in the shadows, occasionally using shadow clones to execute a jutsu or two, disrupting Ichiso Kagaya. Although Nagato's actions didn't cause any substantial harm, it left Ichiso Kagaya frustrated. He couldn't stand Nagato's relentless, flea-like attacks, not only agitating him but also failing to provide the satisfying, full-on battle his intense desire craved. As time passed, Ichiso Kagaya grew increasingly agitated, feeling a surge of wildness taking over. Nagato, noticing this, saw an opportunity. As Ichiso Kagaya relentlessly attacked the surroundings, Nagato swiftly formed hand seals. In the brief moment when Ichiso Kagaya looked his way, Nagato revealed his form. Genjutsu, Fox's Mind Technique. The enraged Ichiso Kagaya, who had been attacking furiously just moments ago, instantly halted his movements. While the Fox's Mind Technique wasn't a high-level genjutsu, Ichiso Kagaya's enraged state made it challenging for him to regain composure quickly. Thus, this seemingly simple genjutsu, under the critical conditions of Ichiso Kagaya's mental state, exerted tremendous power, leaving him unable to break free from the illusion and regain consciousness. Seeing Ichiso Kagaya controlled by the genjutsu, Nagato swiftly created 3 shadow clones. With the original, there were now 4 individuals, all rapidly forming hand seals. Water release, Water Dragon Bullet. Fire release, Fire Dragon Flame Bullet. Earth release, Earth Dragon Bullet. In an instant, the 3 shadow clones executed 3 distinct ninjutsu. The 3 dragon-shaped jutsu, seemingly coming to life, rushed towards Ichiso Kagaya, creating a spectacle of 3 dragons playing with a castle. One by fire, one by water, consecutive strikes hit Ichiso Kagaya's bone armor, creating numerous cracks. Under the relentless assault of the Earth Dragon Bullet, the cracks grew larger and more numerous. Crack! Finally, with a crisp sound, Ichiso Kagaya's bone armor completely shattered. The remaining force of the Earth Dragon Bullet mercilessly struck Ichiso Kagaya. Intense pain instantly jolted Ichiso Kagaya awake. Unfortunately, what followed wasn't Ichiso Kagaya's retaliation, but Nagato's heartless ninjutsu. Lightning Release, False Darkness. Chapter 40, Nagato Battle, 2 and Farewell. Ah! Intense pain elicited a miserable scream from Ichiso Kagaya. However, in less than a second, Ichiso Kagaya's agonizing cries vanished. As the lightning gradually dissipated, Ichiso Kagaya collapsed to the ground, his breath extinguished. Asahi, observing Ichiso Kagaya's lifeless form, couldn't help but feel a wave of nausea. However, accustomed to life and death, he swiftly adjusted his emotions. Efficiently, Asahi approached Ichiso Kagaya's corpse, forming hand seals to seal the body into a scroll. Clap, clap, clap. Asahi applauded, slowly walking towards Nagato. Yahiko and Konan followed silently, knowing that the time for farewells had arrived. Nagato, well done. Hearing Asahi's praise, a somewhat embarrassed smile appeared on Nagato's face. However, as he smiled, a tear rolled down the corner of his eye. Soon, influenced by Nagato's emotions, both Yahiko and Konan couldn't hold back their tears. Yahiko tried to claim it was the strong wind that brought dust into his eyes, but there was no wind. Asahi, watching the emotional scene, forced a smile. Having spent 3 years together, he couldn't bear to part with the trio. Why are you all crying? From today, you're officially graduated. Ding! As Asahi's words fell, the system, silent for 3 years, chimed in again. Ding! Konan, Nagato, Yahiko successfully promoted to Jonin level, officially graduated. Host is rewarded with a rank ninjutsu mastery. The system's voice didn't affect Asahi's mood. To be honest, ninjutsu's impact on his strength wasn't substantial. With his current entry-level cage-level power, combined with Chakra from Senjutsu, he could easily roam freely in the ninja world before the Fourth Great Ninja War. The most practical aspect of the ninjutsu rewarded by the system was in teaching disciples. Asahi gave a deep look to the trio and spoke to them. I've already given you the last lesson. From now on, your life journey depends on how you choose to walk it. At the age of 13, you're already considered young adults in the ninja world. The road ahead is for you to explore on your own. The last thing your master can pass on to you is the method for training the final sage mode. Pausing, Asahi took out a small booklet from his pocket, containing his own insights into Sage Mode practices. This was the complete version of Sage Mode. With the current strength of the trio and the balanced characteristics, they could already practice full version of Sage Mode. This is my compiled insight into training method. It's the most crucial method in our clan's training. After reading it, destroy it. Asahi handed the booklet to the trio. From its appearance, no one would suspect that the most potent training method in the ninja world was recorded in such an unassuming booklet. Master. We understand. Taking the manual, the trio remained silent. Although it contained the most vital training method of their clan, it couldn't alleviate the melancholy of their impending separation. All right, I've taught you the last things. I've already informed you about the methods for Sage Mode practices. When you've mastered Sage Mode, you can attempt to practice the clan Sage Jutsu. As for ninjutsu, even without relying on me, I believe you'll find techniques that suit you. Consider this my last assignment for you. Don't disappoint me. Wow! Unable to contain herself, Konan burst into tears. Master, rest assured, we won't let you down. Ruffling Konan's head, Konan, you are the most meticulous. Be careful in the future, and keep an eye on these two. Don't let them get into major trouble and jeopardize themselves. If there's something you can't handle, remember to come find me. I believe you can locate me. Wivuwa Konan dove into Asahi's embrace. Master, rest assured, I will remember your instructions. Watching Konan crying in his arms, Asahi patted her back helplessly, consoling her. After Konan regained composure, she reluctantly left Asahi's embrace, her eyes still red. Asahi then turned his gaze to Nagato. Nagato, you have the best talent. In the future, make sure to protect them. Although the rennigan is powerful, control the intensity when using it. Don't force its usage when your strength is insufficient, it could cause irreversible harm to your body. Also, remember to be cautious, and when you become powerful, you'll notice something unusual. Asahi didn't reveal everything to Nagato because he was still too weak and knowing wouldn't benefit him. When he could sense the anomalies himself, he would be able to handle the danger. Nagato nodded solemnly. Although Asahi's last words confused him a bit, he would keep them in mind. He believed that in the future, he would understand Asahi's intentions. Finally, Asahi turned his gaze to Yahiko, who was vigorously rubbing his eyes, and teasingly scolded. You little rascal, from now on, you can escape my clutches. No need to endure beatings during training. Upon hearing the familiar teasing, tears once again flowed uncontrollably down Yahiko's eyes. For 3 years, he had become too familiar with Asahi's teasing. Even though Asahi treated him well, gave him special attention, he never explicitly let him know. Yes, Asahi often beat him, but could he not sense the reasons behind it? His talent was the weakest among the three, and he knew it would be challenging to keep up with Konan and Nagato. Yet, Asahi, fearing his inferiority complex, used the pretext of beating him every day to help align his meridians, enabling him to keep up with their cultivation progress. He knew all of this, though not explicitly stated. Despite that, he held nothing but respect and love for Asahi, so how could there be even a hint of dissatisfaction? Tears uncontrollably streamed down, and the Yahiko who boasted he wouldn't shed a tear even in the most difficult times now resembled a child who had lost his candy. With a firm thud, Yahiko knelt down on the ground. Master, thank you. Nagato and Konan also knelt down. Asahi didn't stop them, he could accept this gesture. After the three finished bowing, Asahi, without looking back, walked towards the distance. Leaving now. All good things must come to an end. Don't tarnish the reputation of my Tajuna clan in the future. As Asahi walked farther away, the three disciples remained kneeling on the ground. Nobody noticed a single tear rolling down Asahi's cheek. Chapter 41, Konohagakuer. 45 years after the founding of Konoha, Asahi had spent nearly 4 years in this world. After bidding farewell to his 3 disciples, he had traveled extensively. Having witnessed the customs and cultures of various places, today he arrived at the most familiar yet unfamiliar place in this world. The towering gates, reaching several meters high, made Asahi involuntarily glance at them. Back when he watched the anime, he thought Konoha's gates were impressive enough. However, standing in front of them himself, he truly understood the meaning of grandeur. As the village of the top shinobi village in the ninja world, Konoha's gates naturally couldn't be surpassed by any other organization. The thick wooden doors subtly showcased Konoha's strength. Standing before the gates, a sense of ancient and profound weightiness enveloped him. Of course, the feeling of antiquity was unique to Asahi. To the people of the ninja world, Konoha's gates still exuded a sense of prosperity. After silently marveling at Konoha's gates, Asahi prepared to enter the village. Coincidentally, he hadn't seen the Sanin for several years, so it was a good opportunity to pay them a visit. Halt! Who are you? If you want to enter the village, come over and register to confirm your identity. As he approached the gates, two ninja wearing Konoha's shinobi uniforms immediately shouted at Asahi. Their handsome faces, proud expressions, and the Uchiha clan emblem added to their attire all indicated their Uchiha clan affiliation. Asahi was surprised. He didn't expect to encounter Uchiha clan members doing gate duty. In the original anime background, the Uchiha clan had been wiped out, so Asahi hadn't paid much attention to this clan. Now, the Uchiha clan was still living well in Konoha. Moreover, Uchiha members were mostly formidable ninja, serving as the main members of Konoha's security force, so it made sense for them to be on duty at the gates. He shook his head helplessly. I'm just here to visit Konoha. Upon hearing this, the two Uchiha members frowned. The ninja world wasn't very peaceful now. Suddenly, a person claiming to be a traveler appeared. It was indeed strange. Are you a ninja? One of them asked Asahi. Yeah, I am. Village. No village, a wandering ninja. The two men frowned. You. Enough, Jiraiya is in the village, he knows me. Asahi didn't want to waste time on this meaningless conversation and straightforwardly addressed the two. The two members of the Uchiha clan, upon hearing Jiraiya's name, instantly showed a respectful expression. While the Uchiha clan was proud, they also recognized the strength of true powerhouses. Who was Jiraiya? A disciple of the third Hokage, known as one of the three legendary ninjas, a genuine top-level force in the village. Jiraiya deserved their respectful treatment. A friend of Jiraiya couldn't be an ordinary person. It turns out you're a friend of Lord Jiraiya. May I know your name so that we can report it? Both Uchiha clan members bowed to Asahi. Indeed, it was much simpler this way. If he cooperated honestly with them, who knows how long it would take. Satisfied with the situation, Asahi continued, tell Lord Jiraiya or Tsunade from the Hokage office. They will be aware. Alright, it's not just Jiraiya. The other two Sanin are also known. They are undoubtedly not simple characters. Yes, sir. Please wait a moment, I will inform the three Sanin right away. Sure, go ahead. Honestly, although Asahi was waiting at the village gate, he wasn't bored at all. As the top village in the ninja world, Konoha was still bustling inside. Even near the village gate, there were plenty of shops, and numerous pedestrians were coming and going. With Asahi's strength, he could easily hear their discussions. It's not that Asahi had a voyeuristic hobby, but he wanted to get some information about Konoha. Hey, have you heard? Many big names are among the students graduating from the ninja school recently. Renji bragged to his companion. Hey? Really? I don't have any ninja adults at home, so I'm not very clear. Hurry, tell me, who are they? Harry was very curious, eager to know. Ninjas were extraordinary people, and their status and position were not something ordinary civilians could compare to. Although the subjects of their discussion were still students from the ninja school, they were still ninjas. Moreover, these were students from ninja families. Could they be compared to ordinary students? Seeing Harry's curious look, Renji Vanity was greatly satisfied. After looking around, he mysteriously said to Harry. I'll tell you secretly, don't tell anyone else. If it reaches outsiders, those geniuses might be in danger. Okay, don't worry. I'm a person who keeps secrets the best, Harry excitedly assured. Renji nodded in satisfaction, that's good. I'll tell you, I heard this from a ninja who was drunk. That ninja is from the Yi clan. He said the daughter of the Yi clan's leader is graduating this year. Do you know the Yi clan? Although not a major clan in the ninja world, their clan leader is a renowned genjutsu master in Konoha. Imagine, can her daughter be anything less in the future? Suddenly hit with such a juicy gossip, Harry was extremely thrilled. I know the Yi clan, their eyes are all red, looking particularly noble. The daughter of their clan leader is graduating this year, this is significant news. Renji looked at Harry disdainfully, tch, boring. What's so special about that? Let me tell you something even more significant. Harry stared in disbelief. There's even more sensational news. Renji smiled self-satisfactorily. Of course, my nickname as Konoha's informant isn't for nothing. Do you know how many children the Hokage has? I heard the Hokage has 2 sons. What's the matter? Is there any problem? Harry scratched his head, somewhat puzzled. As long as you know. The Hokage's younger son, Sarutobi Asuma, is also graduating this year. Renji's expression was quite pleased, as if knowing about the Hokage's family affairs was a remarkable thing. What? Even the younger son of the Hokage is graduating. Is there also a genius from the Uchiha clan or the Hyuga clan? Harry's tone was shocked, with a hint of anticipation and a subtle touch of awe. Uchiha and Hyuga. Even in the entire ninja world, these were famous prestigious families. Who wouldn't be curious about their news? However, it seemed that Harry was about to be disappointed. Rennie scratched his head awkwardly. He really didn't know about this. I don't know if there are any geniuses, but I heard that there's a kid from the Uchiha clan with a long ponytail who's also graduating this year. Chapter 42, The Hobby of Sanin. The last place. Harry's voice instantly raised a few degrees, startling Renji, who quickly looked around. Seeing that no one paid attention to them, Renji relaxed. He glared at Harry. Lower your voice. What if someone hears us? Harry also awkwardly smiled. He realized his reaction was indeed inappropriate. However, it was an Uchiha clan's in the last place. Living for so many years, not to mention seeing one, he hadn't even heard of it. The Uchiha clan mainly produces what? Geniuses. Suddenly, someone tells you that there's the last place in the Uchiha clan. How can you not be astonished? This news was even more surprising than hearing that the Hokage's son was graduating. Cough, sorry, I was too surprised. But, are you sure the last place from the Uchiha clan? Harry lowered his voice, questioning Renji with doubt. Renji nodded affirmatively, his voice very sure. Of course, I'm sure. I heard that the kid is considered a disgrace by the Uchiha clan. It seems his name is Uchiha Obito. What's going on? Tell me quickly. Harry couldn't wait and asked eagerly. However, Renji didn't speak. Instead, he rubbed his stomach. Hey, look at me, I'm so forgetful. Let's talk while eating, I'll treat you. We can discuss it over a meal. Saying this, Harry pulled Renji towards a distant place. The conversation between the two was all heard by Asahi and another Uchiha clan member not far away. Hearing the words of the 2 Konoha villagers, the Uchiha clan member's face turned dark. It was really embarrassing. The Uchiha clan, unexpectedly giving birth to such a person. Shameful. However, the other party was just ordinary villagers. Even if he was angry, he could only endure it. Moreover, what they said was not wrong. He had no ability, so who could he blame? Although the Uchiha clan ninja's expression was not good, Asahi remained quite composed. By combining the words of the 2 passers-by with the information he already knew, Asahi had figured out what he wanted to know. Yi Kurane, Sarutobi Asuma, Uchiha Obito. All familiar faces from the main story of Naruto after the Third Great Ninja War. No matter which one, in the original work, they each have their own significant presence. As for the notion that Obito is the last place, Asahi doesn't care. The Uchiha clan is a bloodline-rich ninja clan, and Obito is one of the outstanding members. If you say Obito had mediocre talent, his performance in his youth was indeed somewhat lackluster. It can be said that Obito's innate talent was average. But who told him to be born in the Uchiha clan? This clan, once it loses its loved ones, becomes a group of lunatics with the Sharingan, and it's just perfect for Obito. Look at the original story, Obito is undoubtedly a significant troublemaker. However, Asahi doesn't mind. He doesn't want to get rid of Obito either. You say Obito is causing trouble in the ninja world, but what does it have to do with his Tajuna clan? This is the historical trajectory of this world. Moreover, Obito is also a pitiful person. Although his actions weren't great, Asahi is quite satisfied with the forced whitewashing of Obito in the later stages. If there's a chance, it wouldn't be bad to take Obito under his wing and train him a bit. Now that the 3 of them are about to graduate, people like Shizuan, Rin, and Shizuan from their batch will also graduate this year. As for Kurane and Genma between them, they were from the previous batch and should have graduated last year. Add to that Obito, who graduated a long time ago. These few people already include most of Konoha's main future forces. You could say they are the future of Konoha during this period. So many talented individuals, there are quite a few seedlings. Shouldn't he consider taking in a couple more disciples? While Asahi was lost in his own thoughts, a figure in the distance was walking towards him. The Uchiha ninja who had gone to report was obediently following behind him. Asahi felt something and put aside his random thoughts, turning his head to look. Wearing a ninja vest, with pale skin that appeared somewhat eerie, purple eyeshadow, and donning a hook-shaped earring, who else could it be if not Orochimaru? Asahi was stunned. Why was Orochimaru coming out to greet him? In this situation, even if the Sanin didn't come together, shouldn't Jiraiya, the most straightforward one, have come out? Hehe, Lord Asahi, how come you have the time to visit my Konoha today? Orochimaru's attitude towards Asahi was still very friendly. After all, Asahi had saved the lives of Sanin, and his strength was quite formidable. The two Uchiha ninjas, upon hearing this, instantly had question marks all over their minds. Orochimaru even calls him Lord, haven't they heard of such a character among the famous figures in the ninja world? Asahi chuckled, just recently had my disciples graduate, freed up a bit, so I thought I'd stroll around the ninja world. Oh, did you take in disciples? I don't know whose children are so lucky. Orochimaru was somewhat surprised. Someone like Asahi taking disciples is not a trivial matter. Being Asahi's disciple is truly a stroke of incredible luck that comes once in 8 lifetimes. They are just ordinary little rascals. I found them pleasing, so I taught them for 3 years. Asahi said nonchalantly, but when he thought of the Sanin, a slight curve appeared on the corner of his mouth. Orochimaru looked at Asahi with some speechlessness. You are not sincere, are you? Ordinary little rascals caught your eye? Also, can you tone down your expression when saying such things? Your mouth is about to split open. Cough, cough. Realizing he was being a bit too informal, Asahi lightly coughed and adjusted his expression. By the way, where are Jiraiya and Tsunade? Why haven't I seen them? The Uchiha clan member responsible for reporting stepped forward from behind Orochimaru and said with a lowered head. Apologies, Lord Asahi. I couldn't find Lord Jiraiya and Lady Tsunade just now. I only found Lord Orochimaru working. Asahi raised an eyebrow. Orochimaru working? Shouldn't he be researching some strange things? Feeling Asahi's surprised gaze, although he didn't know what Asahi meant, Orochimaru explained. Cough. Recently, I applied to the 3rd Hokage for a research project, so I've been busy with my studies. That makes sense. Hearing Orochimaru's explanation, Asahi felt relieved. What is Orochimaru if he's not doing research? The real Orochimaru is a scientist of the ninja world. Every day, he's either researching this or preparing to research that. If you want to see Tsunade, I can take you to find her. There aren't many places in Konoha, so you can just check them one by one. As for Jiraiya, if you really want to find him, you can try your luck at various hot springs. You might just run into him. Hearing Orochimaru's unabashed words, the two Uchiha members looked at each other with weird expressions. Indeed, the Konoha Sanin are powerful, but when it comes to character, Orochimaru is relatively better. Asahi also looked at Orochimaru in silence. Well, he forgot that, together with the future dissection maniac Orochimaru, the Sanin are like the unholy trinity of the ninja world Konoha's 3 pests. If you want to support me, join my Patreon. Have 10 advanced chapters for you guys. Chapter 43, Jiraiya who got beaten. No need, just send someone to inform them. I'll grab a meal first. Asahi declined Orochimaru's suggestion. After all, he didn't have any special preferences, and going to such places might lead to misunderstandings. Alright, we have quite a few good restaurants in Konoha. Lord Asahi, do you have any specific preferences? I can arrange it. Orochimaru smiled and said to Asahi, lacking the cold demeanor he would have in the future. However, it wasn't surprising, Orochimaru might be reserved, but he still valued Konoha highly, especially powerful individuals like Asahi, who harbored goodwill towards Konoha and could be beneficial. What to eat? Asahi scratched his chin. Though he was a bit hungry, he didn't have any particular cravings. Ah, yes. Being in Konoha, he should try the most famous dish from the Naruto series. Let's have ramen. It's been a while since I had ramen, and I want to see how Konoha's ramen differs from the ones outside. Exactly, if you asked about the most famous dish in Naruto, it would be Ichiraku ramen. According to rumors, the owner of Ichiraku ramen handcrafted the noodles and was a member of the prestigious Otsutsuki clan. However, he preferred staying low-key, only showcasing his skills in the kitchen. Asahi was not only curious about Ichiraku ramen but also about this handcrafted aspect. Well, Lord Asahi wants ramen. We have a decent ramen shop in Konoha, and Jiraiya's disciple often frequents it. Although it wasn't suitable to treat guests with ramen, Orochimaru agreed since Asahi wanted it. Jiraiya's disciple? Minato Namikaze, the legendary fourth Hokage. A thought flashed through Asahi's mind. Oh, really? Then I must go and taste it. Hearing Asahi's words, Orochimaru turned to the Uchiha pair. Please ask the surveillance team to help find Tsunade and Jiraiya. Let them know that Lord Asahi has arrived and ask them to come to Ichiraku ramen. Yes, Lord Orochimaru. With that, the two Uchiha members promptly left. Task delegated, Orochimaru turned to Asahi and made a welcoming gesture. Lord Asahi, please follow me. I'll lead the way. Sure. Asahi followed Orochimaru towards Ichiraku ramen. They strolled leisurely. Orochimaru took the opportunity to introduce Konoha to Asahi. Konoha's spacious and clean streets exuded a somewhat metropolitan vibe, earning a nod of approval from Asahi, who had grown accustomed to war-torn landscapes. Truly deserving of its title as the strongest village. When the two arrived at Ichiraku ramen, they were surprised to find Jiraiya and Tsunade already there. Asahi couldn't help but marvel at the Uchiha clan's capabilities. Tsunade was understandable, but Jiraiya, being a master of stealth, finding them so quickly was impressive. However, there was something odd about the atmosphere, and it wasn't because of anything else but the palm prints on Jiraiya's face. Asahi looked at Jiraiya in astonishment and then glanced at Tsunade beside him. Did Tsunade really hit Jiraiya? But why were there palm prints instead of fists? Sensing Asahi's gaze, Tsunade hurriedly clarified. She couldn't let her reputation be tarnished, she didn't catch Jiraiya peeping. Don't look at me like that, Lord Asahi. Jiraiya got that on his face from someone else. Why did he have to peep? He got caught by the surveillance team. Although the surveillance team didn't dare arrest him, those women don't care who he is. They hit him in the face. Hearing Tsunade say he peeped, Jiraiya became awkward. You see, those Uchiha people are clueless, couldn't they have given me a discreet reminder? They had to shout so openly. However, Jiraiya couldn't afford to lose face, so he forcefully defended himself. Nonsense! Who's peeping? Can you call ninja activities peeping? I was gathering intelligence. Smack! Before he could finish, Tsunade directly punched Jiraiya, who had become intolerable. Seeing the cracks in the wall where Jiraiya had landed a hit, Asahi involuntarily tightened his grip. Tsunade was indeed as formidable as depicted in the manga, her strikes were heavy. The unfortunate owner of the wall, struck by Jiraiya, came out of his house, visibly relieved to see the legendary Sanin. Thinking their fame contributed to the relief, Asahi was surprised when the homeowner's next words educated him about many behind-the-scenes stories. So, it's Lord Jiraiya again. Lady Tsunade, is it the usual this time? The homeowner bowed and asked Tsunade, who nodded. The man then extended his hand toward Jiraiya. By now, Jiraiya had recovered and, with a bitter expression, took out his wallet from his pocket and handed a few bills to the man. Receiving the money, the homeowner immediately turned cheerful and went back inside, leaving Jiraiya alone with a withered complexion. Partly due to his aching body and partly due to the pain in his heart. This whole scene left Asahi dumbfounded. So, this wasn't the first time, huh? And why do you have to pay when Tsunade hits you? Jiraiya, not to criticize, but your status seems a bit shaky. Feeling Asahi's puzzled gaze, Tsunade explained directly, I don't have money either. It's ultimately Jiraiya's fault. Making him spend money is a lesson well learned. True, that makes sense. Jiraiya had a face full of black lines but didn't dare to retort. Asahi knew Tsunade didn't have money, she was a big gambler who kept losing. At least she wasn't in debt. This reason made Asahi realize that women were all the same, they could come up with reasons even in such situations. Orochimaru, feeling a bit embarrassed, thought it was necessary to change the topic. Otherwise, the reputation of the three ninjas would be completely ruined. How about we go for a meal first? Cough, let's not talk about this anymore. Lord Asahi must be hungry. Let's go in, have a meal, and chat. Jiraiya was eager to divert the topic and quickly agreed with Orochimaru. Asahi naturally didn't refuse. They were already at the entrance of Ichiraku Ramen, and his curiosity was getting hard to contain. Welcome. What can I get for you? As the owner, Toki, greeted the four as they entered. His voice was exceptionally loud. Toki had heard the commotion caused by Jiraiya and Tsunade outside, but considering it was still business hours, even though there were no customers in the shop, he restrained his curiosity and didn't go outside to look. To be honest, there wasn't much to be curious about. Jiraiya received a few punches from Tsunade every month in Konoha. However, these punches varied in intensity, they were secrets not hidden from anyone in Konoha. As for receiving beatings outside the village, Jiraiya probably got more of them. Chapter 44, Kushina and Minato. Asahi's attention was immediately drawn to Toki. Unlike the relaxed skin portrayed in anime, Toki's young skin was firm. His eyes weren't the half-closed eyes seen in anime, though small, they were still clearly distinguishable. Asahi couldn't help but admit that Toki looked handsome when he was young, no wonder Ayam was so attractive. Ahem, never mind. Boss, a bowl of extra-large pork bone ramen. As soon as they sat down, Jiraiya looked at today's menu at Ichiraku Ramen and shouted loudly, completely forgetting the embarrassment he faced earlier. I'll have seafood ramen, thank you. Orochimaru also placed his order. I'll go with the pork bone ramen. What about you, Lord Asahi? Tsunade finished ordering and turned to Asahi. I'll have the same as you. Asahi was indifferent about the food, his attention was entirely focused on observing Toki. Okay, 1 extra large pork bone ramen, 1 seafood ramen, 2 regular pork bone ramens with extra meat. Jiraiya treats. Tsunade was straightforward, and Toki didn't find anything wrong with it. It was habitual. Toki conveyed that he was accustomed to Tsunade's actions. Alright, 1 extra large pork bone ramen, 1 seafood ramen, 2 regular pork bone ramens with extra meat. Please wait a moment, your ramen will be ready soon. Saying this, Toki got up and went to the kitchen to prepare the ramen, completely disregarding Jiraiya's darkening face. Surprisingly, Toki's ramen making had a sense of beauty, his movements were extremely skilled. During the wait, the conversation among the four was quite enjoyable. The Sanin introduced Asahi to some of their usual missions, and Asahi shared some insights in the daily routines of his disciples that they didn't know. Of course, most of these insights were modern, carefully selected by Asahi to satisfy the curiosity of the three. Listening to Asahi's eloquent explanations, various seemingly profound topics constantly flowed from his mouth. Topics like storing solar energy and converting it into the power of lightning, or discussions about biology. Fresh terms made Orochimaru's eyes light up, and even Tsunade showed genuine interest in these subjects. Though Jiraiya wasn't interested in these things, Asahi's teaching philosophy intrigued him. As a teacher himself, he also carried the mission of finding the child of destiny. Hearing about Asahi's training methods for the Konoha Sanin, Jiraiya found it quite beneficial. However, despite their continuous conversation, Asahi still dedicated a part of his attention to observe Toki making ramen. Unfortunately, no matter how he observed, he didn't notice anything different about Toki. This person just seemed like an ordinary individual without chakra, no matter how you looked at him. Even when Asahi used the system to check his talents, he barely got a D grade, not recommended for apprenticeship at all. Of course, even if it were possible, Asahi wouldn't consider taking Toki as an apprentice. Setting aside Toki's thoughts on the matter, the idea of making him a disciple and teaching him Chinese cuisine was out of the question. Customers, here's your ramen. Please enjoy. Toki carried trays of ramen, placing them in front of the four. Especially extravagant was Jiraiya's portion, his bowl was practically larger than the others two combined. The ingredients were generous, justifying its price. As the enticing aroma wafted through the air, the appetites of Asahi and the others couldn't be restrained. Jiraiya immediately joined his hands, muttering a quick "let's eat," before picking up his chopsticks and devouring his ramen, seemingly impervious to its heat. Tsunade and Orochimaru followed suit, announcing their intent to eat before digging into their meals, albeit more gracefully than Jiraiya. Though modern dining habits didn't include announcing "let's eat" beforehand, after 4 years in this world, Asahi had adapted to the local customs. Following the tradition, he clasped his hands together, muttered a quick "let's eat," and eagerly took a bite of Ichiraku ramen. Since Toki didn't bring any surprises, Asahi hoped that Ichiraku ramen could offer a different experience. Sure enough, as the ramen touched his tongue, Asahi felt the delightful chewiness of Ichiraku's noodles, complemented by a flavorful broth. Surprisingly, it tasted quite good. While the ramen he had in the modern era also had excellent flavor, there was a subtle difference in texture between the two. Though the taste of ramen might not differ significantly, the nuances in texture were quite pronounced. Accustomed to the modern ramen with rich spices, Asahi instantly fell in love with the freshness of Ichiraku ramen. He gave a thumbs up to Toki and began to savor his ramen in earnest. Toki, pleased with Asahi's approval, remembered every customer who visited his shop, whether they liked his ramen or not. He could confidently say that Asahi was a first-time customer at his ramen shop. For Toki, this was a reason to rejoice. It was particularly heartening for someone like him, who loved ramen as if it were his life. Kushina, why do we have to have a date at Ichiraku ramen? It's not even mealtime, and I just got back from a mission. What's wrong with having a date at Ichiraku ramen, and what's wrong with it not being mealtime? Can't we come for a bowl of ramen even if it's not mealtime? We're here for a bowl of ramen to treat you well after your mission. As Asahi enjoyed his ramen, a voice suddenly echoed from outside. Hearing the conversation between the two, Asahi instantly knew who was approaching. Jiraiya and Tsunade were immediately intrigued, their eyes shifting towards the entrance. Only Orochimaru, without a hint of curiosity, continued to eat his ramen in a calm manner. It seemed like the ramen in the bowl was even more important than the people outside. Indeed, as the curtain lifted, a man and a woman walked in. The man had golden hair and deep blue eyes, radiating an exceptionally pure aura with a warm touch. The woman, like Nagato, had vibrant crimson hair. However, unlike Nagato, she exuded a lively and energetic vibe. As expected, the visitors were none other than the future Hokage of Konoha and the current Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails Kushina Uzumaki and Minato Namikaze. Kushina and Minato couldn't help but feel a strange sense of awkwardness. Normally, they wouldn't casually release their sensory perception in the village unless there was a reason. Besides, it wasn't mealtime, so who would have expected someone to be eating ramen? However, the key issue wasn't the random passers-by. The problem was that the people enjoying their meal were none other than their own teacher and his teammates. Now, that was awkward. Upon entering, they were met with the intense gazes of the group. It felt like the awkward moment when you sneak out for a date, and your parents unexpectedly catch you. Chapter 45, Kushina Talent. Sensei Jiraiya, Lord Orochimaru, Lady Tsunade, you're here too. Despite the awkwardness, Namikaze Minato still maintained proper courtesy and greeted the familiar faces. Orochimaru gave a brief response, while Jiraiya and Tsunade looked at them with a teasing expression. Especially Jiraiya, who even raised two little fingers and connected them in the air. Minato, what are you two up to, hehe. Minato smiled awkwardly, and Uzumaki Kushina completely ignored Jiraiya, running to Tsunade's side and hugging her arm. Sis Tsunade, why are you having a meal at this time? Tsunade, unaffected by the lively girl's display of affection, responded casually. Kushina had been taken care of by Tsunade's grandmother, Mito Uzumaki, since her early years in Konoha. Tsunade, being a distant relative, had always cared for Kushina. Despite the gossip about Minato and Kushina, Tsunade never dwelled on it. Their relationship had been going on for quite some time, and everyone was well aware of it. Today, they just happened to be caught in the act. Today, we have a distinguished guest. We came to accompany him for a meal. Tsunade smiled and explained to Kushina. A distinguished guest. Both Minato and Kushina turned their gaze towards Asahi. In the entire Ichiraku ramen, Asahi was the only unfamiliar face. So, naturally, he was the distinguished guest Tsunade referred to. They were curious about the person who Tsunade, the princess of Konoha, considered a distinguished guest. On the side, Jiraiya, feeling neglected by his disciple and disciple's girlfriend, awkwardly retracted his raised fingers. However, when the topic shifted to Asahi, Jiraiya instantly became attentive. He eagerly wrapped his arm around Minato, ready to introduce Asahi. All right, Minato, Kushina, let me introduce you. This is Lord Asahi. He's saved our lives before, a rare encounter with such a powerful individual. Lord Asahi, meet my disciple Namikaze Minato and his girlfriend, Uzumaki Kushina. Upon hearing this, Minato and Kushina instantly bowed towards Asahi. Just as Asahi had observed them when they entered, now they were scrutinizing him. Initially, they were puzzled about his identity, but with Jiraiya's words, they immediately understood who Asahi was. 4 years ago, during the battle between the Sanin and the semi-god of Shinobi Hanzo of the Salamander, outsiders might think that the Sanin had fought evenly with Hanzo. This battle became the moment of fame for the Sanin. However, as close acquaintances, Minato and Kushina knew the details of that battle. They knew about a mysterious and powerful figure who intervened, suppressing Hanzo forcefully, allowing the Sanin to retreat unharmed. At this moment, the legendary mysterious figure Asahi was right in front of them. For someone who had rendered them a great favor, both Minato and Kushina bowed respectfully. "Thank you very much, Lord Asahi." Asahi stood up and lifted the two who were bowing. Both Minato and Kushina were figures deserving of respect. No need to be so polite. Achieving Jonin at such a young age, truly outstanding talents in Konoha. No one doubted Asahi's words about the strength of these two. Firstly, because Minato was still wearing the Jonin vest, and secondly, Asahi was strong enough that it wasn't apparent, it would be puzzling if they couldn't see it. Ha ha ha. Upon hearing Asahi's praise, before Minato and Kushina could react, Jiraiya burst into laughter. Just take a look at whose disciple he is. Although Minato is only 18, his strength among Jonin is quite formidable. As for Kushina, Jiraiya didn't elaborate much, as revealing her status as a Jinchuriki was not something to be done casually. Asahi looked somewhat helpless at Jiraiya's antics. This white-haired guy was really stealing the spotlight. Orochimaru, observing Jiraiya's behavior and recalling Asahi's comments about his disciple, felt a strange sense of familiarity. 18 years old, hey? Not much older than my disciple. Asahi assessed Minato and Kushina. It was unbelievable that these youthful individuals would meet their demise 6 years later, at the age of 24. So, have you taken any disciples, Lord Asahi? Curiosity shone in Kushina's eyes. Yes, indeed. I'm already in my 30s. I'm older than Jiraiya, Tsunade, and the others, but that doesn't mean I can't take a disciple, right? Asahi chuckled. Hey, Lord Asahi. Being in your 30s considered old? I'm still quite young. Tsunade retorted. Upon seeing Asahi talk about himself, Tsunade couldn't help but refute him. She felt like he was trying to overshadow them. Orochimaru, observing Jiraiya's behavior, was reminded of Asahi's previous comments about his disciple. It seemed like there was a strangely familiar connection. Being in your 30s is quite old compared to these youngsters, isn't it? Asahi didn't care about Tsunade's thoughts. This discussion seemed to irritate Tsunade. If it weren't for the fact that she couldn't defeat Asahi, she felt like she would have already taken action. This person didn't seem to understand the concept of cherishing women. Didn't he know how to make concessions for girls? Seeing that the seniors had calmed down, Kushina spoke up, Hey, Lord Asahi. You're already in your 30s? But you look much younger than even Jiraiya-sensei. Indeed, because practicing the Tajuna Senjutsu method itself can slow down aging, coupled with Asahi's lack of worries in daily life, it makes his face look exceptionally youthful. Standing together with the Sanin, besides Tsunade, who has mastered the Yin seal, looking similar in age, appearing in their 20s. Jiraiya and Orochimaru seem a bit older, especially Jiraiya, who already had a slightly anxious look and a head full of white hair. Hey, Kushina, haven't I been nice to you normally? Why do you want to hit me like this? Jiraiya covered his chest as if he had received 10,000 points of damage. Seeing Jiraiya acting up, everyone burst into laughter. Even Minato couldn't help but smile helplessly. Minato expressed that having such a master was really helpless. There were things he couldn't say or laugh at, only watching with a helpless gaze. Kushina made a funny face at Jiraiya, then completely ignored him. Jiraiya and Kushina's interactions were quite amusing. It seemed that Kushina had long figured out Jiraiya's temperament. Kushina the little girl is quite interesting. Asahi chuckled. Watching the mischievous Kushina, Asahi suddenly had a bold idea. However, this idea seemed a bit difficult to implement. System, help me check Kushina's talents. Ding Kushina Uzumaki, talent, S rank, talent inclination, sealing jutsu, taijutsu. Chapter 46, Intelligent. Upon hearing the system's investigation results, Asahi was somewhat stunned. He initially thought Kushina's talent should be at an A rank level. However, he never expected that Kushina's talent would actually be at an S rank level. It's worth noting that Nagato, who obtained the rennigan, also had an S rank talent. Moreover, in terms of talent inclination, aside from the Uzumaki clan's inherited sealing jutsu, she also had an inclination towards taijutsu. However, upon a moment of contemplation, Asahi understood. Kushina was able to fully accept and gradually control the complete form of the Nine Tails at a young age. Even in the face of near-death situations, she could still use her adamant sealing chains to restrain and suppress the Nine Tails. Her talent in sealing jutsu was unquestionable. Coupled with the Uzumaki clan's powerful constitution and the influence of the Nine Tails Chakra, it wasn't hard to understand her talent in taijutsu. Asahi remembered Kushina's childhood, when she made a name for herself with her fists. At this moment, Asahi had made up his mind. He definitely wanted to take Kushina as his disciple. Such a precious gem, if trained in sage arts, coupled with the Nine Tails Chakra, Asahi believed she could easily surpass Naruto. It's like leaving behind an unattainable mountain shadow for the future Naruto. After all, Kushina, who was proficient in sealing jutsu, had more diverse attack methods than Naruto, who relied on the raised nan. As for Minato Namikaze, Asahi didn't have any thoughts. He still had the dream of becoming Hokage, and following Asahi basically meant giving up that dream. Moreover, he had already become Jiraiya's disciple, Asahi couldn't blatantly poach him. However, he was quite curious about Minato's talent. Although he had some guesses, he still wanted to confirm his thoughts. System, help me investigate Minato's talent. Ding. Minato Namikaze, talent, S rank, talent inclination, space. As expected, as Asahi had anticipated. Minato's talent was in the S rank category, and it inclined towards space manipulation. However, now was not the time to think about these things. Asahi's current goal was to recruit Kushina as his disciple. Thinking about this matter, Asahi felt a headache. Although his determination was firm, he couldn't help but admit that this was a challenging situation. Kushina's current strength had already reached the level of a jonin, and even in the future, she could potentially reach the level of a kage. Therefore, Asahi couldn't use strength improvement to convince her. Furthermore, even if Kushina were convinced, Konoha wouldn't easily agree. Who was Kushina? She was Konoha's Jinchuriki, a strategic level existence. Would a village allow their strategic level figure to become a disciple of an outsider? Thinking about this matter is really tricky. At the same time, at the center of Konoha, Sarutobi Hiruzen, the Hokage, had already received the message of Asahi's arrival. Every word Asahi spoke upon arriving in Konoha was known to him, which showcased the power of a major ninja village. He sat quietly at his desk, contemplating how to deal with Asahi. Before him lay all the information he could gather about Asahi. Collecting this information wasn't a task achieved in a day or two. In fact, since the battle with the Sanin and Hanzo, Sarutobi Hiruzen had already started paying attention to Asahi. Based on the descriptions provided by the three ninjas, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt that even he might not be Asahi's match. No, there was no need to estimate, he definitely wasn't a match. However, no one knew that although Asahi was strong now, he was far from being able to overpower Sarutobi Hiruzen. But well, he probably could hold his own. Even though he had just entered the threshold of cage level, thanks to his sage mode, it was practically, no. It was like he had activated cheats. As a peerless powerhouse, Asahi naturally attracted everyone's attention. Although Asahi seemed friendly towards Konoha at that time, who could guarantee how he would be in the future? Konoha had no particular connection with him. So, from that day onwards, Sarutobi Hiruzen had been trying various methods to gather information about Asahi. Unfortunately, until now, he only knew that Asahi was the so-called head of the Tashuna clan. On the day the three ninjas left, he had a conversation with Hanzo in the Hidden Rain village. Hanzo treated this conversation as the most confidential of secrets and didn't tell anyone. No matter how Sarutobi Hiruzen sent people to inquire, they got nothing. Since that day, the entire ninja world seemed to have lost track of Asahi. No one knew where he was. He would occasionally appear in a town in the Land of Rain, accompanied by three children. In addition, there were occasional rumors in the underground black market about Asahi. Asahi himself was like a fog, impossible to trace. Are those three children Asahi's disciples? Sarutobi Hiruzen murmured softly. Sakumo. Sarutobi Hiruzen called out softly, and instantly, a figure appeared before him like lightning. Hokage-sama, what do you command? The suddenly appearing ninja, like Jiraiya, also had a head full of white hair. A short sword was strapped to his back, and most notably, he wore the half-sleeved mantle representing the position of the Hokage on his arms. This was the renowned White Fang of Konoha, the one who terrified major ninja villages, Hatake Sakumo. Of course, he has another identity, the father of Hatake Kakashi. Sakumo, thank you for your hard work. But this matter is something only you can be entrusted with the most. Sarutobi Hiruzen said with a solemn voice to Hatake Sakumo. Since the news of Asahi's arrival came, he had summoned Hatake Sakumo. 4 years ago, it was Hatake Sakumo who handled the mission related to Asahi. Today, he would entrust him with it once again. No problem, Hokage-sama. Things have been relatively peaceful lately, and there's no place that needs my attention. Hatake Sakumo replied with a light smile, showing no hint of the dangerous aura of the White Fang of Konoha. Go and make the information about those 3 children top secret, just like Asahi. Apart from you and me, don't let anyone find out about their relationship with Asahi. Sarutobi Hiruzen instructed with gravity, and from his expression, it was evident how much he valued Asahi. It was to prevent outsiders from obtaining information about Asahi, leading to unfavorable situations for Konoha. Except for him and Sakumo, the information available to everyone else was that Asahi, along with the Sanin, joined forces against Hanzo 4 years ago, saving the lives of the Sanin. Nothing about him being an unparalleled existence capable of crushing Hanzo. Even the 3 ninjas had been instructed to keep silent after reporting to the Hokage. Although Jiraiya, being quick with his words, had told Minato and Kushina before the official report, it didn't matter. Minato and Kushina were allies, and another directive for silence would solve the issue. So far, in Konoha, only a handful of people were aware of Asahi's true nature. Chapter 47, Danzo, Hiruzen. You will regret it. Yes, Hokage-sama. Sakumo Hatake replied with a simple nod and exited the Hokage's office without unnecessary words, adhering to his usual straightforward style. Watching Sakumo Hatake leave, Hiruzen Sarutobi felt a sense of calm in his heart. At the very least, other ninja villages wouldn't entertain the idea of targeting Asahi. As long as things remained this way, regardless of whether Asahi would assist Konoha in the future, they wouldn't have a direct confrontation with him. Lighting his pipe, Hiruzen Sarutobi took a deep drag, standing by the window, overlooking the village he held dear. However, before he could reflect for a moment, the office door was violently knocked. Listening to the frequency of the knocks, Hiruzen Sarutobi shook his head in resignation. No need to guess, it was undoubtedly his old comrade, Danzo Shimura. Come in, Danzo. Extinguishing his pipe, Sarutobi Hiruzen adjusted his Hokage cloak and invited Danzo Shimura into the office. Danzo wasn't one for pleasantries, directly pushing open the door to the Hokage's office. The current Sarutobi Hiruzen was still in his prime, the Hokage known as the Professor. Although Danzo aspired to be Hokage, believing he could do better than Sarutobi Hiruzen, he didn't dare show it too explicitly. If it were later, he would probably have barged in on his own without waiting for permission. Upon entering, Danzo caught a whiff of a strong tobacco odor, causing him to furrow his brows. Danzo Shimura, who strictly adhered to shinobi rules of concealment, always disdained things that easily revealed one's presence, like tobacco. Seemingly, Hokage's not the only one falling short here, even the shinobi are lacking. Suppressing his thoughts, Danzo inquired with a stern tone, Hiruzen. Do you know that there's a stranger of cage-level person in the village? His opening line was a direct questioning, causing a displeased furrow in Hiruzen Sarutobi's brow. Although their relationship was amicable, within the confines of the Hokage's office, there was only one Hokage. Over these many years, Hiruzen had grown accustomed to Danzo Shimura's temperament. While he was somewhat displeased, he didn't express it. Instead, he spoke with a friendly tone. I'm aware, it's just cage-level person. No need to worry, he's a friend of Jiraiya and the others, coming to Konoha is entirely normal. Besides, with Jiraiya and the others accompanying him, there won't be any trouble. Typically, someone in Hiruzen Sarutobi's position would be grateful for such a reassuring response. However, Danzo Shimura, witnessing Hiruzen's demeanor, only grew more disdainful. Originally, if anyone else were in this situation, they would have been immensely grateful for Hiruzen Sarutobi's warm and accommodating response. However, the person in question now is Danzo Shimura. Seeing Hiruzen Sarutobi's demeanor, instead of being appreciative, Danzo's disdain for him only deepened. Being offended like this and still able to endure it, where is the dignity of a Hokage? Indeed, since becoming the Hokage, Hiruzen's character has become increasingly weak. I am more suited for the position of Hokage than he is. Do you know that this Asahi has already made contact with the Nine Tails Jinchuriki? Suppressing his own thoughts, Danzo Shimura put on an angry expression. Of course, he wasn't truly angry. A mere Asahi, although a formidable shadow-level ninja, was still not taken seriously by Konoha. Danzo did this to carry out his long-standing plan. To recruit the Nine Tails Jinchuriki and turn her into a war machine for Konoha. Hiruzen Sarutobi frowned upon hearing Danzo's words. Nine Tails Jinchuriki? Kushina? Danzo's plan to turn Kushina into a war machine is back on. Danzo, I haven't received any information, how did you find out? It seems you have quite a few people under your command. Hiruzen's tone was not pleasant. Danzo has been having too many thoughts lately, and Hiruzen didn't mind giving him a bit of a hard time. Indeed, Danzo's expression changed a bit. He was too impatient. Next time, he must stabilize the situation first. Danzo admonished himself. But, if he were to give up just because of a little difficulty, that wouldn't be his style. Hiruzen, this was discovered by a root member by chance. Don't change the topic. We are currently discussing the issue of the Nine Tails Jinchuriki. As the village's leader, you should be aware of the movements of the Jinchuriki at all times. But, you are neglecting the issue of the Nine Tails so much. Admitting that he sent someone to monitor Kushina is impossible. Doing so would reveal his true intentions to everyone. In any case, admitting is impossible. Everything is just a coincidence. Oh, Hiruzen smiled, looking into Danzo's eyes. How do you think we should handle this matter? Of course, we should hand over the Jinchuriki to Root and let Root take care of her. Danzo said without hesitation, completely disregarding Kushina's wishes. Take care of her? Do you want to turn Kushina into a war tool? Or do you think that the village's training is inferior to that of Root? Hiruzen stared at Danzo, showing no mercy to his longtime companion. Of course, it's just a matter of position, nothing else. What's wrong with turning her into a war machine? This is the fate of a Jinchuriki. Danzo scolded without mercy. He was really getting fed up with Hiruzen. But she is first and foremost Uzumaki Kushina. Danzo, don't forget, Lady Mito entrusted us to take good care of Kushina before her death, to prevent her from experiencing the same fate as Lady Mito. Hiruzen's tone was firm, leaving no room for negotiation. I have great respect for Lady Mito, but she is first and foremost Konoha's Jinchuriki. That's enough. Danzo wanted to argue further, but Hiruzen didn't give him a chance. He directly interrupted his words. Danzo, you can leave now. There's no need to discuss this matter any further. Hiruzen, fine, one day you will regret this. Danzo waved his arm and turned to leave the Hokage's office. Wait. Danzo turned back, somewhat puzzled. He naively thought that Hiruzen had changed his mind. It turns out he was indeed too naive. Make sure to withdraw all the people you've placed around Asahi. She has ANBU protecting her, and that's enough. Fine, I understand. Danzo's anger instantly skyrocketed, almost causing him to faint. This time, he didn't offer any defense. At this point, all defenses were meaningless and would only further embarrass himself. Thinking back to his earlier thoughts, they were really something. Bang! Watching Danzo slam the door as he left, Hiruzen once again lit his pipe, took a deep puff, and then sighed softly. Danzo, you don't know what I know. For Asahi, the Nine Tails is probably just that. Asahi's strength might already be comparable to the first Hokage. I just hope Kushina can establish a bond with him. At least, it can be considered one of Konoha's trump cards. Chapter 48, Kushina Problem. Of course, Hiruzen Sarutobi's thoughts were something Asahi couldn't possibly know. He didn't feel that his face was that significant, considering that initially, he was somewhat bluffing. In reality, his strength wasn't overwhelmingly formidable. Moreover, Asahi wasn't an edgy teenager with an air of superiority, acting like the world revolved around him. Why should someone automatically grant him face? Therefore, when dealing with someone like Kushina, a treasure of the village, careful consideration was necessary. Nevertheless, regardless of the situation, Kushina had to agree herself, otherwise, even if Konoha agreed, it would be meaningless. How should he approach this? Asahi looked at Kushina, feeling a bit conflicted in his mind. On the contrary, Kushina, hearing Asahi speak with a senior-like tone and finding his young face, felt a bit uncomfortable. No, senior, there's nothing. T/N, she replied MC conversation which, readers can trace at chapter 45. Kushina waved her hand, somewhat embarrassed. Looking at Kushina's red hair, Asahi suddenly thought of a breakthrough. Kushina's strength was indeed sufficient, but don't forget, she was also a Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. It could be said that every Jinchuriki had been deeply troubled by the issues of their tailed beast. Kushina was no exception, and Asahi dared to assert that Kushina still couldn't easily suppress the Nine Tails. Is that fellow inside you behaving? Thinking of a breakthrough, Asahi didn't hesitate and directly brought it up. To successfully take on a disciple, he needed to showcase his own strength. Asahi understood this principle. As for how to solve the Nine Tails issue, apart from Asahi's powerful sealing techniques, even relying on his eloquence, with his rich knowledge, Asahi was confident in convincing the Nine Tails. After all, it was just a tsundere fox. Asahi considered it a piece of cake. As Asahi's words came out, the expressions of Jiraiya and the others changed instantly. Although they held a favorable view of Asahi, the matter of the Nine Tails inside Kushina was of utmost importance and couldn't tolerate any negligence. Originally, they thought the seal on the Nine Tails was quite secure, almost imperceptible in everyday life. In addition, Kushina's identity is also considered confidential, creating a situation that should have been foolproof. However, to their surprise, Asahi actually saw through it at a glance. Even Kushina felt a bit uneasy at this point, unable to discern what Asahi really meant. Jiraiya, probing, asked, "Senpai, can you perceive what's inside Kushina?" T/N, from now, I will change how the Sanin call MC, from Lord to Senpai. Minato, who was already concerned about Kushina, also looked towards Asahi, eager to hear his thoughts. Seeing the somewhat restrained group, Asahi couldn't help but laugh helplessly. It's just a fox, why act like you're guarding against a thief? Hee. Jiraiya and the others awkwardly laughed, and now there was no suspense, it could be directly confirmed. Tsunade glanced at Asahi, thinking of his godlike strength back then. She doubted that Asahi would have any ill intentions towards the Nine Tails. Perhaps, this was a rare opportunity. Thinking this, Tsunade directly spoke, "Kushina, Asahi-senpai is asking you. Just speak directly. Don't worry, he won't harm you." Beautiful. Asahi silently praised Tsunade for delivering such an assist. Hearing Tsunade's words, Kushina, no longer silent, felt relieved. She didn't avoid discussing such matters, and her previous silence was only because she wasn't familiar with Asahi and felt it wasn't suitable to talk about these relatively confidential things. But now, with Tsunade's statement, Kushina naturally had no more reservations. "Thank you for your concern, Lord Asahi. The Nine Tails is quite well behaved. Although it often tries to seize my body, I can resist it with sealing jutsu." Kushina was straightforward, revealing the actual situation. Hearing Kushina's words, Asahi stroked his chin. Indeed, Kushina's relationship with the Nine Tails wasn't as good as portrayed in the manga. "Is that so? Do you need my help? I can help you with the fox issue," Asahi asked with a smiling expression, his strong confidence startling everyone. Asahi was talking about helping Kushina resolve the fox issue. They didn't mishear. But that wasn't an ordinary fox, it was the Nine Tails. In the past, to seal the Nine Tails into Kushina, almost all the strong individuals in the village had mobilized. Yet, Asahi was casually saying this. Indeed, he deserved the title of a senior, his perspective was different. Tsunade's eyes sparkled, feeling that her bet this time was a win. "Senior, are you serious? Can you really help Kushina with the Nine Tails issue?" A excited Minato Namikaze exclaimed, well aware of the daily struggles Kushina faced. As Kushina's boyfriend, there was no way he wouldn't be excited when someone claimed to help her. Even Kushina herself was a bit baffled at this point. "Wasn't I just here for a date? How did I end up with such a big favor? Is today my lucky day?" As for whether Asahi could deliver, Kushina didn't doubt it at all. If Asahi dared to make such a statement, he must have some tricks up his sleeve, at least enough to make her life easier. Asahi glanced at the excited Minato, thinking, your doting husband attribute is quite heavy, you're getting all excited over this. Of course, I wouldn't lie to you two newly turned adult kids. At his words, Minato instantly bowed to Asahi. Please, Lord Asahi, you must help Kushina. Watching Minato bow, Kushina couldn't help but feel surprised. Asahi, looking at the display of affection, thought, you guys, what are you doing? I already asked if Kushina needs help, just say yes, that's it. Why this drama? It's making me look like some heartless villain who refuses to help. Indeed, when young couples fall in love, their intelligence seems to drop to negative values. Now they can't even understand such a simple statement. I didn't say I wouldn't help. As long as Kushina needs assistance, just say it. Asahi shook his head in silence, making Minato awkward, his face turning red. Uncertain of what to say, Minato forced a laugh. Jiraiya and Tsunade, looking at Minato and Kushina's lovely interaction, added to the awkwardness. Chapter 49, Kushina Appetite. That's really troublesome, my lord. Ignoring the playful glances from Jiraiya and Tsunade, Kushina expressed her gratitude to Asahi. Although the threat from the Nine Tails was currently minimal, it was still annoying to expend a considerable amount of effort every day to suppress it. Since my lord Asahi could make her life a bit easier and had earned the trust of Tsunade and others, Kushina naturally felt delighted. It's no problem. Seeing Kushina's acceptance, including Asahi, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Putting aside Asahi's little schemes, everyone hoped that Kushina could have a more relaxed time. My lord, what should we do next? Compared to Kushina, Minato seemed more anxious at the moment. As for the playful glances, just roll them aside. Is teasing oneself more important than Kushina? Absolutely not. Asahi felt like he really wanted to beat Minato to death now. Don't you have any compassion for the elderly? You're shamelessly shoving dog food in my face so openly. Although Asahi didn't mind, you should at least exercise some restraint. How can you keep going wave after wave like this? Asahi never expected Minato to be such a waver. Don't worry, this isn't the place. We need to find a more spacious location. Besides, we can't neglect our hungry soldiers. Weren't you here for a meal? After all, we should finish eating before getting busy. Asahi waved his hand and sat back on the chair. Minato and Kushina exchanged glances, a hint of helplessness in Minato's eyes, and a trace of joy in Kushina's. Originally, she thought she wouldn't get to enjoy Ichiraku ramen today. She hadn't come for a long time and was really craving it. Unexpectedly, Asahi was so considerate, which was simply fantastic. Toka-san, 6 bowls of pork bone ramen. Kushina enthusiastically shouted towards the kitchen. Minato heard it and quickly stopped Kushina, saying, Kushina, I only need 1 bowl, you don't have to order so much. Kushina was stunned, stuck out her tongue, and said, Oops, sorry, Minato. I forgot about your portion in my excitement. Toka-san, make it 5 bowls. All right, please wait a moment, the ramen will be ready soon. As the words fell, Kushina completely ignored it. However, Asahi, sitting on the chair, had a black line appearing on his forehead. 4 bowls? Are you sure? I feel like Ichiraku ramen portions are quite generous, I get full with just 1 bowl of ramen. Is eating a lot of ramen a skill passed down in the Uzumaki family? Kushina eats a lot, so does that mean Naruto inherited the ability to eat a ton and also married Hinata, who can eat even more? Asahi, didn't you eat before leaving the house? Do you really need this much? Can you finish it? Minato whispered to Kushina. Although he wasn't surprised by Kushina's appetite, she had just eaten not long ago. Minato was genuinely worried she might overeat. Oh, it's just that I ordered 2 extra bowls. Just a little something, it's been a while since I had Ichiraku ramen, and I've been craving it. Kushina waved her hand, completely indifferent. Seeing Kushina like this, Minato could only sit down helplessly. Kushina, putting everything else out of her mind, eagerly awaited her ramen while leaning on the table. Asahi didn't want to say much more. He initially thought that in manga, eating a dozen bowls of ramen was for exaggerated effect. Unexpectedly, it was all real. Judging from Kushina's posture, even with an empty stomach, she could probably eat a dozen bowls. He really wondered, with so much food, where did it all go in Kushina's petite body? Could her stomach be connected to another dimension? Staring at the stack of bowls in front of Kushina, Asahi fixed his gaze on her stomach, looking like a pervert. Asahi had lived for over 30 years and, for the first time, encountered someone who could eat so much. Kushina blushed as she felt Asahi's intense gaze. Just because she didn't eat enough and asked for 4 more bowls, why was he looking at her like that? As for Minato, who knew Kushina's personality the best, sitting next to her, saw her acting like this, wanting to throw a little tantrum but holding it back. He couldn't help but smile. Annoyed, Kushina gave Minato a solid punch, fulfilling Asahi's wish. As for the perverted behavior of Asahi staring at Kushina's stomach, the innocent Minato didn't think too much about it. Everyone who witnessed Kushina's formidable appetite for the first time had this expression. Having seen it many times, Watergate was used to it. Remembering when Kushina first let loose and ate in front of him, Minato's expression was even more exaggerated than Asahi's. Asahi shook his head, tossing all his messy thoughts out of his mind, and asked Kushina. "Finished eating? If you're done, let's find a more open place to deal with the Nine-Tails issue. This way, even if the Nine-Tails chakra leaks, it won't cause panic among the villagers." "All right, Lord Asahi." Kushina stood up, patted her stomach, indicating that she was satisfied with the meal. Asahi had to wait for Kushina to finish, and the Sanin naturally stayed here with him. Fortunately, while Kushina was eating, Asahi and the Sanin had been discussing various topics, and occasionally, Minato would chime in. Otherwise, waiting for Kushina could be boring for the Sanin, who were not accustomed to wasting time in waiting. But Kushina really had a big heart. There were a total of 6 people present, including Asahi, 4 of whom were her seniors. In the weight of her 4 seniors, she could actually eat so leisurely, and her appetite was getting better, even asking for more bowls. "Perfect timing, Asahi-senpai. Recently, because of my experiments, Hokage-sama has assigned me the entire 3rd training ground. Now, except for a few researchers, no one is there. And it's spacious enough. Where shall we go?" Orochimaru stood up, his voice hoarse, proposing to Asahi. He was quite interested in how Asahi would help Kushina suppress the Nine-Tails. Maybe there was something to learn from it. As soon as the others heard this, their eyes lit up instantly. What a perfect solution! Asahi, not familiar with the terrain of Konoha, readily agreed to Orochimaru's proposal. But the others knew better. The 3rd training ground was an excellent place, located on the outskirts of Konoha, and exceptionally vast. Tsunade couldn't help but grumble, "The old man is too biased. Why does Orochimaru get people and space so easily? I just asked him for a little money, and he resisted so much." Instantly, black lines appeared on everyone's foreheads. Orochimaru asking for people, space, and money could create more significant wealth for Konoha. "Tsunade, as the princess of Konoha, where did your money go?" Chapter 50, Entering Kushina Seal. "You still owe me money and haven't paid it back yet." Jiraiya was quite bold, completely forgetting that he had just been punched by Tsunade. He glanced at her and said slyly, "Jiraiya." Tsunade roared softly. She really wanted to punch Jiraiya. For some reason, Jiraiya could easily make her angry since childhood. But now was not the time to hit him. She suppressed her anger. "Senpai, let's hurry to the 3rd training ground." "Sure." Asahi naturally wouldn't object. He agreed and was ready to pay the bill. But when Tsunade saw Asahi about to pay the bill himself, she couldn't allow that. Even without Kushina's matter, Asahi was a distinguished guest of Konoha. It's one thing if a distinguished guest invites you for ramen and pays, but letting them pay for themselves, is that acceptable? If this got out, where would the face of the Sanin and the face of Konoha go? "Senpai, when you come, you're a guest in Konoha. There's no reason for a guest to pay." Saying that, Tsunade directly pressed down Asahi's hand, trying to take out money. Jiraiya and Orochimaru also smiled and agreed. Seeing this, Asahi didn't refuse. It was just a bowl of ramen, there was no need. Minato looked at the elders in the room and quietly took out his wallet to pay the bill, wanting to help. However, Tsunade, with quick eyes and quick hands, snatched it away, showing no sign of being an elder. "Minato, you can't help your master pay. You still have to take care of little Kushina. If you have money, you can help me out a bit. Today, Jiraiya will pay." Minato innocently agreed at Tsunade's request. "Hey, why? If my disciple wants to treat his master to a meal, what's wrong with that?" Jiraiya shouted loudly. Although treating him to a meal was no big deal for Jiraiya, Tsunade's words provoked him, and he instinctively wanted to argue. Unfortunately, Tsunade didn't buy it at all and directly led everyone out. Even Orochimaru, this close comrade, didn't say much and simply left. When Kushina left, she even made a funny face at him. This made Jiraiya, who had just wanted to argue a few words, instantly feel downcast. Just as Jiraiya was about to argue with Tsunade, he found himself blocked by the hands extended with a smiling Toki. Jiraiya had no choice but to take out money and pay the bill before catching up with them. When he caught up, he calmed down. What was there to argue with Tsunade? Was it because the clothes he was wearing were uncomfortable, and she insisted on wrapping him up in bandages? Although Konoha was called a village, including the training grounds, it was much larger than an ordinary town. Moreover, the third training ground was on the outskirts of the village, so it wasn't exactly nearby. Fortunately, all 6 of them were powerful ninjas. Although not using their full strength, the 6 quickly arrived at the so-called third training ground. They were greeted by a vast forest and then an open training ground. Although there were many traces left by ninjutsu, as Orochimaru had said, there was no one around now. Asahi was satisfied with this place. In case the Nine Tails got upset later, he would have a place to unleash its power without worrying about affecting the villagers of Konoha. Lord Asahi, what should I do? Asahi could sense Kushina's nervousness as they approached the crucial moment. Don't be nervous. Just sit down, relax, and I'll go inside to see what's going on with the fox. Asahi naturally noticed Kushina's anxiety. With a simple sentence and a confident smile on his face, he didn't say much more. Looking at Asahi's smile, Kushina unconsciously relaxed a bit. However, the onlookers, especially Minato with a worried expression, were afraid that something might go wrong. Sitting cross-legged, Kushina said to Asahi, "I'm ready." "All right." Asahi nodded gently and also sat down. Watching their eyes close simultaneously, Asahi activated his chakra and entered Kushina's mental space with his spiritual power almost instantly. The Sanin and Minato quickly assumed defensive postures, protecting the two. At the same time, they felt both admiration and gratitude towards Asahi. Asahi trusted them so much, even though they were not familiar with him. Sure, Asahi had saved them, but were there not ungrateful people in the ninja world? Did Asahi trust that they wouldn't harm him? Not exactly. Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Minato were probably trustworthy, but what about Orochimaru? The one who held the core technology and had countless experiments on his operating table. Even if Asahi trusted them, it was also a demonstration of trust from his side. After all, he had shown an irresistible and heroic demeanor when he first appeared. It was enough for Orochimaru to consider him the first experimental target. If we push forward a few years, even a decade, encountering Asahi, who possesses resistance abilities, Orochimaru would definitely try to test if he could succeed. Unfortunately, at present, although Orochimaru is also on the path of mastering core technology, he has not fully committed to it mentally. So, he wouldn't take action now. Although he really wanted to study Asahi's organization cells, and reality was tempting. So why did Asahi boldly expose his weaknesses like this? There's only one reason he didn't think that much. Asahi simply didn't think about whether someone would attack him at this moment. He's currently focused on how to persuade the Nine Tails to help Kushina, and how to convince Kushina to become his disciple. Who has the time to think about all these things? So, no matter what the people outside think, at this moment, Asahi is indeed just ignoring this matter. So fast! Kushina, who entered the mental space, exclaimed instantly. Asahi entered her mental space at the same speed he entered himself. Although she didn't resist just now, it was because she had no chance to resist. If Jiraiya wanted to enter her mental space, she would sense it and be able to resist. But Asahi entered in an instant, leaving her no room for resistance. It can only be said that he is truly a senior. What else did you expect? Asahi smiled. After all, practicing Tajuna Senjutsu, coupled with the rich life experience over the years, made Asahi's spiritual power much stronger than ninjas of the same level. If he couldn't even shock a low level like Kushina, what face does he have to meet people? This is part of his plan to take on disciples to let Kushina see his strength, to give her a direct wake-up call.
Thanks for listening.